I got my reference image over here. So this is what we're gonna try and paint today. I am looking to be painting that leg right over there. I've done the majority of this miniature, and I really like the way that it's turned out so far. So we're gonna try and continue in that exact same way. I also still have to do the chin. After the chin is done, the face is done. And then I obviously still have to do the belly as well. Fading this out properly, transitioning towards that belly color is gonna be a little bit annoying, but let's try and finish up this section of the mini first. I have no water! Oh no, I thought it was a professional. Hold up, chat. I gotta go downstairs. I need my water cup. Hard to paint without it. Oh, okay. Microphone reach tends to be pretty good, but it might know. Whew, all right, here we are. Don't know if you can hear me all the way down there. I got myself a little bit of fresh, clean painting water. Whew. Difficult to dilute paints without water, especially watercolor paints. All right, let me see. I already put some of the paints on my palette. You want to see my palette? Ta-da! So that is Rhinoxide and then different shades of blue, which is what I've been using for all of the skin. And we'll try to see if I can maybe get a little bit of a darker feel on this side of the mini as well. Oh, did she let you in here and then she closed the door on you? I'm sorry, Milo. All right. All right. All right, all right, all right. Jeez, I can finally sit down and paint. Maybe. The longest 2 minutes of my life. Which is funny because that's also coincidentally what she said. Anyway, let me see. Is there, I did take a couple of pictures of the mini. I wonder if I have a better one of that particular leg. I don't think I do, no. No. Loka from the past did not really think about this leg so much. But that's okay. I can probably mostly gauge it reasonably well as well. We'll start by base coating all of it again with a little bit of the original blue color. So I airbrushed on the base coat. Just want to do a quick little secondary coat as well. Just some very diluted bluish tones. I obviously have to change these darker scales anyway. So we're not too concerned about them at the moment. But I really just want to get some color down here. Because there's a little bit of speckling. I don't know how visual that is on stream, like how noticeable it is, but I'd rather just have a strong base coat so we can start from there. Got a little bit of overspray here as well on the back of the leg, it seems. So we'll just start from this position and then we'll go from there. The only downside of this color is that it's a little bit lighter when it's wet. So it dries up a little darker. Makes it a bit difficult to gauge, but I gotta get a tiny little bit of color on there. Later today, by the way, I want to do a little bit of StarCraft 2. And then we'll do a little bit of old school RuneScape as well. Everybody's favorite video game. I've actually been really enjoying it. It's been fun. It's leg day for the Mini. Yeah, it was leg day for me this morning as well. So, you know, it's only reasonable that the Mini also gets a little bit of leg gain. Kind of have to decide how far I want to take this down for, but I think I'll mostly let it be decided by how easily I can paint it before we get to the yellow underbelly. Don't think I'm going to be able to finish all of that today, because the belly is quite a lot of work. And I think I would like to do the blue skin over here, and then also, if I still have time left over, the chin. We can get some more variety on the chin for sure. Okay, so most of this needs to be shaded down quite a bit. So I'll grab some of the darker color. I'll try to mix it into some of the previous color a little bit. So I need to make sure that this is going to... So the top section over here can be quite light, but somewhere over here I think is when we want to start introducing the darker color, and then pretty much all the way down. Maybe try and wet blend this a little bit. Let's see. There we go. A little darker. Try to get a little bit of shading in there. Get a bit of a transition between the darker and the lighter color. And we can sort of follow this pretty much all the way down, I think. So this has to go, so this is the shaded side of the Mini. The other foot is supposed to be the lighter spot. So this leg is a lot lighter than the other side. At least that's the ultimate goal. And we'll have to keep adjusting this. Just a little bit at a time. Same with the foot itself. Not too concerned with spilling over some of these little details. They're all going to be painted over later anyways with opaque colors. Same with the nails over here. The nails obviously are not going to be blue. I'll make those black, just like I did on the other. The other squig. Okay. So we can maybe shade it up just a little bit. Let's go to Makdavas. I'm not yet sure exactly how far I want to be bringing this this darker color up. So maybe spending a bunch of time here trying to create a transition is kind of pointless. Like down over here, on that side of the Mini, I did kind of bring the hard scales all the way down to like the bottom notch, which I guess is the equivalent of this little notch right over here on the carapace, right above the brush. So that's probably where the lowest point or so is going to be. Yeah, not the end of the world. I also want to make sure that this is a little bit darker over here. Has to be the same color as obviously the skin on the other side of the head. Not too bad. Almost forgot Loco in chat. Rocker Girl says hi to everyone. She's looking forward to the VODs. What's going on, Mascaller? How are you? Hello to future VOD watchers. Not just on Twitch, but also on YouTube. Hello, hello. Appreciate you. I gotta shade this a little bit further. Gotta make sure we just keep on toning this down. Just so it's in line with all of the other colors here. Okay, gonna start mixing in a little bit of the very dark brown. Just for the ultimate recess color. The ultimate shade. Which I would like to mostly push into like all of the little skin folds and stuff. This entire section of the mini actually is this little armpit section over here should be quite dark, right? It makes sense at the very least for this section to be quite dark, because it's going to be mostly hidden by everything. Paint is still kind of wet over here. Might be able to use that to my advantage. This entire backside of the leg also can be quite dark. Just gotta be careful I don't accidentally hit any of the other details too much, because that would suck. We'll bring some of the original color back again in a little bit. Mostly just worried for the shading for now. Yeah, and all of these deeper folds need to be darker. The darkness of an armpit. Sounds like a very edgy teenager's book. Mandatory reading in high school. Oh, I have some coffee that I almost forgot about. Never forget your coffee, chat. Managed to walk up the stairs without dropping the mug. Again. Quite proud of that one, not gonna lie. I'll be doing some StarCraft 2 in like maybe an hour or two, I don't know. Not really too strict with those sorts of things. Let's maybe do a little bit of shading too while we wait on the paint to dry there. We can do a little bit of recess shading over here. Okay. We can kind of smooth out a lot of these transitions later too. Mellow them all out a little bit. Yo, what's going on, Fo? Good morning. Trying to get a little bit of color in all of these little nooks and crannies. Have I ever thought about applying for Games Workshop's painting partnerships? No, I have not. What are they? Is that the stuff that all the content creators use? Where they get free shit? Hey, thank you, Damir. They sent you models for free, you have to paint them on release as content for advertising. I kind of like being independent, if I'm being honest with you.
Here, take my prime sub, you deserve it.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I mean, I would love it if there was like some sort of partnership with Games Workshop where I was like, hey, I would like to paint this model, and then they sent me the model. That would be sick. But if it comes with like a, you now have to finish this thing within the next 2 weeks and the deadline is this and this and that, and you know, if it becomes like a full-on promotional service and all you get is the free miniature, that also kind of, you know. It gets very close to affiliate marketing and all that, and I'm never a huge fan of affiliate marketing as a content creator. It's pretty cool though that they offer it in, you know, in the first place, right? Like the fact that it's even a thing. It's kind of neat. But bending over backwards for a corporation is also, you know what I mean? I don't really know. But I don't really know the specifics. I saw there was some drama though, where some YouTuber got taken away or out of like that partnership thingamajig. And they weren't particularly clear or something as to why. I'm not sure, I'm not sure. I've been eyeing some of the new Space Wolf releases though. They look really fun. I'd really like to paint the, what's his name? The king of the Space Wolves or whatever. Like he is like a 50-euro model. That one looks really sick. I would love, you know, if Games Workshop is watching, man, that's the one I would like. The only thing I know of that would get you booted is selling what they sent you for free and showing things before they're meant to be shown. Right, breaking an embargo is obviously bad. And selling things you're gifted is also a little finicky. Yeah, I don't know, I could look into it. But I also don't know if I paint enough. Like the way I paint very slow. Right? Like I... Logan Grimnar, yes. I think the Logan Grimnar model looks amazing. I would love to paint that one. That one's really sick. I haven't yet decided what I'm gonna paint after this model, so maybe I'll go with that one. But then I'll just, you know, I'll just buy it with my own money, you know? The Bile Piper is amazing. I will not have any Bile Piper slander. No, I only paint New Flow. Yeah. Logan Grimnar, yeah. I actually expected that mini to be more expensive than it is. Which is kind of funny, because it's still, you know, like a 50-euro plastic miniature. But I expected it to be more expensive. But I think it's not that big. I think it's smaller than I expected it to be. They're always smaller than you expect? Yeah, I'm so sorry, man. Is that what she said? I think all of this needs to be a tone darker still. If you question paying in order... Yeah, no, that's true. It's actually quite big. It's as big as some of the Primarch models. Really? But the Primarch models are like 100 euro. But I guess it's because he stands on a little rock, right? Like the rock is kind of a surprisingly reasonable 2025 Games Workshop release as far as pricing goes, it seems. Crazy stuff. Oh well, I have a whole spot over here that for some reason I entirely missed. The back of the leg definitely needs to be blue. There's the base and the two wolves, so when you assemble it, it gets kind of big. Yeah, fair. I would like to paint that one. That one looks really fun. But then again, I have some other miniatures that are still sitting in a drawer, you know? The age-old question of Warhammer painting. New or old stuff? How do you decide? No, I don't have a 3D printer. I don't really like the idea of 3D printing models, especially Warhammer models. Although there are some really cool supplements, I guess, that people make for certain armies, where if you don't like a Games Workshop model, you can swap it maybe for one of theirs. Those tend to be pretty fun. But yeah, I've not really got any interest in 3D printing. I feel like in general, there's only so many hours in a day, you know? And while 3D printing can be really fun, I'm sure, it's like an entirely separate hobby all on its own. And I'm mostly in it for the painting. I mean, I also paint really slowly, right? Like the hobby gets pretty expensive if you like paint 17 different armies and you want to like, you know, play a different one every other week. Then it gets really expensive. But I don't know how many weeks it's been since I have been painting this particular mini, but it's been a while, man. Like, I probably do this hobby in the most economical way possible. Spending, you know, I guess in this instance, maybe months on a single miniature. Well, it's not just that, Damir. It's also the legality of like people that sell models that they don't technically own the rights for. Especially as a content creator, I don't really like the idea. It's like playing pirated games on stream, you know what I mean? I don't really like it. Let me see. We have a little tiny knob over here. Let's see if maybe I can do like a... Plus, I mean, you can criticize Games Workshop for some stuff, but their plastic quality is fantastic. I know it's a bit silly, but I have seen some 3D printed work, and I'm sure there's really nice quality 3D printed stuff as well. But it doesn't live up to this level of quality, as far as I've seen. I'm sure there is some really nice stuff too, but if I'm gonna spend a lot of time painting one little thingy, like this, you know, particular mini, I'd rather have the best quality than... Now, I do know some people that have 3D printers. So I guess if I really needed something 3D printed, that would be a solution. But I wouldn't want to 3D print Warhammer models. My biggest gripe with 3D printers is that if you're a noob like me and you need to strip the paint, you need to be really careful. Oh, I see. I didn't actually consider that. So I'm guessing if you have like a 3D printed model made out of resin, you might just be able to melt the resin if you're not careful. There haven't been a lot of instances where I needed to actually print something, or sorry, where I needed to strip something, but it does seem to be pretty easy to yeah, molds, yeah, exactly. It is molted, or they use molds, right? So it's like a pressure mold. And making a mold is very expensive. Like, you don't just make a mold. It's very time consuming and expensive to get right. But obviously there is a very significant markup, right? Especially for the scale that Games Workshop produces for. I do think a lot of people underestimate the expenses though involved. Like, if you want to print a miniature like this, from like design meetings all the way to like actual finished product is a shit ton of work. It's like, yeah, you do end up buying, you know, plastic sprue in a cardboard box. So like the end product is, you know, not really worth a whole lot of money. But it is a very time intensive process. It's quite impressive, honestly, the way that like Games Workshop churns out high quality models all the freaking time. Like, I don't know how they keep it going. But their pace is really high. What's good on Steam? Hello. What's going on, Mueller? Müller. Guten Tag, Müller. I immediately assume you're German when your username is Müller. What's going on, Echo Steel? I immediately assume you're Hungarian when your username is Echo Steel. Crazy. You're Swedish? Your grandfather emigrated from Switzerland to Sweden? Ah! You dropped the umlaut? Grandpa dropped the umlaut. It must have been Müller. Yeah. They're like these freaking Swedes. They don't get it, man. Ugh. Oh, there was none? Ah, dang. Crazy. Yeah, fair enough, Demir. I don't really know. I don't really, Like, I got into this hobby pretty recently, right? In the grand scheme of things. There have been many, many miniatures over the years. And at least the ones I have built and the ones that I have used have all been excellent quality. But maybe it's because I'm mostly painting newer models, like stuff that's been released over the last few years. At least all of their newer stuff seems to be good, but maybe there's also some duds. It's still Müller, but Twitch didn't allow it. Oh, Oh, you didn't actually drop the umlaut. I see. I was gonna say. All right, cool. Twitch doesn't allow umlauts? Yo, discrimination against Germans? Hello? Somebody get the Twitch CEO on the line. Hello? We use a, e. That's Swedish for you. Oh yeah, I saw this model, Mr. Shine. Yeah, that one's weird. This one's really weird. This one is like pretty new, right? I don't know why it looks so funky. This entire model looks like it was designed 30 years ago. This is also weird. Like yeah, no, you're right. This is a weird one. This is kind of like the Dark Souls 2 of Warhammer miniatures, you know? It's like, why the fuck did we let the B team also... like, why did the B team get to do this? It's a bit weird, man. Just get the B team out of here. Yeah, that's a weird one. The entire mini looks out of whack. Like, the entire proportions of the miniature look weird. I don't know the character myself, Inquisitor Koteas, but I'm guessing he's like a well-known character from some books. So there will be some hardcore fans out there too that really don't appreciate it, I guess. Yeah, it looks like he's wearing a diaper, it really does. Maybe he does. He's probably like a few hundred years old, right? So, no shame in that, man. Before too long, we'll be all wearing diapers again, Chet. He originally dropped with a retinue of part of an original Inquisitorial Codex back in the 4th edition. Okay. Well, he looks like he's about from 4th edition too. Like just the way the armor looks. It looks a bit funky. They should just get some of the designers from AOS to make the new 40K models. Dude, all of the Age of Sigmar models seem to be cool. Like literally all of them are cool. I'm sure there's some duds there as well, but in general, just banger after banger. Very beautiful. Like this entire miniature too, like this miniature is also Age of Sigmar. And it's just so fun. I guess 40K is meant to be like a little bit more serious and obviously a little bit more grimdarky and all that, but I'm sure there's some that look weird as well. Yeah. It's funny because the models that look weird, I immediately forget about. Like I literally just, I look at them, I'm like, oh, don't like them. And then I never think about them again. And I, for some reason, just forget that they even exist. Let's try and get a little bit of color variety. Highlight some of these little whatever they are. He's got a couple of little ball thingies. Someone wanted to make a bunch of naked dwarves with axes. Hey, don't Don't kink shame, dude. What's going on, that one dude, Joey? I want to do a couple of sharper lines following some of these sections. A little tricky to actually see where to even start this, but don't like that. I'll have to make it a little bit thinner. A lot of these little details are going to be almost invisible near the end, but I think I have to make the highlights here a little bit brighter, but not as much as I have been. I'll mix a couple of colors together. Okay, a little brighter. Okay. I'm considering getting into painting as well. Do you have any tips for new painters? Ooh. That's a very broad question. Any tips in general? I think just to have fun, man. Like, there's a lot of interesting painting techniques out there. And I think just experimenting and trying to figure out what you like is the most important thing. Like, I try to focus a lot on improving as a painter personally, rather than like working on one miniature and, you know, worrying too much about that particular project. I'm, you know, trying to just get better at painting overall. I feel like that's helped me a bunch, but if you have any specific questions, feel free to let me know. Always happy to help. I'm not really an expert, but maybe I can kind of help you along. Ultimately, it's very much so about progress over time, I think. Like, getting better, the only way you're gonna get better is just by painting. There's a lot of interesting resources to consume though, like a lot of interesting YouTube content and a lot of good live streamers and stuff. And I've found the Warhammer, at least like the Warhammer painting community, is very friendly. People are pretty much always welcome and ready to help. Yo, what's going on, Thort? Also, it is ultimately a creative thing, right, to paint minis. So There's not really like a right or a wrong way to do it. Like some people will swear. You'll notice this a lot with like brands, for example. A lot of people will swear by a certain paint brand or a certain brush brand or, I don't know, anything, right? There's a lot of customer loyalty. But ultimately, a lot of it is personal preference. People do phenomenal things with very different products and very different, you know, painting styles and everything too. Although there definitely are better products out there and worse products, so for what it's worth. Feels like my paint is drying super quickly today. Paint's not flowing as well as I would like it to. That squig pimple looks great. Thank you, man. I've been trying. Ooh. Painting squig pimples is not that easy. This music is fantastic, I agree. Kind of sounds to me like, what's that game called again, Echo? Outer, what is it again? Feels like it would fit right in that inner wildness. That's it, yes. Yeah, something like that, something like that. Okay. Trying to take the edge off of some of these. Smooth out some of these little transitions. Okay. Let's try and mimic this this little bit of a stipply, crusty area right over here on the other side as well. Have to mix the color again because I don't have it pre-mixed. Just gotta try and get the correct color down. It's a mix of rhinox hide and the fang. Does that look right? Ooh, I think I kind of nailed it. Yeah. It's about a 2-to-1 blue to brown to get this color. It's almost like a desaturated grayish. I don't mind it, it's good. And the idea is that, again, I'm gonna try and create like a little bit of like a free-handy pattern, as I have done as well on the other side, as well as on top of the head. Now, I'm not very good at this sort of thing, and I find it a little bit intimidating, but I guess we'll try. I actually would like to mix in a slightly bigger batch. I'm doing this on my palette. Okay. Mostly just because if I run out right now, it would be kind of annoying. Yeah, okay, so we can kind of just fill in some of these sections over here. And then I'll have to use the smaller brush to get some wiggly patterns. Let's get some wiggly patterns going. Okay. A little touch more brown. Thank you, Kandek. I've been trying. Glad you like it. Trying to somewhat mimic it as I did on the other side. I don't think that's too bad. We'll incorporate this little runescape. Everybody's favorite video game. Okay. Let's try and get a little bit of a tiny little smudge over here too. There we go. And I'll try to cut into it with some of the very bright blue again. Just to create a little bit of variety here. Is that too bright? Might be a little bit too bright. I'll knock it down a tad. Go. Not too shabby. Let me try and see if I can get some, I need a little bit more paint on my palette. A little bit more of the original blue. The darkest blue, that is. Start highlighting some of those darker scales here. Ooh, okay, I'll have a look in a little bit, Mr. Shine. You painted a little squig as well? Let's go. Ah, you know what, let's have a look right now. We do have a Discord server, by the way, guys. If you go to the Discord, there are a lot of people sharing some of their paint work. Oh, it is very small. It is very small. That's nice. Is that the one from the goblin hit or the orc hit squad? 40k, right? I like the hazard cable. That's fun. The hazard stripes. The orc commando kill team. Right. That's neat. I love those orc minis in general, man. They're so much fun. There are 2 orc kill teams? Oh, I didn't actually know that. Are you doing the whole set? No, I just paint Kondak. I'm a bit of a weirdo. No army painting for me, I'm afraid. It would take me approximately 5 years to finish an army. And then by the time I'm done with the army, the first model will look like crap to me, so I have to start all over again. I have never painted a 3D printed model, no. It's really hard to paint without a reference image. Yeah, I can imagine actually. You're all excited and then you're like, what do I actually do? What even is this? Hey, thank you, Edio. Building up some of the highlights. For some reason my paint just doesn't feel very flowy today. I don't know, maybe the humidity in the room is different or something. Everything else is the same. Could be user error. I'm always painting with the AC on. I wonder if I ever turn it off, if like I would notice a difference. No, this is new paint. I put new paint on the palette today. For some reason it doesn't feel very flowy. It's fine. I'm just diluting it a little bit more, but you kind of get used to certain ratios at some point, and it seems like the ratios aren't ratioing, but that's okay. Yeah, I shook the paints as well as I always do. I don't know. It's okay though. A little bit brighter again. Only for the sharpest spots. No, no. This is not a 3D printed model. It's funny, you're the third person in like an hour to ask. Today is 3D printing day, apparently. Something I have zero experience with. But there are a lot of folks in the chat though that do have a 3D printer. So if you have any questions about it, I'm sure there's people that will be more than happy to help. Did I 3D print this? Nah, I don't really want to challenge Kendek. I'm very pleased with how this mini has come along. And I really don't want to like ruin it now with some experimental painting. I've already been experimenting on this mini at the start, and I'm very pleased with how it turned out, so... we'll keep it going. Yeah, dude, he got a golden tooth. I'm very happy with how the face has turned out on this guy, actually. Not to pat myself on the back, but I think the face is probably the nicest painting I've done. Like the teeth and the gums and like the blue skin on the top in particular. All the little tiny lines. The eyes. Not too bad. I did some pure brown towards the middle on the top carapace over here, on top of the face. And also near the tail right there. I think I'm gonna add a little bit of it over here too. Just to make some of these scales extra dark. So this is just some diluted Rhinox hide. Mostly just trying to work this into like all of the recessed details. And towards like the bottom of each of the scales, just to add a tiny little bit of color variety in here. Pure brown. Feels kind of cursed to be using brown, but... what, does he look like a thick boy? Yeah, he does kind of look like a thick boy. Nothing bad with being a thick boy, chat. Nothing bad about it. I think I'm gonna add some heavily diluted Fang and try to smooth out some of these little tiny transitions a little bit. So I'm like diluting it way down, almost like a unification type of layer. Try to smooth out some of those sections, because I think the whole thing over here can be slightly darker anyways. I can add a little bit of color variety in here too. Not too bad. unify the whole thing a bit. Is this a 3D printed model? Sure. I mean, it's not, but... "3D printing gang" is out in full force today. I actually sculpted this miniature out of clay with my bare hands. I was wearing mittens at the time too. It was incredible. You guys should have been there. And then everybody clapped. Yeah, I'm choosing the colors myself. Do you choose the colors yourself? I read that there are techniques to this, like layering. Yes. So this is the second of the two SQUIGS. The first one I got inspired by Infernal Brush, who painted a phenomenal version of this mini. And I followed along with the color scheme on the skin that he used. So here's the red one. These are gonna be one unit glued on top of one another later. Anyway, so I used a color scheme that he recommended for the red skin over here. And then I basically just looked for like equivalents that I could use for blue instead. And it's actually kind of worked out. I don't think it's too bad. They look very French-shaped. Yeah, they do, don't they? I really like the red skin on this, actually. I think the red skin looks pretty sick. Now, this guy is currently varnished with ultra matte varnish, which kind of takes a little bit of the life out of it. So if you notice some of the colors looking kind of dull, that's because of the varnish. We'll bring some of that back at a later time when it's like ready to finish it off. I think I want to add some small little thin highlights across some of the tops of the muscles here. What's going on, Red Hyena? Why is he blue? I like the idea of red and blue. I contemplated many different colors though. I'm happy with blue. I think the blue looks nice. No, I don't like that. No. Maybe I should just call this part done. We can go a little bit brighter with some of the highlights, I suppose, but... You're not wrong, Red Hyena. You got some ads? Very nice, very nice. Did you guys know that subscribers of the stream never see any ads? Which I guess is a bad time to bring it up, because only the non-subs are watching ads right now. Dang it! Or maybe I can guilt trip some of the people that are using ad blockers. Guilt trip them, dude. Get it done. Oh, you're not guilt tripped? Dang. Unlucky. I think that's good enough, man. A little bit more paint, I think, across this little section over here. Just to try and blend it together a tiny bit more, but... This leg has to be quite dark. That's the entire premise of it. You don't mind ads, it lets you support streamers when you can't afford a sub. That's very kind of you, man. I appreciate that. I know ads can kind of suck sometimes. But it does help pay the bills. Yeah, I do have it set up in such a way that subs never see ads. But I understand not everybody wants to be a sub or is in a position where they can or want to or whatever, right? There's a million reasons why you might not want to be a sub. So ads are kind of like a bit of a substitute. Now streamers in general, at least I do, make way more money off of subs than advertising. But it's still better than nothing for sure. Okay. I think that's good enough. Let's look at some of the face over here. Should I paint the nails? Let's add a little bit of nail paint. A little bit of nail polish. I'm just gonna make them pure black for now. Ooh, good old AK black. It's a very black black. Yo, Novo.
Pinus, 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 pinus.
Is that like Latin?
Pinus, 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 pinus.
I think that's the Latin name for a pine tree. Has to be. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, Novo. I didn't realize you were a big tree enjoyer. But you love to hear it. Fellow bonsai connoisseur. That's Pinus? There you go. Well, he's got a bit of an accent. Novo has a bit of a Latin accent. That's okay. We don't shame him for that. Thank you for the resub. This brush really is done. I talked about it last time, but this brush really has a hard time forming a tip. It used to be so sharp, man, back in the day. Ay, ay, ay. But no more. When even licking it doesn't get the job done, it's the worst. And trust me, I've licked it. I've washed it, licked it again. Washed it, licked it again. But every time I do, it just doesn't hold a shape, man. It does for a little bit, but then it immediately splays out. Unlucky. You believe me? Thank you. Let the record show. I licked the brush. But I'm gonna continue painting with the brush because I enjoy making things more difficult than they need to be. Apparently, I don't know. I got some new brushes actually. I ordered them last week. They came in 2 days ago. They look nice. But that would mean saying goodbye to this one. I got the Rosemary & Co. Series 8 brush, which supposedly is awesome. I haven't used it yet. But very similar to this one. Let's actually compare. Let me see. I have it right over here somewhere. Here we are. Brand new. So the one I've been using is a Series 33 and I absolutely love it. But I decided to try out the Series 8.
Not so often on Twitch anymore, but I love to watch your content.
Thank you very much, DJ Metsup. Appreciate the support, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the top one is the new one and it's slightly longer. So it should have slightly more paint in the belly. That's the main difference. Other than that, they're mostly the same, but it should be slightly longer. Casual 103 months. You absolute madman. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate it. I'll try it out with the next miniature, I think. Don't really feel like switching to another brush right now. This is gonna take a little bit of time to get used to. So we'll just keep running these. Thank you, DJ. Glad you still enjoy enough to keep the sub going in that case. It's very nice of you. Or maybe you came to Twitch and you're like, fuck, the sub's still running. Ah, I guess I'll share it. This is a 00. I mostly use a size 1 and a 00. It's kind of fun to try out new brushes sometimes, though. Okay. Try and get a little bit more color up here. Then we'll add some sharper highlights again in a moment. Oh, the new one. No. The new one is a size 1 as well. Size 1. I think size 1 is just about right for every mini painting project. At least with the Rosemary & Co. brushes. Oddly enough, when you get a size 1 brush from manufacturers, like, it's not a standardized term. So like, it's just kind of like a number that the brush manufacturers label their brushes by. And there's very little consistency. Like, some of the brushes are way thicker than other brushes. Like, it's just a bit random. You know how, like, when you buy shoes and sometimes you're like a size whatever, and then you try the exact same size with another brand and it just doesn't work? Brushes are the exact same. I don't know why. Why don't you just freaking standardize it, man? It doesn't seem that hard. Yeah, from what I've gathered, Artis Opus brushes are actually made by Rosemary & Co. So it's the same manufacturer, just a different handle, like a different label on it. So you pay a bit of a premium for basically the exact same product. What's good on, Tim? The skin looks juicy. Thank you. I think that juicy is good, right? I don't know, actually. Juicy sounds like it would mean good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Artis Opus brushes are nice though, but more expensive than they probably need to be. Ultimately, it's very much so a skill issue, I found. Like, all these different brushes, good painters will get shit done as well with bad brushes. I have tried a Da Vinci brush, yeah. Not for a very long time, though. I got one gifted actually from Dialan, who gave me one of them. They did seem nice. A little bit smaller, though, for a size 1. And try and brighten these all the way up. Size 2 Da Vinci is the same size as a size 1 Artis Opus? Okay, right. Thank you, Tim. It's a giant blueberry? Yup. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually add a little bit of a wash as well to the recess bits of the darkest carapace. I'll add a little bit of non-oil. I would like the darkest section of the darkest carapace to be darker still. Gonna try and stay out of the top sections here. But I think we can add a little bit more shading to a lot of it. These washes are relatively weak, so shouldn't be too ugly. Smooth it out a little bit. Just trying to tone it a little bit. See what that looks like. We may have to use a second coat of this. Or third, or 3, or 4, or 5, I don't know. What's going on, Techno? Hello, hello. Bonjour. Jou. I actually said bon. How cringe. I meant jou. Bonjour. 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 There we are. Okay, let's add some sharper highlights as well to the chin area. Thank you, Gideon. How do you decide to go for the dark top carapace on bright blue? I just thought it would look nice. I actually, so originally the plan was to go for this as the absolute darkest color. But then I put it into all of the shadows and I was like, yo, this is, I started on this arm, or this leg, I guess, and I noticed that it wasn't dark enough. Like it was just not dark enough. So I mixed in a little bit of Rhinoxide, which is a very dark brown. And it created this like nice, almost like a purpley color in the shadows. And then I basically just increased the amount of Rhinoxide that I mixed into the fang. So into, like I increased the amount of brown I mixed into the blue. And that's what I used for the background of the carapace. I think it's working out well. This is the first time, honestly, on any miniature that I'm really mixing in more and more, like I'm doing more mixing. And I gotta say, I kind of love it. It's actually really cool. Feels a bit more creative in a way. I think it's turned out pretty well so far. An alchemist? It does feel a little bit more alchemist-like, sure. Gotta do the chin. The chin has a lot of little recessed bits, no? I think I'm gonna try and add a little bit more darkness to it. So again, a little bit of this Rhinox hide into that dark blue. We'll dilute it way down. And then very little paint on the brush. I'll try to run it into some of these most pronounced dark sections over here. We'll touch up some of the overspill in a moment. Somehow I managed to get one little dark dot on one of the lips. I don't know why. I'll have to touch that up as well at some later time, I guess. It's a beauty mark. We could consider it a beauty mark. This looks like it could be a legendary lord in Warhammer or Total War Warhammer 3. I have actually never played that game much. I played it for a little bit and I really liked it, but then I didn't continue playing for some reason. I know it's a popular game. It's supposed to be really good. I honestly don't remember. I have no idea. chin is looking quite intricate. Maybe a little too much, I don't know. I think it's okay. We can add some fine lines to it as well. Just like I did to the top. No, that horn is gonna be the same color as the teeth. The horn in the middle of his forehead. I just haven't painted it yet because I hold on to it quite a bit. And I might accidentally rub the paint off. So I'm saving that part until last. Kind of tricky to hold this part, man. Gotta be stationary, but gotta make sure it's very stable, I guess, but kind of tricky. Do I follow this all the way around? He's got a little swirl over here on his chin. What do we think of a chin swirl? Not bad, I guess. I should make the horn rainbow? No, I think that's too much, man. I'm sorry. Pride month is over. No more pride horn. No, it would be fun. But I want to keep it in line with the rest of the miniature. Keep it pretty muted. I'm trying to do no blood splatters on this one. So on the other ones, I've all done blood splatters all over the place. Or at least I feel like I've been adding quite a lot of it. Trying to keep this one a little bit more clean. Yeah, like he just came back from the squig wash. Exactly. To the squig wash. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's it. Nothing quite like going to the squig wash. Yeah, the gums are quite nice, right? I was thinking the same thing. Originally I was like, dang, the gums are too red, but I think the contrast looks nice. I feel like whenever I add color and I think it's too much, it never is. For some reason, I'm always a little bit hesitant to add more color to miniatures, but... What about the chin swirl? Kinda nice, no? I think we can work with the chin swirl. His teeth in general are very healthy looking. His gums look pretty healthy, other than I guess, you know, the giant hole in one of the molars there. But anyways. Trying to add a little bit more color towards the tops. Good, good, good. Yeah, so one of the sketchier parts of the mini is definitely going to be fading out this like very dark bluish color into the tail. Like that's not gonna be easy. Or into the belly rather. So I need to fade this dark blue into the yellow. Which I think is gonna be quite a tricky thing to do. It's just gonna take a lot of layers, like that's basically it. I don't think it's necessarily difficult. But it's just going to take a lot of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And guess what we do afterward? Yeah, we go back and forth. Yeah, Tensor has been posting some weird shit in the chat today in general. I'm going to put him on the bench. I don't know what's up there. Yeah, some people do that. It's actually not unheard of, Prometheus. People go from like chat to chat just to promote their own stuff. I don't think that's what that was though. I don't know. I don't know what that was. Okay. So this side of the mini is brighter than the other side on purpose. Because this side is where the light hits, and this side is where it's mostly in the shadow. And I think this is just about good. I would like to mellow out some of the little sections over here a bit. I think they're all a little too bright now. I brought them up to a slightly brighter color earlier, but I think like this is good. Okay, so that is a very significant portion of the mini done. The blue skin, the face, the dark carapace. By the way, the non-oil is dried up now. Which adds a little bit more darkness. It also adds a little bit of gloss back, it seems. I will go ahead and just add a tiny bit of varnish here as well, just to hopefully seal most of this and make sure that we don't accidentally rub it off. But across the board, I think it's going well. Yeah, so next up, I'm gonna have to make sure that I paint up the belly. The belly in particular. And then obviously we still have to do the little goblin guy on the back and the horn on top of the head and all the rest of it. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but just gonna, again, dilute a little bit of the ultra matte. And we'll just apply it all over the parts that I've painted today at the very least. Just as like a quick save, so I don't accidentally rub it off at a later time. We'll do the same to the chin as well. Brings it a little bit more in line with everything. It's gonna mute it a lot though. Okay, a little tiny bit of it on the chin as well. Just to seal everything nicely. But yeah, I think next up we have to do the belly. And then obviously I still have to do like the chain going around this body, the leather straps over here, and then the horn, and then the goblin itself. And then some of the other little details like that. Like the chain that is hanging off of his legs. And then we still have to do the base. The base is not gonna take that long though. I already have it ready to go. Shouldn't take too long. GG's. Welcome everybody. It's time for another live stream. Today, we are painting bellies. A little bit of belly painting. I have finished, oh, what? I just picked up the miniature and it didn't move on screen. Ah, there we go. I was like, wait a second. Is there a delay? Nope, it literally just didn't move. I'm not gonna be painting my own belly. Great question. I am, however, gonna be painting the belly of this little miniature over here. It is one of the very few parts of the mini that I haven't yet painted. It is coming along really nicely, guys. Yesterday I did the chin. And then I also did this leg. And across the board, we have, yeah, we have like done a lot. I'm actually very happy with how everything has come along so far, I'm not gonna lie. I think all of this looks pretty cool. Now, blending the blue into the, like, I don't know, yellowish color is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna try and pull that off. I think carefully is the only solution, really. Just very slowly try to... Maybe I should make like the outset color a little bit darker rather than what it is right now. And then leave like this brighter yellow in the middle. No. No. Basically what I have to do is blend this color to that color. That's all we need to do. How hard can it be? That's all we need to do. Shake it. What's got me streaming so early lately? This is my normal time. The last couple days I did stream a little early though. Maybe hard for plebs like us, but not for a pro like Loco. Ooh, I like the way you talk, Kazuyan. Please keep talking. All right, I put tiny little dots of paint onto my palette. And I think we'll just kind of start with it, right? I'm gonna take the painting handle off. And I'll have to try and just create like a smooth blend. We'll start over here at the front and then we'll move our way backwards, I suppose. I could do this with wet blending. As in like I blend both of the colors together at the same time. Or I could do like with very thin glazes. I'm not sure which solution would be easier. But I do want to make sure we have a nice strong color here going towards the bottom of the miniature. And then we'll just have to try and figure out how to get those colors to blend. I could also just make the whole thing blue, but I feel like that would be super lame. That is the secondary idea, I guess, if it doesn't go well. So the idea is that we make this color blend into this one. So I could kind of do this though by like blending the paint while it's wet and then just letting it dry fully and then going over it again with the exact same technique. Honestly, might not be a bad idea. Just kind of pull the two colors into one another. I've been a little bit concerned about this whole part of the mini, but because it's such a harsh transition, but maybe we can figure it out. Dude, it's always so nice to be streaming, let me tell you. I've been streaming for a decade. Still fucking love booting up the stream. I know for a lot of people watching streams is kind of like the relaxing time of the day. I think for a lot of streamers, it kind of feels the exact opposite. But to me, you know, it's kind of like, oh, I've now done all the things I needed to do for the day, and now all we still need to do is have a good time on stream. It's great. I've done all the other stuff that I had to do. It's really nice. Hey, thank you, by the way, Night Dreams, for the resub during the stream start. You absolute madman. 5 years. 5 years. Imagine being subscribed to this shit for 5 years. Wait, no, that's not, hold up. Thank you very much. All right, we'll come back to this color here in this section of the mini in a moment. We'll let it dry. Maybe wet blending is the way to do this, guys. Or maybe a combination of the two techniques. It's just that I'm not super confident in either of the two techniques, but this is not bad for a first pass. We're gonna be doing some viewer games today. Yes, sir. It's that time again. What's going on, O2? But first we'll do a bit of painting. A couple hours of painting, then we'll move on to a little bit of StarCraft. And then afterwards I'm gonna be playing some Oxygen Not Included. I've been loving that game. That's absolutely what's going on, yes. Now, how in the world am I gonna paint this little part over here? I can barely see what's up. This stream's just for you, Mr. Shine. Other people get to watch, I hope you don't mind that, but... Yo, Tychus! Or Tychus, rather. Thank you very much. The belly painting, man. That's what's up right now. Hope you're doing all right, Tychus. honestly not too bad for a first like couple of passes here. I feel like this could have been worse. Trying to pull all of these things together a little bit. We'll tidy some of those lines up. Not bad. For a first little pass, actually. Look at that. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than what we had 5 minutes ago. So good on Alter. You just finished the Devil May Cry 5 story, going for New Game Plus. Nice. I've actually never played those games. I don't think I've ever played a single Devil May Cry game. It's a hack and slash. Yeah, I know. Not generally like my most enjoyed genre, but I know it's very popular though across the board, right? Like a lot of people enjoy the Devil May Cry games quite a bit. I have to add a little bit more color here in the middle. Now, how high up do we actually want to be bringing the... Not sure what the best way of doing this is. Like, how far do we normally have the tail going up? Okay. We'll go back to the front. Let's give it a minute. What does this creature do? Apparently it explodes. I don't really know, honestly, O2. I am not usually too familiar with any of the miniatures that I paint. I just paint. It's basically a baneling, yeah. For what I understand, this is basically a Warhammer baneling. What's up, Octopus? Welcome back to the greatest Saturday of the week. This is indeed one of the Saturdays of this week. One of many. Wait, the Mangler squig doesn't explode, it just kills shit? I have been lied to by no way. That would mean that somebody else in the chat lied to me. They don't actually explode? Oh. Well, in that case, I have absolutely no idea, O2, what it does. I guess it just kills shit. My most reliable source is Mr. Shine.
Get me out of here, help, this basement is dank AF.
What's going on, Pete? You're in the basement too? I didn't know. How did you get in my basement? A bunch of my viewers claim that they live in my basement and that I don't let them out. Very funny. Until the stream is over and you guys know what's gonna happen down in the basement. Now, I don't even have a basement. At least not according to the paperwork that came with the house. But maybe I dug one. Who knows? They definitely do explode. Some of them do. Oh. Well, well, well. What a conundrum. O2, they may explode, maybe not. There's no way to know. It's like Schrodinger's baneling. It may or may not explode, and we can't find out until we open the box. What are you, a squig expert? A squigspert? Somehow that sounds dirty, I don't know, dude. The small one you painted does explode? Yeah, but that one has literal... But this is an Age of Sigmar model. I don't know if that changes the mechanic of the unit in the game at all, but... What tea are you drinking? You were just making one? Yo, just because somebody is British doesn't mean they are drinking tea all of the time. But in this particular instance, the stereotype did hold true, apparently. So, you know, make of that what you want. There's a really good chance that they are. 60% of the time they may be. For once in my life at the start of the stream, I am not drinking coffee, Chit. Very recently, I was at Home Story Cup, which is a StarCraft 2 tournament. And I stole a Red Bull from the fridge, and I put it in my bag. And I forgot that I had, and then I found it. I'm a thief. I didn't know that I was a thief, but... Self-reporting? Yeah. It's a self-report. Please respect it. The glazing over here is kind of tricky. Okay. Getting there. Have there been any good builds for Protoss lately? There's a lot of good builds for Protoss at the moment, actually. Are there any bad builds for Protoss at the moment? Maybe that's a better question. Yo, what's going on, Echo? Day 3 without a voice? Wait a second, you have no voice? I know you're Hungarian and the politics and all that are a little bit, but you mean like an actual... Wait, no, hold up. You actually can't speak? What do you do? Did you have a crazy karaoke night? That's genuinely kind of, yeah, that's shitty. Some AC infection, according to the doctor? An AC infection? Dang. I guess somebody didn't clean the AC or something, and it was just like gunk build up. That fucking sucks. You have a tonsil inflammation because of it? Damn. You're pretty sensitive to AC. I see. I haven't lost my voice in a long time. Luckily. Kinda need it. Kinda need it, at least some of the time. Yeah, generally if you lose your voice, it can take like weeks to heal, right? Actual pain. Well, not actual pain, but like actual pain in the ass. What airbrush do I use? I have a Harder and Steinbeck Evolution. Yeah, that's... The action sounds are not included, you have to make those yourself. I know it seemed very realistic. Yeah. Is that the silver line? No, it's called Evolution. It's just called Evolution. Loco has a rich person's airbrush. I mean, as far as airbrushes go, there's airbrushes that are way more expensive. These are nice though. I have not got a lot of experience with other paintbrushes or airbrushes. But any of like the newer, Harder and Steinbecks, so that's the brand right over there. This is German engineering, dude. Actual, proper engineering. Oh, you thought there was a CR Plus and a Silverline? It's the one that came out last year. I think it's the 2024 edition, Prometheus. Whichever one that is. I think it's the CR Plus. The stories you could tell of German engineering. Are you trying to suggest that German engineering is not all it's always made out to be? How could that possibly be the case? Maybe you can tell them. Just speak up, Echo Steel, so we can all hear it. God, if Lorraine ever loses her voice, she's gonna lose her mind. Toxic streamer confirmed. No, I didn't start with a cheaper airbrush. I think, honestly, in hindsight, I would have gone with the Ultra. The Harder and Steinbeck Ultra. That one's like maybe 40 euro cheaper. And will do exactly what I need it to do. Although this one is nice. When I was trying to make up my mind on airbrushes, I was trying to figure it out, right? Well, like, is it better to go with a cheaper one when you're a noob? And the general consensus on the internet seems to be that cheap airbrushes are kind of shit because they are very difficult to like maintain and clean and all the rest of it. So you kind of end up not using it because it kind of sucks. And like a really good airbrush is like $100. So I think it's I think it's probably better if you're planning on using it for some time to just save up a little bit or just get the 100 euro one. Like it's not, you know, it's obviously it's money, but it's not like, you know, you're forced to like get a mortgage in order to buy an airbrush. Yeah, you do need to get a compressor as well, that's true. You do need a compressor and, but I would go the Ultra, I think. I'm obviously not affiliated with Harder and Steinbeck at all. I have no idea. But that's the one I would probably get. Hey, by the way, Pete, I didn't even realize you resubbed for 4 years. Hold up. Everybody get your clappas ready to go. Hold up, hold, okay, fine. I'll faceplant them. Thank you very much. Huge. Oh, if you are in Australia, maybe go with like one of the Japanese ones or something, if that's like more affordable. Like geographical positioning is big, right? Like wherever you're located. Yo, you got one upped immediately. Get out of here, Pete 3 Archie. 5-year resub for Galfarino. Absolutely decimated. All right, can we get a 7? Can we get a 7-year resub? Damn, look at this. This actually kind of lined up perfectly. Look at Maskcaller participating. I mean, it's kind of good. It's kind of good. There are like some Iwata airbrushes. There's this one that I was considering. What's it called? I don't remember the name. Iwata Eclipse. The HBCS one. I mostly just really liked the way they look. Apparently this one comes with a little tube of lube as well, which is nice. These are very pretty. Now, I don't know if that's important, but supposedly they're awesome. This is very... Yeah. You were considering this exact one? Yeah. You were considering like one of the cheapo ones? I mean, if you want to test this sort of thing out and see if you like it at all, it'll be fine, I'm sure. But like this little set you linked is like 36 euro, which is like a third of the way of like an actual good one, you know? This is probably more like a toy. Whereas this will be like, you know, a proper one. RimWorld Odyssey? Yeah, I heard of it. I haven't played it yet. I would like to check it out though. I just brought you all the way back to square one. I'm sorry. Oh, it needs no compressor? Right. Well, anyways. I can't really speak for the cheaper ones, but from the little bit of research I've done is that most people say that generally they're kind of shitty. But if you're in Australia, maybe like importing from Japan, or maybe there's like some Australian retailer that has already done that for you, it might be significantly cheaper than it is over here. Like anything from Japan and the Netherlands is expensive. The weeps have really driven up the price, you know? No, we don't blame the weeps. No, hold up. Ara? No, sorry. There is something though about those Japanese products that I generally do really like. They're really nice. Japan seems to be one of those only places where you like still have, you know, like a family of 6th generation scissor producers, and the only thing they fucking do is make scissors. You know what I mean? Like, not a lot of places have that. If you can find anywhere, any place like that, it'll be Japan, I'm sure. And I'm sure those are gonna be some banger scissors, dude. You visited the 13th generation master who was in charge of making the needles for the imperial family's kimonos. They make nothing but needles? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, strange jobs, eh? Does the imperial family still have that much money? It seems insane to employ a family for needles. No, Zalmot, hold up. Zalmot, you're having an entirely different discussion right now. Am I progressing anywhere, Chet, or am I like fucking just moving paint around? Can't tell. Okay, let's let it dry. You're still making tea in Vizzy? I thought you were British and a professional at this sort of thing, but it's been like 10 minutes. That's crazy. You'd imagine after some time you get it done. You got distracted by the chat? Yeah, I get that. I get distracted by chat all the time. Especially when this type of music is playing in the background, you know what I mean? Ah, there it is. Ultimately, by the way, this entire part of the mini is going to be very difficult to see. Like, not that that is a reason to like not make it look good. Because I want to try and make it look good. But this entire part of the mini, well, is facing down because it's a fucking belly and it's near the fucking base. So it doesn't necessarily have to be my absolute finest work. I think most of the attention is going to be drawn to the face anyway. What's good on Fred? Trying to smooth out the point where the two colors meet. Not that easily done, but the brush is starting to fall apart, man. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, as far as airbrushes go, I don't think you can really go wrong with either of them, to be honest. Either the Iwata or the Harder and Steinbeck, I think they will always be good. What happened to the nail on my middle finger? I don't know. It has a, I don't know, it has a bump in it. Maybe I'm dying. Maybe I am. Probably just bumped it though. Death could be upon me, but probably not. Highly doubt it. Okay. Back to the front again we go. Quite happy with how this section is looking here. Although I think we can smooth it all out a little bit more. But it'll probably look quite nice when we add some of the highlights to it. Definitely too much paint on my brush. Dude, this playlist is crazy. You never know what you're gonna get next. Slowly moving towards the brighter center. A couple of these transition lines that are a little too harsh for my liking. Some of these sections are just difficult to get to, man, with a brush. Like, okay. Slowly smoothing it all out, though. Yeah, we're kind of getting there. I'll be a belly painting expert by the end of the day. I'm not planning on playing in StarCraft 2 tournaments, no. I could definitely reach Grandmaster again, though. But that is a very long ways off of being at the pro level. I feel like there's sometimes a little bit of misconception about that. Pro gamers are really good at StarCraft, man. Grandmaster is not even close. Okay. Smooth it out. Minimal paint on the brush. What's up, Galferino? A little bit of painting. A little bit of relaxing on the Saturday. We'll get to some proper gaming. Gotta tickle the belly for now. Okay. Gotta get a little bit further over here now, especially in this section here. Okay. Painting when RSL is going on. I know. I'm just profiteering, Tensor, what can I say? EWC is actually not on the weekend, Gogarius. It's actually, I think it's Tuesday through Friday. So not next week, but the week after that. I think it's like 24th, I want to say. RSL is a StarCraft 2 tournament. Ooh, I have been thinking a little bit about Warcraft 3. Just such a tricky game to get into, man. It was really fun though, when Grubby was running that tournament series. It was actually a blast. I really enjoyed it. Still, difficult to really get into a game like that, you know? Even after playing it so much for like a month, I still felt like I had so much to learn. It was fun though. Yeah, I think it was fun to watch as well, I agree. I watched the other streamers a lot as well, right? When they were streaming it. Well, Realtor 2 is a very different game, right? But yeah, definitely another one of those games that a lot of people are super nostalgic to. I think that painting direction is wrong. Gotta paint in that direction. Try to smooth it out. How many more passes is this gonna be? I've been trying to paint one gradient for about an hour now. Pain. Yeah, Westwood is no longer around. That doesn't exist anymore for a long time. AA acquired them like a long time ago. They tried making like a really shitty mobile version of Command and Conquer, which nobody in the RTS community seemed to be interested in at all. I always find those decisions from companies very interesting. Like if you would have asked literally anybody in that little world, they would have told you that nobody's interested. Yeah, they made a game called Rivals. Command and Conquer Rivals that was supposed to be on like mobile, but I think it had a bunch of microtransactions and all the rest of it. And it flopped. It was just basically like carrying the name of Command and Conquer, but without any of the life, you know? Oh, I don't remember Command and Conquer 4. Wait, what happened to Command and Conquer 4? I don't know if I've ever played Command & Conquer before. Maybe I have. They took away building? Oh, okay. RTS games get better with no building. I think everybody knows that. Yeah, I don't know why companies are always so, I don't know. Like they know that RTS is like a pretty niche genre in 2025, but then they still want to try and make it like a mass appealing product. And you end up with these like weird middle of the road games that nobody really likes. Maybe it can be done, but it's like, great, now you have made a game that no casual wants to give a try, and neither do any of the hardcore. So like now you have a game nobody cares about. Congratulations, you've reached nothing. I should try it on stream. Just for the memes. I do like memes. I don't think I will do that. No. I have played Command & Conquer 3, yeah. Very long time ago though, dude. I don't even remember. When did those games even come out? I think it's in my Steam library, but I don't really know. It's been a long time. Well, definitely years. Multiple decades might actually be the case. I don't know how long it's been, man. 2007? Dang, okay. Almost multiple decades. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, I think I'm gonna start adding a couple of little highlights to the front, just to mix up the monotony a little bit. I'll go maybe a little bit brighter. What color do we go for? Let's do some Screaming Skull, a little bit brighter, just to follow some of the little lines. Sick. Oh, basically what I did is I drilled a couple of holes into the bottom of the Mini, and then I super glued some paper clips, like little parts of a paper clip to it, and then I stick them into like either like a piece of cork like this or like a whiskey bottle cork, that sort of thing, and it works quite well. It's nice if you want to try and like, if you care about like reaching the bottom of a miniature, it can be kind of nice to gotta get a little bit of the shitty paint on my palette too. Thank you, Ulsfa. I hate this paint, dude. It's actually shit. Why is it so clumpy? I don't understand. Shake the shit out of it. Shake it! Lucky for me, I've had lots of time practicing this motion I'm currently doing off stream. No, I think the paint's just ass. I don't know. I've accidentally squirted out so much, holy crap. Half my palette is palette witch flesh now. I put the palette in palette witch flesh. All right, no, sorry. Bit of a niche joke, sorry. What happened to the paint vibrator? I still have it, it's just not plugged in. I don't really... I've gone back to using the good old trusted motion, you know what I mean? What? Oh yeah, suddenly I'm the weirdo, all right. Trying to get a little bit of color variety in there. Man, this brush is completely gone. It's so bad now. I roll it into a little point, and then it immediately splits. Believe it or not what you want to do with a brush, generally. When am I buying a floating desk display? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Do giraffes lay eggs? Does anybody know? Just suddenly wondering. They do? You beat the commercial? Oh. Yeah, I drilled little holes in the bottom and then I super glued some little paper clippy bits to the bottom. It's kind of a nice way of doing it. Twitch is like, yo, are you sure this is like... Because this is a properly cursed message you're trying to type out right now. Is this really what you wanted to send? Something about giraffes and... vibrators? You participate in non-suitable for work copy pastas, Memoria? Say it ain't so. Also, are you suggesting that there are things going on other people's live streams that may not be entirely family friendly? That's crazy. I had no idea. Can you link it for science? I mean, like, you know, I'm just like, for research? I'm gonna glaze over all of this again with the same color I started with. I think I'm gonna leave the belly mostly like this. A little bit of color variety in there, but it's a tricky area to paint, and ultimately I don't think it really matters much. Try to smooth it all out a little bit with the original base coat again. Just very thin down. I can't believe you guys just taught me that apparently the internet has not suitable for content on it. That's crazy, man. So you're saying when Shy Lily sold Blowhole Blast, that was actually somewhat of an innuendo? And the packaging of the thing wasn't just like supposed to be suggestive? That's crazy talk. That was actually all by design, huh? Hey, thank you very much, it was fun. I'm trying. Quite like this playlist, actually. I feel like it's a good painting playlist. Not too much APM, but feather it out. There's a little section over here that I don't really love. Seems like the areas that I can't reach easily are the ones I don't like the most. Ay, ay, ay. Who could have thought? Parts that are hard to paint look shitty. Shitty is maybe a bit strong. It's not too bad, but... I like this mix. Got some hip-hop beat. Yeah, we got some nice vibes. This is on Epidemic Sound. It is called Laid Back. The playlist. And then I've set it up to not have any songs with vocals in them. Because I don't really like streaming with music that has vocals. The only vocals we have are jazz instruments, apparently. I'm gonna once more grab a little bit of the blue, blend it, or sorry, dilute it way down. Try to blend some in the opposite direction again. Try to smooth all of it out. Not bad. This mellows out all of those transitions just a tad. Okay. Okay. I don't know what you're hearing, I'm busy. You're hearing voices, bro. That's okay. We don't want to judge, but the tea has gone straight to your head, it seems. I have a little section over here on the lips that I didn't really like too much. The tea is hitting hard today, man. If you have moaning coming through your speakers, mate, it's not coming from my stream. I don't know what you're listening to, but it's... You probably have a different tab making noise, I'm busy. He's suspiciously quiet all of a sudden. All right, what do we think of the belly like this, guys? It's been more than an hour of belly painting. Ah, dang it, it's still not good. No, it's not done. It's not good. little bit more near the tail, I think. Section over here is not too bad. I think the belly, like the middle section is okay. Can't complain too much there. Yeah, the middle section over here though is not yet super clean. Need a little bit more down the middle. Adding a little bit of texture as well with some of these stripes. It's kind of nice, I think. Tried to gaslight you. I think you gaslit yourself pretty hard there, man. I don't even need to click a clip to figure it out. I'm guessing there was some sound in the music of the background or something that made it sound like an ankle was exposed. Is that what we were listening to? I don't want to let, you know, go all the way to my computer and then go all the way, you know. It was part of the track. It was confusing. That moment when the music exposes an ankle. Low hot? You were searching through all your tabs? There's apparently a lot of people on the internet that just have like 1,000 tabs open all the fucking time. Which is crazy, dude. Yeah, there's people out there that have stuff open from years ago in a tab somewhere hidden in the background. That stuff blows my mind. Half of them are Gmail. The other half is my YouTube channel, obviously. What other tabs do you need? Oh, my Twitch stream, obviously. But that's about it. You've covered most of the internet. Tabs on tabs on tabs, yeah. There's layers upon layers upon layers of it. I'm one of those crazy people that closes down their computer every day. I just shut it down and then I start again fresh the next day. I rarely even use bookmarks. Not a big bookmark guy. My name's not even Mark. I do have a couple of books though. Yeah, that's what I do in my dreams. My bookmarks are for long-term storage. Not for shit like YouTube or Gmail or whatever. I think I'm okay with this, guys. What do you think of the belly? Any parts that you think I should change? So again, the part we see is kind of like it's gonna be glued down like this. So pretty much all of it is gonna be invisible, even though it's a rather large portion of the mini. I may go back and add a little bit more detail to it at a later time, I guess, but I think this is fine. Face looks amazing. Thank you, Fizz. You only have my streams bookmarked? Let's go, Gogarius! Gogarius knows what's up. Only the important stuff. I want to go ahead and add a little bit of a base coat, I think, to the leather strap. I don't remember what I did on the previous one, but I think I'll base coat it with a little bit of brown. This is a super dark brown. but just to get a strong color on it. Quite a reddish brown. Which I think will work well for a leather strap. If you don't plan on playing with the Mini, does anything speak against gluing it onto the race thing on a larger base? Nope. I'm gonna be putting this on like a little plinth as well. So I have it already over here. This is the base. Usually I think if you play like the tabletop, you're supposed to put it down on like the little, like flat, I think it's like an 80 millimeter base for this one. If I recall correctly, maybe it's a 60, I don't know. Anyways, you glue it down onto that and they all have the same height and everything. I don't know if that's relevant at all for the tabletop, but for anything that's not meant to be played as a game piece, you can do whatever the fuck you like. And actually for competition painting, usually people use some sort of plinth, which looks really cool. Hey, thank you very much, Torox, for the 39 months. Appreciate you. Loco, how do you eat your potatoes? I don't know, man. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I'm not a particular, I'm not a, you know, potato. Yeah, I'm not a picky potato man. I live in potato country, okay? The entirety of the Netherlands is potato country. It's been a staple for a long time. You like your potatoes fermented and drink them? Ah. I see. Yeah, I'm not big into alcohol. I'm a very boring person, bro. All right, Field Crown. A nice leather strap all the way around. How fun. Bro's got a belt. Irish moonshine, it's made from potatoes, yeah. I think most things in Ireland are made from potatoes, no? Their houses, their boats, their cars. I feel like I have very few viewers actually from Ireland. How's that? I don't know why. Do they have internet in Ireland? Never hear anybody, do I hear anybody say they're from Ireland? I think they have internet in Ireland. Probably runs on potatoes now, yeah. Good chance that it does. Yeah. Trying to be very careful here because I really don't want to hit the blue skin. Just taking my time because much easier to take my time now than to fix the problem I make. That should be okay, I guess. He's also got a little bit of a leather strap over here at the bottom. I think at least this is leather. Trying to be super careful, especially around the little side section over here. This is a Great Depression vibes, yeah. We're coming up on 2029 very soon as well. We're in the roaring 20s right now, gamers. How roaring are you at the moment? Bring the jazz back. Uh, 2020 Part 7. Yeah. You're at the raw 3 part of the roaring right now? Dang, you're pretty raw. A little bit of dust in this section of me somehow. Don't love that. I would really like to just blend this out a little bit more. Maybe I should just make a mixy color over here. Yeah. I don't know. Trying to make it smooth, but it's not that easy. good on spicy strawberry. This is Age of Sigmar. Spicy strawberry is honestly not a bad way to describe the other two of the squigs I've painted. Or the other one. This was more like a spicy blueberry. Okay. I want to add a little bit of color variety there to the belt. So we'll go with a slightly brighter brown. The lack of a butthole is weird. Good point, man. I hate it whenever my fantasy miniatures are scientifically incorrect and biologically too, you know? It's just not... It's like Games Workshop, please. Where's my squig butthole? They're clearly predators. Looking at the biology, their teeth indicate they're predators. The fact that their eyes are forward on their heads. They don't seem to have ears though, which is a little weird. Anyways. No, that's not good. Gotta dilute it down a little bit more than that. Trying to glaze this towards any of the upwards facing sections of the belt or whatever this is. Add a little bit of color variety to it. I don't know if this is the right color to use for this sort of thing. It'll probably be fine, but... Maybe I should have picked another one. This is Baneblade Brown, which I think usually you don't really use for this sort of thing, but... let's give it a shot. Yeah, he's got a utility belt for some reason. I don't know what the point of it is. There's a bunch of spikes as well on this belt, all over the place. A lot of metallic details. I think this is mostly just to add a little bit of color variety though, right? Around the belt. Maybe it's a diaper? Yo! The mystery of the butthole. Is this? That part over there, that's the... I never considered that. The mystery of the butthole of the squig has been solved, I think. Now the only downside of that part is that is the part where he's gonna get glued onto his brother. Yeah, they're goblins. The guys on the back are goblins. You think I'm gonna be a butt doctor one day? If this whole streaming thing doesn't work out, if everybody unsubscribes, I may have to become, yeah. It may be the only optional thing. Because I've dealt with a lot of shit on stream over the years, you know, so I think I'm perfectly prepared for that sort of thing. To deal with screwdriver and stuff? Yeah. People are like, well, I fell and it, you know. Suddenly, it's like, okay, buddy. Let's just get it out, huh? I think I'm actually gonna use some contrast paint as well. I think that'll be fun. We can add some Cygor Brown, maybe? I think Cygor Brown is gonna be nice and dark. God, contrast paints paint so nicely. They're so freaking smooth. A lot of the skill in mini painting, or painting in general, seems to be dilution, you know? Like, diluting a paint is not so straightforward. But the contrast paints are all just straight out of the bottle, undiluted. Really, really nice. Yeah, they're gonna be a little bit shiny while wet. The whole thing is very matte at the moment in general, though. A little too matte, if you ask me. But we'll sort all of that out at the very end. Make sure it has one nice finish all over. There's a whole little section over here I didn't paint at all. Okay, there we go. For some reason, there's one tiny dot over there that I'll try and stipple in. There's one dark dot over here on the white belly. There we go. Okay, I think I gotta try and add some sharper highlights to, let me see, what would be a good color for it? Maybe scrag brown or something? To the belt. Just a little bit. A couple of skinny highlights. Maybe mix a little bit of the brown, the Siger brown in. Darken it down a bunch, just a little bit. So we have a couple of steps we can follow. A little bit of pure, and then a little bit of the diluted. So I'm mostly just gonna try and follow all of the edges. And any of the raised areas. Make them stand out a little bit more. Make it look a little bit more leathery. Yeah, never write your squig without a safety belt. It's very important. Although this one isn't really attached to anything though. Like the goblin that's riding on his back isn't attached to this belt at all. I think I'm gonna make it a little wider over here. We'll add some sharper highlights as well in a bit with a bit of the pure color. A little bit of orange in the mix. Trying to mostly think of where the light would hit. So leaving most of these sections over here pretty dark. Is that looking a little bit more belty already? Yeah, probably. Is that a word? Belty? If it wasn't already, it is now. Looking belty AF. That's what we're going for. It's the first warm color on the miniature, dude. It feels like this entire mini is very cold. Shouldn't really be too bright in this section. It's a little bit of color variety, really. That's what we're looking for. Oh, looks like I had another little spill. Don't know how I'm managing this. I think it's the brush. I think the brush is just kind of dead. I know I've been saying this for about 5 streams now. And I keep using the same brush, but I think it's just like a random hair of the brush that's splaying out and then paints little sections where I don't want it to go. You're on the last audiobook of The Expanse? Ooh, I have actually not read The Expanse. I heard good things about it though. Didn't they like cancel the television show? Or am I... I've never seen the TV show either, but I thought I saw some upset gamers in the chat. They did? Ah, okay, okay. It wasn't really cancelled. It reached a point in the books that is considered to be an end. Ah, okay. I see. Are all the books written of that series? Or is it still ongoing? There were supposed to be movies that explored the last 3 books, but I think got cancelled. Okay, okay. It's painful to start a series of books or movies or whatever that are just unfinished. It's just not very fun, right? If you know the ending is not going to be there yet. It depends on how frequently our writer actually releases stuff. With some writers, you know you're going to be fine. Yeah. I mean, that's the classic example, right? People still waiting for a Song of Ice and Fire books. And at this point, I think most people have just kind of given up.
I'll be happily surprised if he ever releases them. Kind of sucks though, right? Because it's kind of your legacy. Like even if he doesn't need the money or whatever, it's still your greatest work. Whether you like it or not. I think that's honestly pretty good for the belt. Doesn't really have to be a lot more than this. Just a little shot of orange. I'll dull it down just a bit, I think, with some more, like a little wash. What do we do? I think some Agrax Earthshade will do the trick. Just to mute some of the brightest colors a tad. But across the board, I think this is pretty good. I mean, it's just a belt in the end, right? This is supposed to be the lightest area of the mini. This is supposed to be the darker part of the mini. Because of the way that the light works. So I've purposely made this section slightly brighter than the other side. I'll just do a wash of Agrax Earthshade all over. Gotta be careful it doesn't flood too much, but maybe I should have diluted it a little bit. Too late now. We'll let gravity take the wheel. It's gonna make the orange a little bit less orangey, a little bit more brown. Give me some easy shading in the corners and all of the little recessed bits. Yeah, I went with slightly different colors than the other one. So the other squig also has a little belt. But I think this is good enough. Okay. So, that is the belly of the miniature done. And then also the leather belt. Good little bit of progress again. I think I want to go ahead and just varnish it again though. Just varnish it with some good old ultra matte. Just have to make sure that the whole thing is dry before we go ahead and do so. Let me go ahead and hit it with the blow dryer. Everybody's favorite part of the stream. Get your low hots ready. Okay. Should make it fully dry. And then when we apply the varnish, it will give it a shot to settle. It will secure it will cure the paint a little bit. Make sure that I can't accidentally rub it off. The squigs look really amazing. Thank you, man.
It's coming to a close. Like, we are very nearly there.
It's been a long project. Excuse me. It's been a long project. Still have to do a little goblin and then some of the blacked out details. But the end is in sight. It's gonna bop. Yeah, the end is in sight. Which is kind of nice. So I'm just gonna dilute a little bit of the varnish again with water. And I'm just gonna smear it all over the parts that I've painted today. Just as a way to protect it. Mostly protect it from me, to be fair. Because sometimes I accidentally rub the paint off. Even though I don't really know exactly how much of an effect this has. I've been doing it ever since I started this little project, and I don't really mind it. It doesn't take a long time. And even if it has a small effect on keeping the paint layer safe, I think that's fine. But at the very least, it's making everything kind of the same finish. Because some of these paints are way glossier than others. Like, for example, that contrast paint that I used. Pretty freaking glossy. And this is gonna make it all nice and matte. And then later, when we're all done with it, I will add like an overall varnish with the airbrush that is gonna be slightly less matte than this one. So hopefully it will not be, because the problem with like the ultra matte is that it kind of kills some of the color. Like it kind of mutes the whole thing. Which isn't terrible, but not necessarily the vibe we're going for.
Okay, so there we are. Another step in the right direction. I'll just give this a moment to dry. Gotta make sure it doesn't tip over now, because that would be bad. Actually, fun fact. In the bottom of this little painting handle that I've been using is a little magnet. So when I stick it down, I actually just stick it down on the airbrush compressor, which has like a metal case around it. It like can't go anywhere, which is pretty neat. There we go. Guys, I'm happy to report that the blue mangler squig, itself is pretty much done. This was quite a bit of painting, but I think he has turned out pretty fantastic. Now, I still have to do the goblin. The goblin obviously is looking, well, very plain. We gotta fix some of that, and obviously there's still some other blacked out details onto the miniature, some metallics that we'll have to paint. But the end is in sight! Which is pretty sick, dude. I'm actually very excited. You finally have 4 weeks off. You'll be on the stream a lot. Nice, Agaring. Now, I do have to just, you know, throw a wrench in your plan for just like one moment. Next week is the StarCraft 2 World Championships. You know, I'm gonna be there. But we will be streaming, you know, so there will be a ton of content to watch. Super excited for it, actually. It's gonna be super fun. But yeah, other than that, I will be streaming as per usual. I'm gonna get a little bit of color onto the palette. This is what I used for the original base coat, and we'll add another little color, another little coat for it, and then I'm gonna try and shade it down with a little bit of Incubi Darkness. No worries, you're gonna be napping a lot as well. Napping is important.
Actually, I'm not a big napper myself, personally. Maybe I'm not old enough, you know?
Maybe next year. Guy takes a vacation to look
To watch Loco,
yeah.
and then I bail on him immediately. GG. Dude, my freaking painting desk, you guys can't see, but it's a bit of a mess. There's just like stuff everywhere.
I keep the stream kind of clean and tidy, but oh, do you have any advice for transferring these paints into dropper bottles? So I got some of these little like empty.
So, okay, here's the process.
Generally speaking, Citadel paints come in painting pots that look like this. Now, these painting pots for contrast paint aren't too bad.
I don't really mind it, but for regular acrylics,
Like for example, this one,
they kind of like dry in the pot,
because these pots tend to like not close properly in the back, and you get like,
I don't know, paint that dries up in the middle of it,
and then some of the paint gets kind of lumpy.
it's a bit of a meme. So a lot of people
Don't really like Citadel paints all too much. So you have two options. Either you don't buy Citadel paints, even though the paint itself is excellent, or you just deal with it, or you have a third option, and that is to, I guess, transfer them into dropper bottles instead. I have done this with all my Citadel paints, and it took a while. It took a little while. I got these like, I got like a 100 pack off of Amazon for these little like
plastic containers. I think they're like 20 mLs. So 20 milliliter.
and they come with like the little bottle and then also a little like, you know, screw on cap and then the little dropper thingamajig. You can buy them pretty cheap. So what I did is I diluted it down with a little bit of thinner and flow improver. So depending on the paint, I added like maybe 10, 15, maybe 20 drops. Shook the hell out of them. And then I found the best technique is not to like use a funnel or whatever, but just to kind of like pour it over and hope for the best. I was using like these little disposable funnels for a little bit, and it doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. It's better to just sit there for like half a minute and wait for the paint to transfer by itself. It's a little bit annoying, but yeah, the container is great when it's sealed. Not so great when it's not. Now you can also just buy like different brands. One brand that I've been really liking is AK, and they come in like dropper bottles. And you get more per, you know, bottle as well, and they're slightly cheaper. So, you know, that is an alternative option. But yeah, it's a little annoying sometimes, but it is what it is. I do have some pretty steady hands now after painting for about a year again, although I still would like to make a little bit of progress in that department too, if I'm being honest. If you look at like the absolute top tier painters, it's like watching StarCraft at a high level, you know what I mean? Like you watch them paint something and you're like, hey, the paint actually went where they meant for it to go? They just like used this brush and like they just put it into place, and then the paint actually like, huh. But across the board, this mini is turning out pretty sweet. Very pleased with it. So it's part of a little duo. So I have a red one and a blue one. This one's already finished. I'm planning on doing the goblin on the other one in the same way as this one. That's the goal. And then we'll glue them together. That's gonna be a bit finicky. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that on stream because I'm honestly a little nervous for it. Even though it should be quite manageable. If I mess it up, it's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass to fix. But yeah. That'll be for future Loco. Now, I would like to try and see if I can finish this mini this week. I'm not gonna rush it, but I think we'll do a bit of painting for basically every stream this week. Just to see if I can get the job done. It's not really that much remaining, although I still have to do the base.
But I've already made the base. And in general, base painting is a little bit more free, right? Like we can kind of just do whatever and it will probably work out. And this little goblin shouldn't be too much work. Should be reasonably smooth. Just trying to get a base coat on it for now though. Yeah, he's pretty easy. Like there's not really that much to it, I don't think.
You might consider using dotting tools.
Dotting tools? What do you mean with dotting tools? They're used in nail art? I am not familiar with nail art. I know this may come as a surprise, but my knowledge of nail art is not as good as I would like it to be, apparently.
You bought yourself an airbrush, Ramuko?
Ooh. Which one did you end up going with? Okay, we're gonna try and shade a little bit into the recess bits. So for example, this little ear over here, run a little bit of paint in there. May take a couple of passes. I'll just try and go all the way around.
You're looking for an airbrush suggestion?
I'm no expert on airbrushing, I'm afraid. But I really do like my Harder and Steenbeck one. They are pretty sweet, but I'm not that good at it. We'll get better over time, hopefully. I'll shade the bottom of his nose. What's up, Beinsturk? Beinsturk here at the beginning of the stream? Yo. What a day. Just like the olden days. Yeah, you can buy a second-hand airbrush as well, I'm sure. Like, ultimately, they're just like metal parts, right? As long as the person that owned it didn't, you know, treat it like absolute crap, it should just be metallic. So it shouldn't be something that breaks.
Your ex-wife was really into nail art, and those tools were amazing for fine work on her nails.
I see. Yo, I'm actually interested. That's nice. I'll have a look later. Got a little bit of dust somehow on this guy's hands, which is a little unfortunate. There's actually a little bit of dust all over this mini in general. I should have probably dusted it a little bit before I started painting some of the details. Because I built it a long time before I actually started painting it. It lived in a drawer most of the time, but I figured it would be fine. But in hindsight, I should have been a little bit more careful. Oh well. What do we do about it? Good to know though, for future reference. because I have a couple of little dots of dust in some sections, which is a bit silly. Yeah, some people are amazing when it comes to airbrushing in particular, man. They get a lot of detail done with pretty basic tools ultimately, right? It's kind of sick. Some people can just, especially like small detail work with an airbrush, very tricky. It's just like something that you kind of need to learn. I feel like the easiest thing to compare it to is learning to drive a manual car. You know how like when you drive a manual for the first time, your feet are used to being in sync with each other? And you kind of have to train your brain to like be able to use your left foot independently from your right foot? It feels very similar to that, where like the trigger control on an airbrush is just like, it's very fine. And even though obviously you have very fine movement in your fingers, more than likely at least, it is just like an extra thing to train because it's not really something, like you can't go full blast, you know what I mean? Well, you can go full blast, but if you go full blast with an airbrush, you're gonna be squirting out the paint, dude. And unless squirting is what you're going for, it's probably not what you should aim for. You should try TIG welding. Yeah, I have no experience with welding or any power tools, really, dude. I'm not a power tool kind of guy generally. Maybe if you already have more, if you have a lot of experience painting, I can imagine that also really helps. You were working night shifts for the past 2 weeks, unwillingly, and evening shifts 3 weeks ago? You always work night shift, dude. I feel like you have been working night shifts, and you've always been saying you don't want to do night shifts, but you at the same time have been working night shifts for as long as you've been watching the stream, I think, Ben Stark. I feel like you've been working night shifts perpetually for about the last 5 years. Maybe I'm wrong. I see, Rumiko. I feel like night shifts can also be kind of nice though. Like I value routine a lot, because otherwise I get sad. My body's like, yo, what are you doing? Oh, you're doing a different routine? Let's get sad. It's like, no, body, what are you doing? Why would you? Anyways. So I do like routine, but I feel like if you get into the routine of night work or night shift, I think if you constantly switch, that's killer. Like if you like work like day shifts or night shifts, like every week is slightly different, that's gotta be killer. What's going on, Mason? Thank you very much for the 29 months. Okay. We got a little bit of shading into the face now. I'm trying to remember what I did on the other ones. Yeah, I don't remember. Okay. Did I make notes? Hold up. I generally make notes, but I don't know if I kept to my notes that I made. I did make some notes, but they're not particularly great.
Okay. OSRS? Yeah, what's going on, Philo?
We're gonna play a little bit of OSRS again later today. We're going on a little bit of an adventure in the greatest game ever made.
Have I tried RuneScape 3?
No. I'm not really too keen on RuneScape 3. I'm gonna go a little darker in some spots. No, I don't like games with tons of microtransactions. I feel like microtransactions kind of take away from it. Now I know they apparently have been working on like maybe creating like a version of of RuneScape 3 rather that like eliminates microtransactions. At that point I become interested. It kind of seems to me that like Jagex has learned that maybe that's not the way to go forward and they're like experimenting with it. So if they ever actually remove microtransactions out of RuneScape 3 or like make like microtransaction-less worlds or whatever, I am down to give it a shot. But until that point, not so much.
Yeah, if they remove it straight up, I mean, I'm down. They did an experiment in a factory in America where they did 12-hour shifts, and after a month of non-stop night shifts, the workers' biorhythm adapted. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like if your circadian rhythm can sort of like adjust.
But I think it's killer if you like have to do like night shift for 2 weeks in a row and then like daily shifts for like... They're changing it and it's not that deep.
Yeah, but it's the entire image of the game too now, right? Plus, as a content creator right now, old school RuneScape seems to be the way to go. Just because it is the current rage.
I don't know how long that's gonna be for, but
I'm not against it though, like I'm not against ever trying out RuneScape 3. So Jagex, if you're listening to this and you want me to do some sponsored content. No, wait, hold up. Unless... Isn't it kind of amazing how like old school RuneScape with its shitty ass graphics has become the much bigger game? I think it's kind of amazing. Oh, my cat's meowing. I can recognize that meow. That meow screams, "The door is closed!"
it's a very whiny meow.
It's not this door though that he's in front of.
I think it's the bedroom door.
It sounds like a bedroom door meow. I can speak cat. My cats live very difficult lives, man. Sometimes they encounter doors. Now I think they could actually open the doors. I think they can do it. But they haven't figured it out. And I'm not gonna teach them.
Is there a monster hiding in my bedroom? No, there's a, I was doing a little bit of ironing yesterday. There's an ironing board and an iron. And also actually like a thing that is filled with water so I can refill the iron. And the last few times that they have been even remotely close to that thing, they've always tipped it over and there's like water over my floor everywhere.
So I closed the door. It's a very reasonable thing. But they get very dramatic about it. They're like, no, but my routine. What if I just stand in front of the door and meow for 45 minutes? Maybe they'll take pity on me. Okay, not too bad, not too bad.
We got a little bit of shading. And a little bit of detail onto the little goblin guy.
We definitely have to go brighter though. And according to my notes, I mixed in, oh God, my desk is a freaking mess.
I mixed in a little bit of Carrick stone to create a brighter note.
So let's see.
Shake it.
I mixed a little bit of this in to create a little bit more of like a fleshy tone, I suppose.
I used to do like regular canvas painting, but not for like a decade or like even more. I don't know, Sneaky.
I've been loving miniature painting though, man.
This is like, this feels like hobby time to me. It's just that I can perfectly combine it with what I normally do.
And even though this is never gonna be my most popular or like, you know, it's never gonna be like the most popular type of thing that I can stream really, it is still very enjoyable. I very much so like it.
But we'll get to some gaming later today.
This feels like a really nice skill for me to, I think it's nice to try out new things sometimes, and this has been an obsession for like a year now. And I gotta say, I like it a lot.
The real hardcore viewers are here. Just wait, you're about 6 months away from this being your mainstay of streaming.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of content creators for miniature painting out there. But I
mean, there are some cool projects in the works that I feel like could help quite a bit. So they're actually working on a StarCraft wargaming tabletop with like proper miniatures. And this is actually produced by like an actual well-regarded plastic
manufacturer. So like they actually make like plastic models that are considered very good quality. I'm actually kind of excited for that. So it's like an officially licensed thing by Blizzard. And I mean,
it kind of feels like two worlds colliding, you know what I mean?
We'll have to see how good it's gonna be, obviously. It's hard to predict, but could be good. No idea how popular that's gonna be though.
Accidentally ahead of the curve by like 2 years.
I can predict the future. Remember when I said to buy Apple back in the 90s, Agaring, and you didn't listen to me? I was like, buy Apple stock, bro. And then back in like 2012 or so, I was like, Agaring, you should really get Bitcoin going. And you were like,
Cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Anyway, dude. Missed opportunities.
Is Creator looking for a team in StarCraft 2?
Ooh, I don't know. Generally speaking, a lot of StarCraft pros communicate that on their Twitter whenever they're like looking for a team.
Oh, if it's in his
Stream title, then he probably is, yeah. Tricky time period to be a StarCraft 2 pro gamer, man. We'll have to see how things move forward, but I'm trying to keep the angle of the light in mind here, although we can get some sharp highlights over here. Try and feather it out a little bit. A little bit of color variety.
This game is, or this miniature is from a game called Age of Sigmar. Now, I don't play Warhammer, so it's Warhammer Age of Sigmar. I don't know the rules of the game. I don't paint an army. I've never seen anybody play it. I just like the models. Yeah, Gary.
So many mistakes made. Let it be a lesson for the future, huh?
Hey, Muctovus, one-upping a Garing Dutch.
Noise.
Noise, dude. Thank you so much.
Got a little bit of pure Carrick stone now. This is a very fleshy color. Like a pinkish brown.
I kind of like it whenever you add a little bit of pink into like green skin tones.
It looks good. Just like in the most sharp areas. Makes them look a little bit more, I don't know. I think it looks nice.
You should play Warcry and Kill Team.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really ever gotten around to playing the game. I really am just enjoying the painting though. But I do feel like I should maybe at some point try out the game just to, or at least watch somebody play the game, because I can kind of relate a little bit more. Okay, we're gonna add a little bit of this as well to the knuckles. I have a box actually of Spearhead for my Oryx.
I do love Oryx. They're very fun. If I sent you my D&D mini and pay you 200 bucks, will you paint it? Are we starting commission work for miniature painting? I've not done any commission work for painting ever.
I don't know, dude.
Maybe. Spearhead is very good. I spent like 25 hours though painting one of the miniatures, and I think I have the box right over here somewhere. Yeah, the box is 19 miniatures big. And I took 25 hours or so to paint one. It's a good mini though, bro. Look at this. I think it's a very good mini, and I could speed up the process a little bit. But this was a long one. Especially the yellow. The yellow was ass. Don't really like the yellow very much. Yeah, exactly, Gary. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. It could be fun. It could be fun though. I feel like if I were to do commission painting, I would have to speed everything up a bunch. Because obviously I can't spend 25 hours on a single miniature. For commission work, I don't think that would make any sense. But hey, the fact that there's even people interested in potential commission work is very nice. That's very, that's very kind. I'm gonna take a 60-hour. Yeah, dude. I'll be sending you the invoice, Gary. There are ways to like speed paint though. Like there are ways to like speed up painting a little bit. I'm not really too familiar with them. But you can get some pretty decent looks without too much effort. I mean, I'm actually I'm down to give it a shot. No idea if I would like it. But it could be fun. No, you can do stuff with like,
Contrast paints and especially airbrushing. Airbrushing can speed things up quite a bit. I have no idea what regular rates are though for commission painting.
I would have to look into that sort of thing.
I should also get a little bit of this on the lips actually, shouldn't I? Yeah, a little bit of this fleshy color on the lips would make sense.
And I'm also gonna have to paint the eyeball. Eyeball. Ugh. Well, it's weird, right? Because like, if somebody spends 25,000 or 24 or 25 hours, I don't know, in labor on anything, prices would go up pretty quick, right? But then obviously for a tabletop Dungeons and Dragons gaming piece, that would be ridiculous. So it gets kind of messy. Nobody wants to spend 1,000 a mini. Like that's absurd.
Maybe on like very large ones or whatever, or like if you have like a reputation or whatever, right? Or you have like a long waiting list.
I can kind of see it, but yeah. You know what I mean? It gets kind of weird.
If you send your car to the shop
and you know they're gonna be doing 25 hours of work, you know it's gonna be very expensive, right? You know what I mean?
even if you don't have to pay for materials or whatever. So I don't know what the norm is. I'm not sure.
I gotta add,
I think maybe some brighter tones still. Or do we think this is okay? I'm trying to, so this guy is gonna be underneath this guy, right? Like kind of at an angle. So we can add a little bit of additional brightness to it.
dude, I saw like a video from like 10 years ago where somebody won Golden Demon or whatever, and that guy tried selling like basically like his most prestigious work ever, and he couldn't really find a buyer. Like how much, so what would be a reasonable price, right? So say you win the most prestigious painting tournament under the sun for miniature painting, and it took you 500 hours to paint that one individual miniature. It's got all the accolades and you tried to sell it. If you do that with regular art or, you know, any canvas, it's gonna be ridiculously expensive, right? I have no idea how much like miniature art even really goes for. I have no clue.
I'm thinking it's probably less than you would expect.
I mean, art is art, so you kinda... What's going on, Facilia?
I want to add a little bit more. I need to dilute that a little bit more, I think. I want to add a little bit more brighter spots. Especially in the sides that would catch the light more. So this side.
Just laying the brush on it. Yeah, but there's no way that it goes for that much in miniature painting, Dickie. I'm pretty sure if you're an art collector and you are like one of those dudes that has too much money, You know how like sometimes you see like YouTube videos or a television show or whatever of like guys that just kind of buy paintings for like $500,000 here, $500,000 there, and they don't give a shit? I feel like those guys should invest in like the highest end miniature art. Because I'm pretty sure you can buy like the absolute top end pieces for far less than they are probably going to be worth in the future, but I don't know. Well, yeah. That's another thing, of course, with art. I think you're underestimating the amount of people into minis. Yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. I would like to know. Oh no. Are you playing D&D in the chat, Remuko? Your body feel your body slowly turn cold. Your movements get stiffer and slower. As you breathe your last breath, knowing that you will end up as a statue of stone. Any last words? Do we have to roll dice yet, Remuko? When do we do the roll? Yeah, so the material cost for mini painting is relatively low. Even though like, it would be mostly, I think for most people it would just be labor, right? On Google it says the most expensive Warhammer mini sold at auction is $35,000 US. That sounds about right to me, yeah. Dude, there's people that create phenomenal work. And they can spend that entire year painting one miniature, right? So like, if the highest ever at auction, right, is sold 35, I mean, I don't know. Let me see, what do we do for the teeth? Do we have any nails on this guy? Yeah, we do have some nails. I'll need to get a little bit of the green paint onto that as well. This may have been asked before, but I have just gotten a 3D printer and I'm starting to make my own characters. Oh, I have never used a 3D printer myself. I mostly use a airbrush for priming these days, but you can use a rattle can, that's totally fine. Rattle can primers are good. Just a little less convenient, I guess, especially if you live in like, I don't know, like say you want to prime a miniature in the Netherlands in the middle of winter. When it's really cold outside, like basically rattle can primers are kind of like a temperature requirement for them to like do it really well. And priming in the middle of winter is kind of tricky outside, but they're fine though, like rattle can primers are not bad. Oh, did I have my hair on it? For this one, I just primed it fully in black and went straight to brush painting. Well, I did a little bit of base coating with the airbrush. I've recorded the whole thing though, so if you're interested, you can head on over to youtube.com/morloco. I've been posting my painting over there. I'm actually gonna add a little bit of a wash here as well, I think, onto the teeth. Because I want a little bit of the shade to settle in the recesses before we highlight. So it's gonna look a little bit weird for a moment, but mostly just trying to get the paint to run into the recess bits. Just to have the shading done. Now, rattle can primers are considered to be really good. They're just a little bit more expensive generally than like airbrush prime. You're a divination wizard in a campaign. Ooh.
Do you play D&D in person? I know a lot of people play D&D online, but I feel like in person it's gotta be way more fun. Maybe I'm wrong though. In person's gotta be better, right? Yeah, because you can also get like a similar level of commitment.
Maybe have an actual friend group and all that. Your D&D group is like a 5-minute walk from your house.
Dang. That's pretty cool.
Okay, I need a smaller brush.
Sometimes I look at my mini and I realize I'm painting the absolute tiniest little detail with a giant fucking brush. I have this weird aversion to using multiple brushes sometimes. It's really stupid. I have a smaller brush right in front of me. I'm like,
But then I gotta make it dirty.
it means that I have to clean it again afterwards. Base coating it with a little bit of a brownish tint.
Seems appropriate. You had a group in real life, but we broke up because the guy stressed me out a lot.
Yeah, online is obviously also doable, right? Still haven't played D&D, guys.
You run a D&D group for kids? Oh, dang.
That's actually pretty cool. You gotta start the nerdiness at a young age. If I ever have kids, I gotta find a D&D group for them, clearly.
If they're even remotely like me, they would fucking love it. You're having your first D&D session on Friday? Okay.
How come D&D isn't like a bigger thing on Twitch, for example? I feel like sometimes it is, but like how come like the top streamers haven't played a D&D campaign together? Maybe they have, but I just... feels like this is like an open goal.
People would fucking love it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe they would suck at it. I don't know.
Quite a few actually have.
Well, there's obviously Critical Role, but Critical Role is a little different, right? Yeah.
I mean, every time I see like a collab of like really big streamers in particular, it's always a little bit awkward because they're all trying to be like the main character. And it's really tricky.
Can be a little painful to watch. Yeah, that's true. A lot of streamers are also pretty... Always feels like there's two types of streamers, you know? Like the guys that are very committed to a schedule and then the guys that are like, I just stream whenever I want to.
Judging by the latest OnlyFans, there would be too many main character moments.
I didn't actually watch that, but I'm guessing that was... I can imagine at the very least that is a bit of an issue. A lot of main character syndrome.
It's strange, one, because D&D that does well on Twitch isn't quite like actual
playing. It's closer to like amateur theater. Yeah, I see that. Trying to highlight it with a little bit of a white right now mixed in. How do you use tabletop pieces though for D&D? Like how does that... Dumb question maybe, but how do you use them? Is it common that you use like a board to play on?
Only Fangs is a
World of Warcraft guild. Basically, it's like a big streamer guild. Although I think currently it's like on a hiatus or like they're done. I don't really know. But a lot of streamers were part of that.
in hardcore World of Warcraft specifically. You use a map with squares on it and you can draw on it, otherwise you can just use terrain. Okay.
I see, I see. I'm gonna add a little bit of a wash to it. A little bit of a non-oil wash. Just all over the teeth. To emphasize, again, the shading a little bit. Laying it on reasonably thick. Really just wanted to run into the recesses. Oh, Toby's going in for round number 2. On the meowing for the door.
Okay. We built a table with a TV to stream the map and use miniatures on it.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we can add a little bit of this as well. Like a bit of diluted non-oil. Into some of the darker spots. Like for example, the ears. Top of the forehead. Maybe kind of around the hood. Fade a little bit where it goes into the cloth. Although we still have to paint the cloth.
Okay. I gotta do the eyeballs. Now the eyeballs of this little goblin guy, I mean, here's my thumb. It's a little small, it's a little tiny.
So I have to try and get paint in there.
Okay, first we'll paint the eye socket. Maybe that's a big thumb. There's no way to know. Maybe I have ridiculously big thumbs.
I'll get a little bit of the red, and we'll dilute it down a bunch. And try to run it into the recess. Actually, I gotta wait until it's dry.
Let me just hit the blow dryer real quick. Prepare your low hot. Here it comes. You ready?
Is it dry? Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be dry now.
it'll be dry.
Okay. I gotta try and get a little bit of paint into the little recess before we add a little dot for an iris. That does mean dirtying another brush because I need something even smaller. So eye socket. Flooded a little too much, but we can tidy it up in a moment. This eye socket is even smaller over here. And I think just like the other two,
I'll add a little bit of a yellow pupil.
this is where the dotting tools can come in handy. Yeah, you're probably right.
I've seen somebody actually use like, you know how like when you have cats, sometimes like one of your cat's whiskers just kind of hits the floor and it's this really thick, sturdy hair? Supposedly it works kind of well. I've got this brush though. So as a size comparison, this is what I've been painting the majority of the miniature with. I know a lot of people say size doesn't matter, but those people are liars. Generally bigger is better in mini painting. Hey, thank you, Chris. I've been painting quite a bit, but I don't think I'm an expert now. I'll go with a little bit of Flesh Gits yellow. Undiluted, bro. We're going in like raw. Just like straight in. Maybe you would love it though, Gary. Have you considered that you might enjoy it? Yeah, undiluted. Okay, confidence. Okay, good enough. No, too much. Needs to be slightly bigger. That's what she said. Okay. We add a little bit of shading to it, and I think we should be good. The teeth is really dang cool. Oh, you mean the main teeth? It's a little too bright, actually. Yeah, I think they look nice. I think the whole face actually is really good. I'm gonna wash it again with a little bit of non-oil, which is the same thing I used for the teeth just now. Just add a little bit of shading.
And then we can add a little bit of like the lower eyelid back in. And I think we should be good. Yeah, it's coming along, man. I think that's actually pretty much done. I think that's kind of the skin of the little goblin guy. Pretty much done. That was pretty quick. Not too shabby. Let's do the weapon next. I gotta do a little bit more to the eye, but I'll let it dry for a moment. That's a handsome squig. Thank you. I'm just base coating it with a little bit of Carrick stone. Maybe a little bit too light, but we'll shade it down. I think I'll use some wildwood on it, which is a very dark brown. But we need a strong base coat on it first. Or at least a solid, like brighter color than the black. What weapon color do you think we should go for?
On the blade, whatever that is. No, we're still using the bad one, Prometheus. I have a new brush right over here, but I want to save it for the next mini. I have a brand new one. Look, it still has the brush condom on the side.
Like a rusty iron? Yeah, I think that would make sense, right?
Copper with bloodstains?
Bronze? I feel like we need something warm.
Because this miniature is very warm and this miniature is very cold.
I kind of feel like we need to add a little bit to like make this one a bit warmer. So maybe iron is a bit boring. I think something warmer like copper
would actually make sense. Yeah, copper with like verdigris might be fun. Wait, does copper...
Yes. Just trying to think here, man. Sometimes you can... Copper doesn't rust. No.
No, verdigris would be appropriate.
I'm showing loyalty to my brushes. Yeah, man, this one has served me for this entire miniature.
Feels like it's kind of like a kill steal if I switch out a brush now, you know?
Yeah, copper gets like a bluish greenish color, that's true, so. We can add some of that. So I have a bunch of metallics still to paint. Generally speaking, you don't really want to use your nice brushes for metallics, because metallic paints are kind of harsh. So maybe it's not so bad, you know, to keep this brush around for the rest of the mini, because it's nearly done. I mean, I still have to do the base as well, but on the base we also want to do some more harsh colors, I guess. I actually also have a little goblin guy on the base that I still want to paint. Anyway, we'll get to that. I think copper will be fine.
I have a paint called True Copper from Warpaint's Fanatic.
I don't love it, but it does look very coppery. Maybe with some proper verdigris and stuff, we can actually make it look pretty nice. Diluted it a little bit. A lot of actually going on. Well, we have some chemistry guys in the chat. AKA nerds, am I right? Yo, got him. Anyways, let's continue painting my miniature plastic soldier. Which is not a nerdy activity at all. I don't know why you would even suggest that. Okay, maybe a little bit. Chemical engineering, baby. Woo! Let's go. So you just talk about oxidation or oxidizing metals all day, right? Me too. Big oxidation guy. Oxidation. 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 That's it. Got it. This is art? It is art, yeah, but art sounds a little pretentious sometimes. Okay. I think I'll keep it pretty dark. Yeah, so wildwood should be a fine color. It's because of the valence electrons, right? Remember that last time when we had the valence electrons and like they electroned so hard that like the valence didn't even know what's going on anymore? Relatable. I love that moment. Yeah, big fan. I'll dilute this with a tiny touch of water. I think we lost Loco. Oh. I don't even know why you would suggest that. I'm a bit of an electron expert myself. That's why I like electrons, man, because they make up everything. Not too bad. Add a little bit of color variety to the wood. Let me see. Okay, I think we'll aim for like a solid base coat on the copper first. And I would like to try and make it kind of dented and dirty. Yeah, so we'll just do like another coat of this. I don't want it to be too shiny. Right now it'll be very shiny. But obviously, these are goblins. I would imagine their weapon is not like perfectly clean and perfectly maintained. Although I don't want to make any assumptions about goblin culture. I've just got the vibe that they probably wouldn't. Don't want to goblin shame anybody. Okay, just gotta make sure that it's dry before we proceed. I have to wipe a little part off with my finger. Yeah, sometimes the surprising blow dry is nice. Don't discriminate against goblins, Loco. They know how to care for their weapons. All right, all right. I didn't mean to. I just thought it'd be fun. I mean, there's many stories of like orcs capturing or at least threatening to capture the world, you know what I mean? But you rarely hear similar stories about goblins. But maybe they work a little bit more in the shadows. Yeah, maybe they're more underground. Exactly. Maybe goblins let the orcs take the blame. Oh, shit, dude. They know that humans are just gonna assume all greenskins are the same. Smart. Okay, we'll let that dry as well for a moment. I'll add a little bit of highlighting to the wood. Mix a little bit of wildwood into the base coat color, which is Carrick stone. I'll try to kind of work in little thin lines. Kind of liking this playlist, by the way. This is the same playlist as last time around. It's good. I do, Novo, yes. I'm gonna start doing a little bit of shading. Gonna hit it one more time with the blow dryer. I wanna do a little bit of shading on the copper and then also on the handle. We can trade a little bit of shade. I want to shade it with some good old Agrex Earth Shade. We'll start with some Agrex at least. I may go a bit darker than this. So I want this mostly in like all of the recess bits. Any part basically that has a little bit of depth to it. So for example, these little rivets. And any of the shaded areas.
There we go. Just build it up.
Blowtorch ASMR. That was Laurent's hairdryer actually.
Not a blowtorch, Master Tom.
I will have you guys know, by the way, that the theft of the hairdryer has been successful. We have since gotten a new hairdryer. Yeah, we got him, boys. We have a permanent hairdryer upstairs. Rating your girlfriend's, like, for example, right, her, I don't know, like her makeup drawer or whatever, very effective as well. Although I have heard that the overlap between girlfriend and Warhammer painting is pretty low. So I don't know.
You really want to try Warhammer painting, but you don't know what to get, especially something that's good for beginners.
There are like beginner sets that like Games Workshop sells specifically. Those are considered to be pretty good starting points across the board. However, that's also gonna be the best value that you will ever get out of any Games Workshop product ever. Like you can buy like a little starter set that gives you a couple of miniatures and a handful of paints, and they'll include like a brush and whatnot.
The only thing is that
Anything you buy after that is gonna be more expensive. Basically, the first hit isn't even free. Although they do have like free miniatures too, actually, if you go to like a shop. You can get like, generally speaking, they have like a free miniature of the month. Which is kind of cool, actually. Maybe that's actually the best place to go. If you have like a local, like Warhammer shop, it might not be a bad way to get into the hobby. There's also a lot of YouTube content out there for people that want to like give it a try for the first time. I think what you can do is maybe look at like a YouTube video and try to follow along with what they do. If you search like first Warhammer miniature painting or whatever, there's a lot of YouTube channels out there that will have a similar like premise, right? Like they'll have a lot of like similar content for that sort of stuff, and they will generally show you exactly what paint to use and what kind of stuff you have, but ultimately a lot of it is also trial and error. But I've learned a lot on the internet. The internet is pretty good for that sort of thing.
that's the thing, you don't think you have one in your location?
Fair enough, yeah. I didn't go to a Warhammer shop either to like get started. I just looked at YouTube videos primarily.
You can also ask people on stream, which really helps.
Yeah, we have had a couple of professional painters drop by over the year, which is nice. Certainly makes it a little bit easier.
Loco, when faced with any life problem? Yes! You guys are better than an AI, okay? You're better than Google and better than an artificial intelligence, at least for now, Manadar. You are not replaced yet. Now, I can't tell for what it's gonna be like in, like, say, 5 years from now, but for the time being... Where should I buy the models if my local area doesn't have any resellers?
I buy everything online. I buy everything online. Generally speaking, all of the official Games Workshop shops, yes. Generally speaking, they're more expensive anyway. A lot of the online retailers will have like,
I don't know, 10, 20-ish%
discount. In the Netherlands, I don't generally buy anything from Amazon for mini painting, but it depends on where you live. We have a lot of other stores though.
Kids unironically narrate their life to chat. I hope you're aware of the brain rot that you're contributing to.
Oh no. Wait, what do kids do? How does this work, Prometheus? Do kids narrate their life even when they're not streaming? Chat, is this real? Yo, Prometheus, or other guys in the chat, is this real? Yeah, I do know that using the word chat is like an actual thing.
You had clients in session that be like, what do you think, chat?
And you were chat, I guess?
Damn.
I'm sorry for making society a worse place, Prometheus. It wasn't my goal. It was mostly a byproduct.
Yo, Lansky, thank you for 23 months.
It is interesting, because
Chat is kind of like, it's not even a third person perspective. It's a fourth person perspective, Prometheus. We're not talking in the first person. It really is like a fourth perspective. As in like the general the general knowledge of guys in the chat. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a little bit more recess shading on the weapon. A little bit of wildwood, which is what I used as well for the wood. Focusing it a lot around the rivets. And any of the darkest spots.
It's really interesting perspective, but also just commonly heard language is so easily incorporated.
I guess so, yeah.
I didn't actually know this until a few days ago, but apparently the word Riz started in like Kai CNET's friends group. Like they were just using the word Riz on stream. And then apparently it kind of caught on.
I had no idea that that started on a random Twitch stream.
This is the moaning track that someone complained about on Saturday.
And Vizzy mentioned that there was moaning in this track, yeah. I think he was just hearing things. No, maybe there is. So this is also going to be a very dark paint, right? To like really take the shading up a notch and turn down the shine. The bottom of the weapon is not as important to me.
Oh, it was actually the last track? Oh, well, I didn't even hear it that time either. MRTs are so cool. My doctor has never seen so many fissures and hairline fractures without the bone breaking. Damn, program?
Hype, maybe? Hype that your accident could have been worse? Woo! Woo, yeah, let's go, woo!
Hope you're doing better though, dude. It's been a little while now.
I shouldn't have a lot. Wait,
I streamed Saturdays, it was fun.
Didn't stream yesterday though. Yesterday was my brother-in-law's birthday. And we spent pretty much all of the afternoon there. And then it was evening time. In the morning I played some RuneScape while Loran was sleeping in.
And in the evening time I played more RuneScape. Sports hurt?
Other than that, you're okay? Nice. I mixed a little bit of silver into the copper over here. Trying to use that to make the edges a little bit shinier. There we go. And probably also actually around the actual cutting edge over here. I don't really know what type of weapon this is, man. It's like a weapon that Dothraki use in Game of Thrones. Are goblins the same as Dothrakis? Because they're the horse lords. These guys are riding squigs, but I mean,
it's for cutting herbs? Ah, okay, okay.
RuneScape definitely counts hours played. Yeah, it does. I'm gonna add a couple of little scraggly lines, I think, onto the cutting edge of the blade. I may shade them a little bit, but
Little thin markings like that.
Don't need a ton, I don't think, but I guess we kind of started going all the way around. I think I gotta shade all of it down. This is a bit too intense. Just shade all over it. Kind of make it stand out a bit more. Okay. And I'll use a couple of small dots, I think, or maybe a couple of small thin lines of the pure silver.
It's a very shiny paint though, so I gotta be a little careful about that, but...
I wonder if it's too shiny. I'll mix a little bit of copper in, because this paint is so freaking overpowering. Couple of little dots. It's supposed to be what's, you know, the sharpest section of the blade.
Okay. And I think to tie it all in with the actual miniature, we should add a little bit of verdigris.
I'm trying to think though what the best colors for like adding verdigris would be.
What do you guys think?
I think some shades of like a bluish green would probably work, right? Green would kind of be nice though with the current colors that I have. I do have like... Yeah, I think I'll just take a couple of greenish tones. I will just dilute it down and add it to like the most recessed sections, just to add a little bit of color in. I have some greenish tones from the skin here on my palette as it is. So I think we'll start with those, and then if I don't like it, we can change it. But I'm mostly just planning on stippling this in. And any of the parts where like liquid would accumulate, right? So for example, around this screw, we can add a little bit of green. And I'll try to take this a couple of steps brighter with a couple of other colors in a moment, but just kind of just run it in. Don't want it to be too controlled.
I should add a spinach
To his teeth. What's going on, Ravi? How are you doing, dude? Thank you for your great addition.
Is this too much, you think?
We can always cover it up again. I'll add a little bit as well to the bottom of the blade. I mean, there's a lot of little spots here where the water could accumulate, right? And just kind of hang out. Don't feel like any of this is too crazy. I'm gonna go a bunch brighter.
Thank you, Kiwi.
I'm trying to add a little bit of color back into the mini. So I'm gonna keep this within the previous step. Very thin down again. Only on like the larger sections.
I should add reflections. Well, I don't think it's that shiny, right? If this was like a pure metallic sword or whatever, like an iron sword, then maybe, but I feel like it's not too shiny.
I don't really have any like OSL lining on it at the moment, or on the whole mini as it is at the moment, so.
Yeah, I could add some.
This is more like a bluish
You? Is this too much, you think? I wonder if it's a bit too much.
I could always mellow it out a bunch, but. Yeah, I think I'll have to. No, I don't think I'm gonna add too many reflections. I don't think we really need that. It could be fun, but... Okay, I think I may come back to this part later. Best sometimes to just step away from it for a moment and see what it looks like when it's fully dry.
What time is it? I feel like we've been kind of cruising so far, man.
Honestly, not bad progress for like only this short amount of time of painting. Let's do a little bit as well on the actual clothing of the squig. So just using pure black, and we'll base coat the whole thing. It was already black. I already base coated it with this exact same color before, but some of the parts can have a little bit of a tidy up because it did spill just a bit.
What's up, Mickey?
My goblin brings all the boys to the stream. Okay, a little bit as well at the bottom, it seems. Don't paint the squig by accident here. That would be annoying. I honestly didn't spill too much this time around. Huh.
Let me see, what did I use? I don't know if I ever wrote this down. For my other goblins. I think I used some like purplish hues on the other goblins. Like on the cloak. The clothes have a little bit of purple in them. I think it looks kind of cool. Ooh, that was my thumb.
Trying to think if maybe I should do a different tone for this one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it pretty similar. Maybe we should add a little bit of like a reddish hue for this one though. So we have a little bit of color variety.
Just a tad. So I added a tiny touch of red in there.
We'll still do some sharper highlights with different tones of gray, but I think red might be kind of good here, mostly because we have like grayish colors on the other side, which kind of looks a bit bluish, like a bit of a bluish hue. And obviously that mini is red, like that squig is red. So maybe we can kind of tie it all together if we do the opposite over here. So this one can be blue squig, reddish ropes, and then the other one's a red squig with bluish ropes. Very subtle though, but it might tie it all together a little bit. Thinking about the contrast. So I'm mostly just placing this where the light would hit. So you can see that it's a little bit of a reddish hue, staying just out of the recesses. Which is convenient too, because some of the recesses are kind of difficult to paint here.
Very subtle.
And a little bit of water. It's more of like a brown hue, I suppose. Second coat now on all the parts that would catch the light the most. Dude, this goblin has been cruising. I feel like I just started.
But it's been coming along reasonably well. Can you see the red in the ropes?
Kind of hard to see, right? I think it's noticeable though. We could add more red to it.
So I want to have the contrast between these two. So the guys on the right have a little bit of like a purplish bluish hue, and then the guy on the left has a little bit of a reddish hue. That's the idea.
I think I'm gonna add in a touch more red for the brightest spots. So I'll just mix in a little bit more red. And then we'll get to the gray highlighting too, so it's not gonna be too red, but mostly just a brownish color, I suppose.
Yeah. You're watching your stream the last few days. What's going on, Tayden? You're new to mini painting and you're wondering how long it takes to finish this miniature. I don't know exactly how many hours it's been. But I'm guessing 35, 40, like between like 35, 45 hours, something like that. It's been a while. That includes the other squig as well. Maybe more like 30? I don't know. I'm not really timing it so much because I'm not trying to be fast. I'm just trying to have fun, right? So, but it does take a while to finish, yeah. And sometimes I paint sections of a mini and I don't like it, so I go over it again. So I kind of, you know, quote unquote waste time, but it's all about trying to get better. As a painter, I mean. That's the ultimate end result for every mini. Trying to improve as a painter. I feel like I've become quite a bit better actually with this mini. It's been time well spent. This base coat was, for this particular mini, was black. And then I sprayed it with some wolf gray with the airbrush. Mostly just to get some quicker colors in there. Actually need to go back to some pure black. I'll dilute a lot of the black down. And add a little bit of that back again in the most recessed parts. Glazing with just black. Oh, there's still a lot to improve on, man, with mini painting. But I appreciate the compliment. There's always more. It's all relative. Okay. Gonna add some sharper highlights with a very dark gray. What's up, Lena? Yeah, there's always room for improvement. That's for sure. With anything you do, though. Some careful edge highlighting. How many minis have I painted? Ooh, quite a few at this point. I don't know exactly the number. A lot of the first ones I painted though were quick. Or quick-ish. I don't know exactly the number.
The majority of the ones I've painted though are up on my YouTube channels if you're interested. Specifically youtube.com/moreloca.
I started painting early last year.
Not too long ago, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things. Still loving it though, man, it's great. Try not to hit his nose from this angle.
Really been trying to find things I could call as a hobby.
Oh, you're trying to figure out what you enjoy doing? Yeah, this is definitely something I could recommend as a hobby. I think it's fun to try new things in general. And this is definitely one of those things that you might enjoy. Or you might hate it. I've heard very similar stories. You know, some people that give it a shot and absolutely hate it. And other people that pick it up and realize they enjoy it quite a bit. For me, I've been kind of like all my hobbies over the years. I feel were all computer related. Like all my hobbies were like on the PC. And this is something a little bit more tactile, you know, like something a little bit more physical. Still very nerdy though. You really want to give it a try when you have the money for it? Yeah, fair enough. It's not the cheapest hobby out there, that's for sure. Far from the most expensive one though.
Your hobby is studying?
You think university has ruined you? Oof. Well, learning new stuff is fun. In a way, I do a lot of studying when it comes to mini painting.
Does that work?
There's a lot of color theory and a lot of like things that you can learn from other people.
Okay, so I added a little bit of an Ashen Gray highlight. I think this one's gonna be like a 50 hour, 40 to 50 hours each bound. Something like that. Together with the other miniature, I mean, like the whole thing. It takes a little while. Okay, we're gonna go one step brighter in gray. Yeah, I mess up a little bit less with this mini, Mickey. I think that's a big difference. I spend a lot of time fixing mistakes. Fixing mistakes. You know, when you're painting the same part 7 times, it's pretty time intensive. Hey, Infested Zerg. Thank you so much. Welcome back. A long time. I do look at some of the reference images, especially of other people that have painted the exact same mini. The one that I really like for this particular one is from Infernal Brush. If you Google like Infernal Brush Mangler Squigs, I've pulled it up a couple times on stream while painting this guy, but it's just insane. Some of the top tier painters are mental. Add some sharp lines here and there. Yeah, they have a couple decades of painting experience on me, right? Just keep painting. Nah, it's not a competition. But it's good to see what's possible, you know? I don't think the sky has really been reached yet, man. People still get better at mini painting, it seems. Which is quite impressive. What's up, Shiny? Hey, thank you, Mickey. Gonna begin wrapping up for today with the mini painting. We'll get to some gaming in a moment. Just want to try and finish the clothes here. Or at least be reasonably happy with them for now. I may have to go back in and try it again, or improve on it a little bit more later.
But I don't really want these goblins to be the main focus of the mini anyway. Plus, I feel about ready to wrap this project up, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long one. But the end is in sight, you know? Nah, I think it's all practice. I think talent with practically everything is overrated. No, I only got started with Warhammer in general like a year and a half ago, Cap. I was not familiar with the lore or anything. Like, I had played some of the games, but I didn't really understand the story.
I understand it a little bit better now. Ooh, you're getting your wisdom tooth removed tomorrow? Oof.
Good luck with that, man. Not fun. But when is a medical procedure fun? I'm glad mine are out though. In hindsight, I don't remember much enjoying, or I remember not really looking forward to the procedure much, but.
Glad it was done in the end. You have one that's almost sideways?
Ah, okay. I had mine removed at Tegoy, shiny. There is a surgeon there. I don't know if you're going to the same place, but there's a surgeon there that helped me. Who? You're going to the same place? Dude, if you have the same surgeon,
he was a fan of StarCraft. Like, he asked what I did for a living,
and I mentioned I was a StarCraft 2 commentator. And he's like, StarCraft? I used to play that back in the 90s.
and he kept talking to me about StarCraft, but obviously I can't, like, you know, you're open with your mouth and they you know, they numb the hell out of you. So you can't really talk. You can't just kind of like, like that's the only noise you can really make. Maybe you'll get to go to the StarCraft doctor. He was nice. He seemed to know what he was doing. Yeah, dude, he asked me, dude, I remember this at the very end. I've mentioned this before on stream, but whatever. He asked me at the very end, right after the procedure was done, and obviously you gotta keep in mind, this is a doctor who like removes probably about a half dozen wisdom teeth every day. Like, this is just complete routine for him, right? Easy peasy.
Not even a complex situation at all. He asked me at the end of the procedure if I could maybe write down the name of my YouTube channel on a piece of paper. And he handed me a piece of paper and a pen, and I was so shaky. I was so shaky. I couldn't I was so glad the fucking procedure was done, I couldn't fucking write, man. Never have I ever written the name Loco TV in such an ugly way. Adrenaline levels were very high. I couldn't write. He was kind of chill though, because he kept narrating what he was doing. I think it was for me, but I don't know, you know, obviously there was like another person in the room, right? Maybe it was for them. But it was kind of interesting to learn. Yeah, he was literally commentating his job. But they put this thing over your head so you can't really see. Okay. Yeah, maybe he had a learning student. Here we are, chat. I think I just kind of quickly painted the little goblin guy. I may have to get a little bit more of like a refined line on some of these sections over here, but I don't think we need to go much brighter on the clothes. I always like it whenever doctors narrate what they do. Or whenever there's like a learner, like a student in the room as well. They always ask if you're like okay with that. I'm always like, yes, please. My ENT doctor especially gets very excited. I only have a partial eardrum in one of my ears because of previous operations. So you can actually like visibly see the little bones and the stuff that is behind your eardrum. Like at the right angle, you can actually see them. So it's very common that whenever I go to the ENT, they have like a student in the room at the same time. Because, you know, you can actually see the whole mechanism apparently without having to like look at a textbook image. Apparently I make for an excellent teaching case with my ear. How nice. Yeah. That procedure they have done to remove part of my eardrum is not really done anymore. So there's not that many folks out there that can give you the details, you know? It's considered quite a crude operation in 2025. Anyway, what's done is done, I suppose. Yeah. They used to use corpses back in the day, now they just call me. I've already donated my body to science before death. How sick. But only for like a half hour or so. Yeah, they've made a lot of advances over the last couple decades. Okay.
Little goblin guy is good enough for now. I may go back to him at a later time. But we've done a little bit of his clothing. We've done the skin. We've done the weapon today. We've done the shaft of the weapon.
Do you think the clothes need to be highlighted further? I kept them pretty dark.
What do you guys think? Do we need to have more highlighting on the little goblins? On the clothes of the little goblins? Is it too dark? It might be a bit too dark. Yeah, does it look underpainted? I guess that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
I need a larger painting palette, dude. This is what happens when I'm painting a bunch of different colors in one stream.
I literally have no space.
They sell a larger version of this palette, but I'm too cheap. I'll try and add a little bit more red to it. Especially on the bright side. So this is the lighter side of the miniature. Nice, got some on the ear. Yeah, we can add a little bit more of a reddish hue in some of these sections. It's kind of nice actually. When you paint super grayscale like this, you can just kind of add very thin coats of whatever color and kind of tint it. And some of the, like only a very small amount of the paint obviously will stay on the mini with this level of thickness, but you can kind of tune the colors a little bit. Okay, I'll get back to it at a later time.
Still have a couple of little details on this guy that we need to do, such as the metallic chain, and then the part that he holds onto right over there. The horn, obviously, we can't forget about the horn. But we're slowly getting there. There's also some of the details here at the bottom.
Yeah, I'll have to paint the cloak a little bit more, but we'll do that next time. Alrighty, I'm gonna go clean my brushes, and then we'll do a little bit of StarCrafting. So I've been painting up the two MANGLER SQUIGS, and they are very nearly done. And I didn't really feel like painting them today. I mean, it's been quite a few hours so far. I've got the red one, I've got the blue one.
They're gonna be glued together. I still have some small details that are left to be done on the both of them, but they're gonna be glued on top of one another. So the red one is gonna be on top of the blue one, kind of like so, together onto this particular base that I ended up making like 2 months ago at this point. This entire project has taken its fair time. I made some rock-looking debris, I suppose. I glued on some dirt in between as well, and then I primed it all in black. This, by the way, that I have glued it onto is a old moisturizer, like, lid for a bottle that Lauren had. She was about to throw it away, and I saw it, and I realized, you know what? That looks like a fantastic way to make a bit of a plinth. So I've drilled a couple of tiny holes into it. You can kind of see 3 little holes. Those are the spots where I will be gluing on one of the squigs. I want to keep the rim, I think, black. But yeah, obviously the rest of all these things need to be a little bit of a different color. And I figured this would be kind of fun today. I didn't really feel like painting too much. At least not all of the small detail work. And this should be something that will be, you know, we can just smear some paint around, you know? Yeah, we also have to paint the little guy. I do have a tiny little guy. That one was included in the MANGLER squig box. And obviously the entire story of this mini is that, well, there's a bunch of goblins that are trying desperately to keep these squigs under control. But apparently the squigs kind of have an idea of their own. So I want to make the rocks gray. And I'll try to run a little bit of like dirt, like a brownish color as well in between some of the sections. We'll use some dry brushes and stuff, which is gonna be fun.
When the sub-streak is just lol, 101 months and we just keep going.
Thank you, bro.
Also, cat hair on black hoodie is just cat owner things kek.
Yeah, no, I have cat hair. Like at this point, I've kind of given up, man. If you see me with cat hair on my clothes, that's my life. I have a lot of those like lint rollers that kind of like remove some of it some of the time. But I swear to God, I sit down literally anywhere and immediately there's going to be cat hair again. There's always cat hair. This is one of the downsides, I guess, of having long-haired cats. Although even with short-haired cats, there's still gonna be cat hair everywhere. I don't even know, dude. They're not that big, but for some reason, they still leave behind an awful lot of hair, it seems. Hey, but thank you so much for the 101 months. That is very generous of you. A 101 month streak as well. Yeah. But I wear a lot of black clothes, and I have we have 2 cats. One mostly drops dark hair. Toby, however, has a very bright coat. Well, his undercoat, not so much, but like all of the top hairs and stuff, the ones that he drops the most, those are all nice and white. Yeah, it's like nice and silver. The nice thing about painting terrain though, or like a base like this, is that we don't have to be too precise. At the very least, I don't feel like it. Maybe at some point, I'll go back and adjust some of it, but I kind of feel like we can kind of just smear some paint around, and I'll use some washes, and we'll add a little bit of variety as well with a dry brush. But across the board, this should be a little bit more manageable. So we'll add a base coat to all of the rocks for now, and then we'll do some of the dirt as well. Maybe tidy some of it up. A couple of washes would be nice. I actually made these rocks following a video tutorial. You remember like maybe some of that elementary school clay that you used to play with that you would have to bake in the oven? Basically, I did some of that. And then I kind of folded it up like you would like when you make like a croissant, where it's like loads of little layers. And then after it came out of the oven while it was still hot, I tore it into little pieces, and we get these like rock looking thingies. And I think they look pretty realistic. Where we have loads of like little layers upon layers upon layers. And it was kind of a fun little project. I actually really liked it. Definitely can recommend. It was a video by Infernal Brush, if I'm not mistaken. You can probably find it if you Google it, but it's nice
it's a nice little technique.
To create some unique terrain.
Good chance I'm accidentally gonna forget some of these rocks as well, so we'll just have to be quite careful with it. I don't actually want it to be too uniform, because if it's gonna be too uniform, I think it will be quite bland. It's okay if some of the black primer still shows through. Not a problem at all. Just trying to jam a little bit of paint in all of those little recesses. This is an old brush, by the way. Because for this type of painting, you don't want to be using nice brushes. This is a brush that I bought, and that just like, as soon as I took it out of the packaging, it already had a shitty tip. I was like, well, apparently I got unlucky. Apparently that happens sometimes. Absolute jebaited. Maybe I could have reached out to customer support, but...
That base coat will look a lot better when it's a little dry.
Oh yeah, it will look better. So we're gonna apply some washes on top of it, which is gonna automatically settle in all of the recesses. And then we're gonna also do some dry brushing all over it too for some highlights. And I think dry brushing is probably the best way to do this, because it's just such a big piece. And again, like, you kind of want it to be a little bit random. And dry brushing kind of forces you to like be a little bit more random, it seems. Because like humans are not very good at doing things randomly. Like even when we try to do something random, it still creates a weird pattern. Plus this is supposed to be like a natural thing, right? So the dirt and the rocks and everything can mingle. It's fine. We'll add a little bit of an extra coat in some spots. Some of the rocks have kind of like broken off over here. I always like painting these type of things though, because it's nice and, you know, after like many hours of painting something very small, it kind of feels like we can do something a little bit quicker. And just kind of jam a brush around and still create something that will look nice, hopefully, at least in theory. But also something that will be a little bit more
forgiving, so to say.
Little guy is standing on the edge of a rock, which I figured would be really fun. Hope you're all having a nice day, guys. I had a thing this morning at 11 that I would love to share with you, but I can't yet. But we got some pretty exciting projects coming up that I think many of you are gonna like as well. Hopefully. I can probably share it in about a month or two. That is all I'm gonna say.
You've been drinking since 11? Oh no.
Everything okay, Weebuck? Okay. I think I'm gonna do a color for the dry brush, as well as for the shade that I plan on using. Probably just some good old Agrex. I feel like Agrex is perfect for this sort of thing. But I think I'm just gonna do the same color for both. So it'll be kinda uniform, hopefully. I'll do a pretty muted brown as well. I don't really want the base to stand out too much. The minis are very bright in colors, at least for my norm, so... Oh, no, I didn't actually post on Discord that I'm live. Thank you for reminding me. The bot has been broken for a while. I don't know what the problem is. Hello, I've been live, but I forgot to share it. Discord.gg/LocoTV, guys. Yeah, we used to have a bot announcing it, but now the bot doesn't, I don't know, for some reason doesn't work. My bad, my bad. Thank you for reminding me, though. So, sometimes I am a human. And I forget things. Most of the time I try not to be a human, but it's kind of tough. Because, you know. What's going on, Round? Another stream? Of course. You sound surprised. Another one? Streamers that are actually consistent with their schedules? What? Didn't think that was legal. Didn't know that that was allowed. Okay, let's do a little bit of brown and we can see what it looks like. So I went with a pretty muted brown, which I think will be okay. You weren't expecting more than one at a time? Wait. Wait, did I already announce on Discord? No, I didn't. I thought for a second that I did a double announcement just now. We'll do the rim of the base at some later time, right? So it's okay for me to spill over for now. Just gotta make sure I don't get any texture on there. I mean, not at a later time, but I mean, I'm not gonna go out of my way to keep it safe. Although maybe I could do, I could use some like painter's tape, I guess. Wonder if that's necessary. Just to like protect the topmost part of the rim. You got an email notification that you went live? Ah, I see. Imagine being, wait, imagine using email? Wait a second. What do people use if it's not email? You want me to fucking post it on Snapchat that I'm going live? Like, what is the Zoomer equivalent of email? Dude, what's really crazy to me is apparently even using things like WhatsApp, which is like completely the norm for messaging in the Netherlands. Apparently that is even kind of like a boomer thing. Like young people in the Netherlands mostly communicate apparently through Snapchat. Which is pretty wild, because I remember Snapchat being popular like in like 2013, and then it kind of completely lost traction everywhere. And then magically it's once more made a bit of a return. And now it's huge again. Like, Snapchat is absolutely massive. which I find very curious. Because it kind of felt like it was like going the way of like, I don't know, Facebook, you know?
Apparently not.
You only ever use WhatsApp to text your family? Yeah, AKA old people. Right? If you want to actually reach friends or people in your age bracket, Snapchat is probably the way to go. Which is very curious. I feel like, by the way, with this so far, we kind of have to trust the process. I think I'm doing this correctly. Even though it currently looks a little questionable. Your work uses an app called Rainbow? I've never heard of Rainbow. Yeah, isn't it all Slack and Teams?
Rainbow is like a corporate copy of Discord.
Ah, okay. So it's basically Slack. Is Slack still a thing? Slack is still popular, right? I don't have a real job, chat. Please educate me. My job is very fake.
I thought Slack was the industry standard, but... How are you gonna paint that goblin's eyes if yesterday's eyes were small?
I think these are about the same size. The goblins are about as... No, the goblins are a little bit bigger, like the ones on the back, but we can make it work, I think. Probably. But first we'll do, we'll use the big brush work, because there's a good chance I'll accidentally hit the little goblin if I am not careful. And I'd rather just paint the goblin later. Do the rough work now and then.
Slack has issues when Microsoft bundled Team with Office. My work wouldn't pay for the extra product. Ah, okay, I see.
So Slack is not as big anymore. It's all Teams. Like people have mostly switched over to Teams. Or maybe it's mostly like America that uses, like it's a little early for American viewers. Maybe Slack is mostly in the US? I don't know.
What's up, Fiolka?
How's the Horus Heresy reading coming along? So I restarted a few months ago. And I am back right now on book 5. I decided to go very, like I'm following along with a bit of a different reading order rather than like continue down the same road, because there's apparently some shitty books up at some point. And I found this like recommended reading list on Reddit. Like basically somebody did like a full analysis of the order in which you can best read the books. I was like, you know what? I kind of feel like starting again at the very beginning. Now that I kind of understand what was going on. Even though I think I now have read Horus Rising like 3 times in like a year. It's a pretty short book too, right? So it's not really that long to do, but... yeah, I kind of felt like I needed to have a little bit more back knowledge. So I believe after book 5, which that Reddit user lists as an optional book, I think it goes straight to the first Heretic, which is like book 14. So, something like that. And rather than like doing them in like chronological order, it's doing them in like full storylines. So basically the way that the books work is they come out obviously chronologically from like 1 to like 50 or whatever. but then it flips and switches between the different stories all the time. And I would like to just follow one storyline all the way through until the very end, I think. I figured it'd be fun.
Maybe I'll hate it.
No, it goes back again to Legion. It goes back again to Legion, which is like 8 or 7 or so, at a later time. Basically, it follows through like all of the books of the Alpha Legion in one go. Because Legion is a fantastic book. And it also has like a couple of 40k books in the mix as well. So like it doesn't actually start with Horus Rising as the very first book of the series, but it starts with like a book from the Hanzo trilogy, or what is it, Hansu trilogy. And then it also recommends another one too. Like it's kind of neat. So far I'm really liking it, but maybe I'll regret it, I don't know. We can always go back and forth, right? Like a lot of the books in the Horus Heresy, you just can kind of read in whatever order you like.
The Horus Heresy is mostly Space Marine stories.
So, very few orcs. Man, this is a song straight from my childhood. Back in the 1920s, before the Great Depression. Ah, the good old days.
Oh, there's a lot of Xenos, Degno.
But it's mostly about a lot of murdering offset Xenos. And not really from the Xenos perspective so much.
Do you think this is gonna be a little bit too muted? I think it's fine, right? It'll be a pretty dark base across the board, but I think it's fine. You went to Warhammer World last week? Yo! How was that? That's in Nottingham, right?
I've never been. I would love to, though. Sounds really fun.
It was quite mind-blowing.
Nice. Echo Soldier actually mentioned he went there like a month ago. Not even a month. Maybe 3-4 weeks, at most.
Unfortunately, the Horus Heresy expedition was closed. In the last hall, there's a massive exhibition containing
5,500 miniatures? Damn. Do they like say all of the box art miniatures that are painted for the box art? I was wondering what they do with those. I'm guessing they put those in like one of those exhibitions? It's really the only thing that makes sense. May as well put them on display.
They're there as well?
Dang, that would be sick. I would love to see some of them.
That sounds really fun. Was the Emperor also there?
Yep. His golden throne on Terra is actually in Nottingham, in England. It's crazy, man. Not a lot of people know that. That's where James Workshop lives. The founder of Games Workshop. But I'm also kind of reading a bunch of other books at the same time. It all goes a little slow. I read the first Law books, like the first trilogy, years ago. And I was recently talking to Wardy. And Wardy said that like the second trilogy of the first Law books is even better than the first one. And I remember I really liked the first one, but I didn't really remember many of the characters. So I've been slowly rereading that one as well.
Highly recommend it, dude. You haven't read a book in a while? You need to be in the mood?
I think First Law. So First Law is one of the very few series of books that I really enjoyed. That's like a 5 out of 5 type of series, but it is very grim and it is very dark.
So you have to be in the mood for grimdark or
Ramuko, but it's a banger.
Like, I think the second book in that series is literally called Before They Are Hanged.
I believe that's the second book of the first trilogy. It's a very lovely thing.
You remember books for a long time? Ah, okay. Yeah, I tend to listen to books, and when you listen to audiobooks, you can definitely like follow along, but it's a little more difficult to grasp all the details. So it's kind of fun to just kind of reread them. I really don't mind.
But I also really like rereading books in general, though. I know some people absolutely hate it and they think it's insane, but I don't really mind rereading. Okay, I think it is time for an all-over wash. That's gonna take a little while to dry. So I'm gonna do a little bit of Agrex Earthshade, which is a brown wash, which is hopefully going to settle in all of the nice little recessed bits. And I think I wanna use a nice big brush for it, because we need to make sure that I have my largest brush over here, dude. Look at the absolute chonker of a brush.
This is a size 3 right over here, which is what I've been using so far. Here's the brush I did the eyeballs of the miniature with yesterday. I always like the comparison.
What's up, Agaring? I'm doing a little bit of base painting today. This is gonna take a little while to dry though. So that'll give me a bit of a moment, I guess, to paint. Actually, I'm just gonna do this all over. I wanna make sure that I cover the whole thing, but it will give me a moment to maybe paint some of the other details. These are very runny paints, so they will automatically run into the little crevices and all of the little nooks and crannies over here, which is exactly what we need. Because if it runs into the recesses, then the majority of the pigment is going to settle there, and it's automatically going to darken everything down, which is exactly what we're looking for. Should be fine at the very least.
Just got a 8 out of 2 or 8 out of 10 for your
Studies? Yo, what are you studying? Also, nerd. I thought we had a zesjescultuur in the Netherlands. God. Are you like the teacher's pet or something? Jeez, bro. In the Netherlands, people give each other a hard time when you get good grades. These rock formations I actually made myself. So I followed along, I talked about it earlier, but I followed along with a YouTube tutorial. And I used some of that like clay that you may have used as well when you were a kid, that you bake in the oven. And basically it mixes that together with some milliput into like a very flat roll, like a flat, almost like a rectangle. And then you fold it up, kind of like you would if you were to make a croissant. So you get all of these little layers, and then you bake it in the oven for a little bit. And then after you take it out, I mean, obviously you gotta let it cool down for a few minutes, but after you take it out, before it's like fully hard, before it's fully, like when it cools down, it gets hard, you tear it into little pieces. And this was actually a really fun little project. It was very cheap, like the paint is, or the what's it called? The clay itself is like 30 cents. Fun little DIY project. I wasn't really sure where to use it though, because some of the pieces were quite large, but I think for this type of mini it kind of works.
You're doing a part-time study of 4 years into learning and development in organizations?
Ah, okay, sick. That's awesome, man. Okay, did we get it all over? I think we must have, right?
Yeah, the rocks are gonna look a little bit better once we add some highlight to it. You're 100% the teacher's pet. You get called to explain all the time and do your homework and whatnot? Dang. I feel like it's a little different when you're an adult though. As a high schooler, you have to worry about your, image and, what other people think of you. It's a little different when you're a bit older. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit of color onto the base. I think I'll just let it dry, honestly, a couple minutes. May as well. And then we'll do a little bit of dry brushing. So I want to do at least two, I think at least like 2 dry brushes. So I want to start with a little bit of this. A pretty pale color. Just get a little bit of variety in there. And then I think we'll go quite a bit brighter with some Tyrant Skull as well. Whatever, dork, give me $1 or I'll spit on you. Gary is gonna beat you up, bro. Get him, Gary. Do we use the blow dryer? Is it okay to use the blow dryer for washes like this? I think it'll be fine. A little gentle blow dry, chat. I'll go for a gentle blow dry. Rather than like full blast, I'll use a little bit of distance as well. Enjoy. This is gonna be our, this is the best moment of the stream. Should I mute my microphone? Maybe I should. Will I mute my microphone? No.
Okay. We'll let it air dry for a couple minutes as well. Maybe I should actually start with a bit of an overbrush of like the base colors that I used here. So we'll start with a little bit of a gray overbrush. Or maybe actually a brown. I feel like a brown would probably work a little bit better. You got the tingles? Welcome to my ASMR stream. All right, so we're gonna use a little bit of a dry brush. The idea is that basically we work a little bit of paint into the bristles, and then we basically just try to wipe the vast majority of it off. And then we just kind of go all over. So I don't want the brush to be actually like fully dry. I feel like that's bait. Just doing the absolute smallest amount of moisture in the brush. And I'm working it like into the bristles on like a bit of a dry palette. And I will try to just brush it all over. And what's gonna happen is that like all of the raised edges on the base here should catch some of the paint. I don't really want it to be too strong though, so I'll just wipe a little bit more off. You can kind of go around in circles as well. And we can repeat this a whole lot of times and basically build up a little bit of color variety. But because there's only very little paint on the brush, only like the raised edges are going to catch some of it. Which is kind of the goal. Bring it all together a little bit. A little bit more paint. Can be a little bit aggressive with this one, I think. We'll have to be a little bit more gentle with the brighter colors, but just like when we do highlighting on the Mini in general, I want to start with some stronger highlights and then use the brighter colors a little bit more sparingly. This kind of feels like a cheat though, I'm not gonna lie. Like there's people out there that are like painting a base for hours and hours and hours. Look. See how much detail that builds up? It's kind of sick, no? Like how much work was that? Just one little pass. And we'll go a little bit brighter. Okay. So I'll go with a little bit of Reckart Flesh. So I'm going for pretty warm tones. The way that the Mini works is like we have like a layer, right? So this would be the bottom layer, then on top of that is the blue squig, and then on top of that is the red squig. So I'm trying to do some warm-ish colors over here, so it's like warm, warm, cold, warm. I think that'd be fun. I did the same thing on the colors of the... What are they called? The little goblins. Absolute tiny amount of water in. Oh shit. No. I accidentally touched the side of the paint there before I went in. Well, that's unlucky. I didn't pay attention. one very bright rock.
We'll mellow it down.
No, it's okay, it's okay. We can darken the whole thing down, easy peasy. Okay. Gonna add a little bit more Agrax on top of it again. We'll add it to some of the other places too. Now I do want to add some shrubs and whatnot to it as well. So maybe it'd be kind of nice to add some like greens and whatnot to some of these parts as well. A little bit of green in all of the dirt. Might be fun, might be kind of fun. I will add the shrubs though after gluing down the minis, which I'm not gonna be able to do today. And I don't think I want to do that on stream anyway,
because that's stressful.
Let's see, if I want to do little bits of green,
A contrast paint would probably be kind of good for this. Like Militarum green. This is a pretty... You have to shake the shit out of it though. Look how much separation there is. Luckily, I've got a lot of experience with this motion, so I can shake it really well. Years of practice led up to this. Hell yeah, brother.
okay. Good enough. I think I'm gonna dab this mostly into some of the dirt. So we'll go a little bit brighter, of course, still, but... Oh, absolutely. Make it look a little bit mossy. And obviously, the goblins themselves are also green. So we can bring that color back a little too. Should be fun. I'm just kind of freestyling this whole thing, by the way. I'm not really planning anything.
Yeah, a little bit of lichen.
Got some very classy music playing, dude. Holy crap. I feel very sophisticated, even though I'm painting toy soldiers. Not too shabby though. Feels like elevator music. I'm a big fan of elevator music. Yo, lizard!
I can't wait for the flowers. That is going to be one of the rim jobs of all
What?
time. Such a huge rim, if I say so myself.
Why did Brian replace the first time you said rim job with the word flowers, but then when you made it plural, he's like, nah, that's fine. We've replaced happy words or bad words with happy words. We'll just, thank you for the resub, man. The plural is what threw him off. God. You're not wrong though, it's a giant rim. It'll be a big job. Yeah, Brian is a little bit random sometimes. Replace happy words or bad words with happy words, but apparently when you make it plural, he's like, nah, don't care. I sleep. Surely no one would abuse that. That's okay, man. You can use the text-to-speech bot anytime you like, chat. I will wipe my tears with your money. I will be like, oh no! But then actually I'm thinking, oh yes. Oh no, please don't use the text-to-speech bot. Oh no. What a terrible thing that would be. So for a second, the little guy had come loose. Need a little bit more paint. And we can build this up as much as we like. What does it look like, Chet? Does it look like a nice base? Don't think it's too bad. good on, Louis? Your weekly dose of Loco tripod grip?
I don't even know what that means, but I'll take it, dude. Sounds like a compliment to me. It might not be, though. You guys wouldn't just say something that would be considered inappropriate, no? Nah, that never happens. Yo, have a good one, Ramuko. I'll add a little bit more green, I think. Dilute it down with a little bit of water. Mostly where I painted it previously. But a little less. Okay.
Not bad.
I may want to add a little bit of color variety to the rocks. We could maybe do that with some non-oil or something. Just make them a little less brownish. But it's not too bad as it is, right? I think we can work with this as it is. A little bit of non-oil.
Yo, what's going on, Echo?
How are you doing today, dude? What about like an iron vein? You mean on the base? I don't even know what that would look like. I don't really want to draw too much attention to the base though. I'm keeping it pretty mellow. Just trying to kill a little bit of the brown hue right now on the rocks. Adding a little bit of a black wash, but we can kind of like run it all over. Doesn't have to be too precise. Add just a little bit of definition, a little bit of color variety. Rather than like the whole brownish hue everywhere we look.
Am I finishing the squigs today? I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish them today, no. But I'm trying to see if I can maybe get them done this week.
We've come quite far, but I still have a couple of small details that need to be painted, and obviously we also need to do the terrifying thing of gluing it together. Okay.
Yo, Louis.
The tripod grip is a grip using 3 fingers of the hand, the thumb, index and middle fingers. A child typically develops this grip around the age of 3 or 4.
Ah. Well, thank you very much, Louis. I feel wiser already. Where would I be without it? Yeah, I'm trying to finish it before flying out to... so we can work on a brand new project after the StarCraft 2 World Cup. Okay, let's paint the little guy. I need to make sure he has a decent base coat. So we're going in with the Skarsnik green. This is going to be a little bit less spready. A little bit less wipey all over. Gotta be a bit more precise with this. Although for the base coat, we can be nice and quick. Obviously, I want to make sure that I don't goop up any of the details. You know what? This guy is incredibly small. Holy crap, I didn't quite realize how tiny these details would be. Yeah, he's absolutely minuscule. This guy is putting the miniature in the word miniature. Ay. He has a couple of little details too, it seems. I haven't actually really paid attention to him, but he's got a little bit of cloth around his waist. And then what looks like a little bit of like a... He's got like a loincloth as well. Holy crap. Yeah, this guy is very small. Okay. It's gonna take a couple of coats before we get a strong base coat on it. But the rocks are looking pretty good, right? Like the base itself, it's a bit shiny at the moment. Not too bad. But I think that looks kind of nice. Maybe he's wearing a G-string? Yeah. I got my first real G-string. Oh, wait, no, that's 6-string. Anyways. Yeah, this is gonna take the G-string off 69. Now I need this to be a nice strong base coat though. Back in the summer of 69. Oh yeah. Coat number 2. 1, 2, Polizei, 3, 4, Brigadier. God, my German's so good. It's insane. I think my paint is a little too runny. Yeah. Painting Skarsnik green, which is the name of this color. Don't know why it's called Skarsnik green, but anyways, over a black primer is kind of ass. The paint itself is a nice, like, hue, but the coverage is not. I mean, to be fair, bad coverage is very useful in other aspects of painting. But for basing like this, for base coating, it's not optimal. Okay. Skarsnik is an old world greenskin leader? Ah, okay. Yeah, I'll follow the same steps as I did yesterday on the other little goblin. So that one turned out to be quite good. I have his, like that skin looked kind of cool, right? But for size comparison, this is like an extra level down. This is doing wonders for my thumb fetish. Yo, what? Free content on the internet, and all I'm being is, I'm just getting sexualized everywhere I go. Ay, ay, ay. Can't believe it. Subscribe to my OnlyThumbs. Do you also paint 40K miniatures? I do have some 40K miniatures too, yeah. Here's one I painted earlier this year. Lionel Johnson. I also painted a Flesh Terror a couple months ago. More like Lion W. Johnson. Hey. Do I take commissions? Yo! You seeing this, Garing? Holy crap. No one's ever asked me for commission work before. Now we get 2 in 2 days? How about 30K? I do have a Horus Heresy Dreadnought that I painted. Look at the little guy, having a good time in there. I don't currently do commission work. I mean, I'm not against it per se. I just kind of feel like, you know, my entire goal with this is just to have fun and to learn like a new thing. I'm not sure about like monetizing it in the sense of like doing commission work, but... You did ask for the Outer Wild spaceship? Ah, yeah, no, some folks have asked, but nothing like Warhammer related, I guess. It's always hard to gauge like how serious people are, though. What's going on, Invisi? Hey, it's a big compliment, though, guys. I do appreciate it. Oh, when I look back now, summer seems to last forever. Paint me like one of your Warhammer miniatures? Dude, that's hot. I don't even know if Leonardo can paint. Do I take commissions on not singing? Yes. It'll be 1 sub, and I will not sing. Fucking got 'em, boys. Jibaited. Summer seems to last forever. Ah. Too late, karaoke night's over. No more karaoke.
Mr. Shine has not enjoyed it. What about this, Mr. Shine? Thank you, by the way. I surprised you with that one, right? Yeah. The hairdryer sounds better? Yo, that's kind of toxic. Maybe this was just not my genre to sing, you know? All right, I think that's good enough for base coating. I want to add a little bit of a shadow color to it all. This is what I used on the other guy. I'll do a bit of a mix because I'm a little afraid that this is going to be too strong. I should be in a choir? I should be, you're right. Absolutely. One of those where they, no! No, not a castrato one. No, hold up. I think it's too late for that already. You may not tell, but my voice actually is not as high as it used to be when I was a child. I know it may be hard to tell though. Maybe I'll go through a second puberty soon. I've heard of streamers that get a second puberty, so you know. It's not entirely unprecedented. We don't castrate people anymore? No, we don't. It's considered messed up. Who would have thought? People being rude today? Yeah, it's okay, Visper. So I've got a very watered down paint. I'll take a very small amount on my brush. I'll kind of just try to work this into some of the recesses. Today's a great day though, chat. I can't tell you why, but I can tell you today has been a great day. Not gonna be able to bring me down. GG boys. And girls. And everybody in between. If you're gonna insult Loco, make sure to attach a $100 bill. No, I'm cheap, dude. $100? That seems a bit extreme. I guess it's easier to just kind of wash this all over. And then we'll relayer some of it. Just kind of leave this in all of the recess bits. Voice actor here, Loco. Your voice is absolutely fine. You're an actual voice actor? That's pretty cool. I used to sing a lot actually on stream. If you've been watching for a long time, you may remember the days. And then at some point, the copyright police showed up. And we could no longer play music on stream without getting in legal trouble. So now I don't anymore, but I used to do a lot.
Yeah. Andy Serkis in the chat?
There are more voice actors than just Andy Serkis, I think. I would like to do voice acting work. I feel like it'd be really fun. If anybody needs a weird English accent with a Dutch, you know. I've done some basic voiceover work in Dutch, but I mean, that's, you know, it's a little different.
I guess I've done my, I've done my
voice back in StarCraft 2. I think that one's pretty cool. Are you guys talking about some anime or some VTuber stuff? I don't even know what those organizations are. I wouldn't want to join an organization, bro. I really enjoy being independent, gamers. On this stream, I'm not really dependent on anybody. Like any organization, I mean. As a content creator, being dependent on one organization is extremely unreliable. I've only heard horror scenarios over the years. Are these his bare ass cheeks? I think they are. A little bit of goblin ass. Goblin up that ass, you know? Okay, wait, no, hold up.
Anyways, yeah, there's a little bit of cheek. I am reliant on YouTube and on Twitch, yes. I don't believe they're going anywhere. But yeah, that's true. But there's a lot of like people in similar positions as myself that are like reliant on, I don't know, like event organizers to give them gigs or whatever. And while that can be an absolute blast and it can work out really well, it is also not a very easy transferable kind of job, you know? Like, it's not a very transferable skill. It's kind of difficult. Or sponsorships. A lot of content creators are like financially dependent on sponsorships. I'm very glad I'm not. I keep blowing, man. I can't stop blowing today. I'm not shy to admit it.
Okay, smaller brush. A little bit of relayering. Trying to think of where the light source comes from, which is obviously the top. So we'll try and glaze a little bit in that direction.
Get a little bit of a transition going here.
Yeah, bro is absolutely minuscule. I think I want the darkness really just inside of the middle of the middle of the back. Using some very thinned down paints here so we can create some reasonably smooth transitions. Brighten up his ass cheeks.
Yeah.
He's got some very large limbs. Sadly, his foot is not as defined as his legs are, or his fingers. So his foot is, like this front foot is a little bit messy. Don't know why. Seems like it's just part of the sculpt. Happens sometimes. It's good on Smiley drums. Okay, we'll do another little coat with a little bit more highlighting. Same color. Some little hair. Okay, I got it. These paint layers are so thin, they basically dry immediately.
He's naked.
He's got a loincloth. Being naked is totally acceptable in goblin society, okay? Don't impose your human standards on this silly little greenskin guy. Jeez, dude.
Everybody in this chat is dirty. You're right, Hester. You're actually right.
My Twitch chat is filthy. But they knew that already. Even before you mentioned it.
You bathed yesterday?
Okay, let's add a little bit of that fleshy color too.
To add a little bit of variety, just like I did yesterday, a little bit of Carrick Stone
Mixed into the green to highlight it some. Only need a very small amount.
I'll mix in a little bit of the green
And then we'll use it pure in a moment. Still thin down a bunch.
Hey, Freshenomics! Thank you so much!
Tier 3 resubscription. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Glad you still enjoy enough. That is very generous of you. So I'm trying to add these little fleshy bits, these little yellowy tones to like some of the knuckles and the tops and the ears, that sort of thing. Elbow. Top of the nose, maybe. Add a little bit more definition to it. I think it looks nice. Same for the lip.
Yo, what's up, Mickey?
Okay. Gonna have to paint some of the smallest details though. Like, for example, the eyes. Let's give it a shot. I'll do some Blood Angels red actually. It might be a bit easier than the Mephiston red I was using yesterday, because this paint is a little bit more runny by default. Okay. Gotta get it into the eye socket. Then we gotta add some pupils as well. Might take a couple of coats of this. What about painting the loincloth red as well? Using a bit of a contrast paint here. Mostly because it will probably help a bit with some of the shading. Without me needing 17 different layers. Because this thing is so freaking small. It's kind of difficult to get my brush in here. Okay. Good enough. It's a very strong red contrast paint. So even though this is not over a very bright base coat, usually contrast paints you do over white or gray or like a yellowy type of tone. I think this green is going to be good enough. Whew, okay.
Just hold your breath. Your loincloth matches your eyes.
Yeah, they're literally the same color. Goblin society is wild, dude. Now he also has a little cord around his waist. I don't know who decided to make that. Or who decided to sculpt that onto the miniature. I guess I'll use some of the gray that I used on the base as well. But my god, it's so small. A little bit of fluff. Got it. Do you think loincloth should become fashionable again?
The freedom, dude. Just walk around, ass cheeks out, just a little bit of cloth. Cover your junk. Most people can't pull it off. Yeah. If your gut is too big and it like covers up most of your loincloth, it's I guess not ideal. Or maybe it is. Loincloth stream when? I don't know, dude. I don't know what the Twitch rules say. Actually, I do know what they say. They say you have to be appropriately dressed. Yeah, whatever that means. Whoa, whoa, Zeekhart, you're looking at other recommended streams? My eyes are up here, buddy. Can't believe this. Very toxic behavior. Okay. Same for the teeth. I'll base coat the teeth as well with the same color. And I will brighten them up. Actually, no, I'll brighten them, or I'll base coat them with some of the Carrick stone. Which is what I used on the other guy too. I was thinking, what did I use yesterday? This may be the tiniest thing I've ever painted, man. Holy crap. He's only got like 4 teeth. I'm not even joking. I think he's literally got 4 teeth. They only sculpted 4 teeth on him. Oh, that's kind of funny. I didn't notice.
Okay. Gotta add a little bit of non-oil. What's up, Tychus? Poor little goblin, he's only got 3 teeth. Yeah, it's not ideal. I'll try and run a little bit of the non-oil as well onto the red details. And then also the cord around his waist. So this is just an easy way to get some shading onto it all, because I don't know if I'm gonna be reliably able to actually paint it as you normally would. And I'll also add some of this non-oil to his teeth, just to shade the recesses before we highlight the whole thing. Can also shade some of these little parts over here. Like, for example, the eye socket. Little dimple on the chin, maybe. His weird little club foot over here, because for some reason it doesn't have a whole lot of toes. I guess something is just kind of messed up with the shading. His ass cheeks. A little recess over here in the middle of the back. Tidy some of it up a little bit. Okay. All that's left to do now is the eyeballs, the pupils that is, and the teeth. Can we get away without painting the pupils? Probably, but let's make it difficult. Yo, what's up, Lena? Love your minis, but the very heavy dry brush contrast on the base ain't that cool. Yeah, you don't like the dry brushed effect? I quite like it. It's a bit glossy at the moment. Maybe that's what's throwing you off a bit. We'll make it matte.
Low wave low VU RR underscore U RR underscore. Happy to see you online. Hugging U RR underscore.
Thank you, Mr. Thort. Okay. Tiny little pupil to celebrate Thor's resub. Woo!
Nailed it. I mean, here's the size of my thumbnail. This entire little guy is about the size of my fucking thumbnail. It's very, very, very small.
Thank you, Thort. I just want to add a little bit of a brighter couple of spots on the teeth. And then I think we apply a bit of a varnish and we should be good. Glad you still enjoy Thort. Okay. Why is the little guy so tiny? I don't know, dude. Yo, what's up, Brusick? Happy birthday, dude. Hope all is well. You joined just in time. We are going to be doing the most important part of this miniature. It is time for the rim job. Now I do want to create a little bit of, like the rim is very big, but I want to kind of carry some of the rim a little bit up towards the base. At the very bottom, so I kind of want to change a little bit over here. Yeah. Make it kind of look like it's part of the whole thing. I wonder what it's gonna look like with the dry, or with the varnish. Probably best, honestly, to varnish it with the airbrush here. You're officially old? 30? Nah. Don't know if that's considered old. Okay, let's take out the big brush and just coat the whole side in black. It's gonna be kind of difficult to keep track of where I have been and where I haven't been, but well, I can actually kind of see it. a nice black rim job. Nothing quite like it if you ask me. I'm using AK black, so AK 3rd generation black or whatever it's called. And it's extremely black. It's a very nice paint actually. All of the AK paints I've used so far are very nice. Haven't used that many, admittedly. Okay, let's hit it with the blow dryer real quick. See what it looks like. May need to do a second coat of it. But I think the base is looking pretty good. Yeah, we do need a second coat. You can kind of see the brush strokes actually. I didn't think you were going to be able to see the brush strokes like that. You look at that, yeah. You can actually just straight up see it. Don't know if that will go away if I add more layers. I guess we'll find out. Maybe I have to use a roller or something, I don't know. Maybe I need to speed it up a little bit more. So we can kind of blend the two sections into one another. Maybe it'll go away with a varnish. I don't know. So many questions, so little knowledge, so much to learn. Yo, with us, 94 months? Holy crap, dude. Thank you very much. With us was like, yo, this rim job, that's it. I'm pressing the button. This is my moment. Thank you very much. Understandable, by the way, might I add. "94 months, by the way. Is that a 60, 72, 84? No, not quite, not quite. We're getting there, though. Yeah, it's a very large rim. It's a big job. It's a big job, but you know, sometimes a big job is what it takes. Okay. One of the things I still need to go ahead and do, and then I'm gonna be wrapping it up, is varnish this. Now I have varnished all of the other minis in full ultra matte. I think I'll do this one in ultra matte too, but I may actually cover the final section of the mini. Like when I glue everything together, I may actually do like a secondary varnish that's a little bit more glossy. Because I think it'll probably look a little bit better overall. But I think the easiest way to varnish this one is with the airbrush. Let me see. I will put on a little glove so I don't get it on my fingers too much. This is why you couldn't be a painter. It's because you suck at rim jobs. It's a matter of practice, dude. You can learn how to rim properly. You know the rim job is serious when it involves a hairdryer and an airbrush. All right, here's my good old friend, the cardboard box. Making an appearance on stream again. Boom. It's an acquired taste. Dude, if you don't rim your miniatures, they just look unfinished. I would say that rimming is actually an essential part of the whole organization at the end. I sometimes see YouTube videos or like, I don't know, Reddit pictures of people that haven't done the rim job. It's terrible. Okay. Got a little bit of ultra matte varnish. And I've got a little bit of airbrush. Boom. It'll just look like a cheap plastic base if you don't do the rim. Yeah. Like all memes aside, you gotta paint the rim, whether you like it or not. Don't actually need to dilute this really. I'll add like a drop or two of airbrush medium, just because we can. There we go. And then we'll add a little bit as well of this ultra matte varnish into the thing. Okay, that should be more than enough. Yeah, the rim was already airbrushed, but this is a varnish, just to like keep the entire thing. Just mixing the two things together. Squeezing the tip and then letting it bubble. Come on, man. I know I can. Oh, well. You gotta wear a glove when you squeeze the tip, though. Just for protection. Okay. Little bursts of varnish all over. And I'll just spray it until I'm out. Okay, cool. Just putting this down for a second so it can't tip over. Because the problem is if you now touch it, for example, it's gonna get a nice little fingerprint on it, which is not ideal. So we'll let it dry for a second, then I'll have to clean the airbrush, but I mean, it should be very easy. I have a little bit of airbrush cleaner. And a little bit of water. We'll start with a little bit of cleaner, which is basically just a little a solution that helps clean out the entire thing. should get a smaller glove. Yeah, these gloves are ass. I got these gloves from like a regular shop, and they were very cheap, and I found out why they were very cheap. This hobby looks expensive. It depends. You were flexing drinking alcohol today, Weebuck. I save a lot of money not by drinking alcohol, you know. Alcohol is real expensive. Alrighty, you approve? It's your day off? Hey, you're judging me. You can do whatever you like. I don't care. Toxic. Oh. They hated Loco because he spoke the truth. All right. So here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to smooth out the rim. I'm not sure exactly what the best way of doing it is. Because we can still see a little bit of that line over there. May just have to take a huge brush, dude. Just one fell swoop all around the sides. Still have a little bit of shine. It still needs to dry a little bit more. But this is not too bad. What do we think of the mini guy? Little mini bro. Little mini bro has got a hair on his fingers. Ay, 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 ay. Bro, I'm gonna fucking break off his hand. Oh, I got it. I got it. Yeah, I don't like this line. This line is garbage. Hate that line. Honestly, may have to use like a little roller, which is kind of nuts, but I wonder if that would be better. Like a little roller, go all the way around, one coat. This is the first time I'm ever doing something with a plinth like this. I guess I'm learning. Maybe I should have taped it off, so we could have just, you know, I could do it vertically? A 1-inch brush? Yeah, I could do a flat brush, I guess. I have some flat brushes somewhere from oil painting. That would make it a little easier. Anyhow, good little bit of progress. Took about 2 hours to paint this base. Didn't take too long. And I think it's looking pretty good. Somebody in chat was saying they didn't really like the look of the base too much. The dry brushing at the very least. I quite like it, personally. Would it not be easier to paint it with an airbrush before you do the rest of the base? Maybe that's what I should do, actually. Like cover off the top section and just paint it around it with an airbrush. It's just that the highlights don't look too natural. I mean, we can mute some of the colors, right? Like we can make some of the colors look different when the mini is on there. So these two guys are gonna get stacked on top of one another. So you can kind of see the scale we're talking about. They are gonna cover the majority of it as it is. Like these guys are large. At least relative to the base. So I think it's gonna look pretty fun. Yeah. There's still a couple of details though on these squigs that I'll have to paint before I can glue them all together. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I should like make sure that we like put some tape around the outside and then just use the airbrush to paint the rim instead. I think that's probably the most reliable way to do it. It would be at least the smoothest way of doing it. A little bit of a pain though. I may lose some of the highlights, but I guess that's okay. We can easily reapply some of it. Right. Whoa. All right. There you go. That's my most manly voice. All right. The base is looking pretty good. Not yet finished, but pretty good. It's all coming together. Look at it, chat. We have all the separate parts of the miniature, at least to a reasonable standard now. I have the blue squig right over here. I've got the red squig right over there. I have painted the base. I think the base is also looking pretty nice. There's a little dude right on top of it. And I also painted the chains. I did these off stream, mostly just because it was a little bit annoying. I used like an airbrush to like get the base coat on, and then I used a wash and stuff. We still have to do some finishing touches. But ultimately, this is all gonna get glued together. Now, I can't really glue it all together yet. Let me actually move this out of the way, just so I don't accidentally get splashes of paint on it. I can't glue it together yet, because I still have a couple of parts on this bad boy that need to be finished up. Most notably, the horn. And whatever the rider is holding. I did try to get a little bit of a base coat in some of the other chains. But yeah, we have some small details that I need to go ahead and get done before we actually paint or glue everything rather together. Is this gonna be a huffing glue stream? I don't know if I'm brave enough to glue this together on stream, dude. It's honestly gonna be kind of finicky. I'm a little concerned for gluing it together. So the way that this attaches is with that chain, mostly for structural integrity. It's a little bit finicky. You see this little notch on the goblin. You see this little thing that's like on my fingertip? This thing right over here slots into this little hole on the foot. So these have to be glued together, and then I have to wrap that chain around and make sure that it attaches properly at the bottom of that thing, as well as the bottom of this thing. And it's going to be a bit finicky, especially because I probably can't use plastic glue. I'm gonna have to use super glue. And super glue in general is not as nice to work with because it doesn't have as much, you know, working time. So it's gonna be a little bit tedious. But anyways, we'll start by painting the horn. I should ask for permission to touch its horn. I've already done that. I've already, you know, we're doing that off stream, Gogarius. I'm gonna go ahead and base coat it again. I'm gonna just basically go through all of the steps that I took for the teeth. So that's these 4 paints. And yeah, we'll see what it looks like. I'm just gonna go ahead and get them onto my palette. But yeah, painting this or gluing this together is gonna be a little bit annoying, I think. A second pair of hands would be very useful, especially if I could grow them out of my own body. But as far as I know, I don't have that option. I have decided, by the way, what mini we're gonna be painting next. We're going back to a little bit of Nurgle. A little bit of Nurgling. Okay, let me get a little bit of water. And we'll start by base coating the horn. And then we'll work it up towards, well, the tip. I want it to be darker near the bottom and brighter near the top. Just like the teeth. I was thinking maybe doing it in reverse, but no, I think it'll look nicer. Plus it's probably made out of, you know, like I think horns on like rhinos and stuff are probably similar material as teeth, right? Isn't it all like, I think so. Not that it really matters all too much, but. Other than that today, we have a bunch of other stuff to do on stream too. I've got a series of Terran versus Protoss that I would like to check out, which will be the final series I'm gonna go out and cast before the EWC, which is next week. And then also, I'm gonna be playing in a show match against Neuro, a best of 5 series, in Zero Space. And then I would also like to play a little bit of RuneScape if we have time. Now they're playing the matches for the Zero Space thing in order. And they estimate it's gonna be about an hour in between, like for each series. So basically I think I'm playing against Neuro as like the 4th or like the 5th series of the day. So if somebody would like to help me keep an eye out on the Zero Space live stream, which I believe is starting up in like an hour or 2, that would be very useful. I mean, I'm sure they would come over to shout at me if I'm late, but I prefer not being late in the first place, if that makes any sense. Oh, I didn't actually do a Discord ping. Echo, could you maybe, I don't know if Echo Steel is still here. Echo, could you maybe ping the Discord? At everyone to tell people that I'm live. I'm a little bit rushed today. So many things to do. So many things to take care of. I forgot. Echo! Echo! Can we all mention at Echo Steel just to confuse him when he does come back? Fine, I'll do it myself. Oh, dude. Oh, Gabe did it? Gabe, you absolute legend. I didn't realize Gabe was here too. Thank you, Gabe. Gay got Chad Gabe is how they know him. Did you know that? Fun fact. They were considering Gabe for the new Superman role. They decided ultimately to go with somebody else, but it was a close call. Just got that natural aura, you know what I mean? And the Lukes, don't forget about the Lukes. Steroid free, eh? It's pretty incredible. How does he do it? People always ask Gabe, like, hey, does it get tiring? Being that attractive? Having that many skills? Being so good at things? It's gotta be tough. Okay, we'll have to wait until that is dry, which is gonna take a couple minutes. In the meantime, I think I could also get a little bit of paint on my palette for maybe some of the leathery details over here that bro is holding. I'm not sure exactly what he even is holding. It's like some weird reins, I guess. I'll just keep those pretty simple because they're very hard to see anyway. And I don't really want them to take away, like I don't really want to take away any of the, or any of the attention away from the other details, you know? I don't think it has to be too fancy anyway. You missed the painting of the chain? Oh, I quickly did that off stream. I still have to do some little bits of highlighting here and there to it. But I think as a starting point, it's not too bad, right? Added a little bit of brass and a little bit of steel. I'll go with like a Rhinox hide, which is a pretty dang dark
brown. Try to get it over here without spilling onto the blue. Little goblin man himself is kind of in the way for this. Honestly, we could probably just not even highlight it. It's kind of impossible to see anyway. The horn does have to be clean though. I think I'll use the same as well on the little, I don't know, he's like holding it, I guess. The reins, I guess, would be the correct name. There's a little cord over here. Try to leave the black in the recesses. A little bit of variety here. I'll have to get some tiny, small amounts of metallics here too, to paint like the nail and stuff. There's a little nail that he's holding on to. Or I guess it's like kind of hammered into the back of the squig. Must have hurt. Very tricky to see. There's a couple of other small metallic details around the miniature too. Like a bunch of studs around the waist and whatnot, like these. I still have to paint those. Okay. The horn is nice and dry again. So we'll do another little coat towards the tip. Starting a little bit higher up. Trying to make sure that we deposit the majority of the pigment on the tip. Try to brighten it all up a little bit. Okay. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the blue. Especially the face. I think the face is cool. But obviously this horn in the middle of his face is a big part of it, right? So we gotta make sure it's good. Where's my coffee? Oh, here it is. Don't dip your brush in, no. Don't dip your brush in the coffee. We have paint water in a cup, and then we have coffee in a cup. Important not to confuse the two, as easy as it is. I would like to mellow out a couple of these little darkish lines over here. Try and unify all of this a little bit. I painted this last stream, or last painting stream anyway. Yeah, I only have time to paint for about an hour, I think, if I want to be able to do all of the things that I wanted to do today. So we have to get a little bit of painting on, you know? Don't want to rush it though. It is totally fine if I complete it after the EWC, and we may very well need to. But that's okay. I just kind of have had in my head that I could finish it up before the EWC, you know? And that one's, I'm traveling on Sunday. So we have today, and I can only paint for about an hour today, and then tomorrow too. I think I can paint a little bit more tomorrow. Is it decaf coffee? No.
I'm gonna mix in a little bit of this brighter color now into the previous color for the horn. Still add quite a lot of water. Try to work it to a nice little transition. The more, well, little layers we do, the smoother it's going to look. I can leave it a little darker though. I think it's actually totally fine if we leave it like a little bit darker than the teeth. I think I'll try and highlight a little bit of this. I'll mix a little bit of these browns together to highlight some of these little details. On the letter over here, for example, I can kind of follow along with this, this little edge. Got a little bit of color variety to it. Same for the actual reins. I think that's what they're called. The rigging? Is it called rigging? I don't know. Something is called rigging, yeah. At the very least, that's an accurate statement. I don't know what I'm talking about, dude. I know nothing about riding animals. May come as a big surprise to you guys, but I don't know anything about such things. Yeah.
In the rodeo it is, I'm not sure that would class.
Okay, I see. Are rodeos still a thing? I haven't heard about rodeos in ages. I'm guessing in certain areas it still is a thing, huh? Okay, let's try and smooth it out a little bit. They 100% are in Australia? Really? I've never liked the idea of rodeos. I don't really know anything about it, but it seems pretty shitty.
Think it might be called a harness? Well, yeah. I think it's the reins. He's holding the reins over here. I have to try and base coat all of these little tiny details as well, which is gonna be quite something. Let me try and grab a bit of a smaller, shittier brush. This one is kind of okay. This one is shittier. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna add a little bit of metallic paint onto the palette too. I wanna make sure that I don't really get too much of the metallic flakes in my painting water. We'll go with a little bit of good old lead bilger. What would it be called in Dutch? I have no idea. There's many words that I do not know the word for in Dutch.
I think a harness is more what goes around the animal and not what like the rider of an animal holds onto. But I might be wrong. I will base coat these little things as well, but I don't want them to be this color in the end. Gotta be real careful with applying this paint. Because obviously I don't want the shiny metallic flakes to cover any of the blue. I will make these more of like a brassy color. Yeah, I did get most of the brush stripes out of the base. I used an airbrush on it, and I think it's quite a bit smoother now. I think when we apply a varnish on it, it'll look pretty great. It's a lot less noticeable though, that's for sure, which is ultimately what we're going for. That was a little bit annoying, because obviously I used the airbrush, but I can't be brushing straight onto all of the other little details, you know what I mean? So I can't like... I should have done that in a different order. I had to airbrush in the most careful way possible on a pretty large section of the mini. We get to work on a little bit of brush control here, it seems. What's going on, Louis? The tripod grip? Is that what I'm doing? Is that what this is called? I'm just trying to let it lean in the palm of my hand. Just to create maximum stability, you know? I clasp my hands together as much as I can. Elbows on the table. Just so we are as stable as possible. When I'm doing this sort of thing, I'm even making sure I'm like solid in my seat and like feet planted on the floor. It sounds a bit silly, but you gotta be as stable as possible. Don't want to be rocking and accidentally, you know, slash a bunch of bright silver paint all over the blue. Like that would really suck. It's fixable, don't get me wrong, but it would really suck because it's a big time save if you don't have to fix shit. And sometimes for really small details, we do all of that and then also hold my breath. Or slowly breathe out, which supposedly makes you more stable than just holding your breath. Anyway. You've seen people get paid for painting figures with less skill than this? You also get paid for low quality work? I've been painting minis for about 1.5 years now. And I kind of love it. I'll have to add some of these colors back again to these things too. Just going to really focus on the tips primarily, any of the raised details. Doesn't have to be too much. Yeah, this has become a little bit of an obsession of mine though, painting Warhammer minis. It's, there is so much information to consume on the internet about miniature painting. So many great content creators in particular that just are more than happy to share all of they know. And I don't know, it's been an absolute blast. I've been really liking getting like better at something that I couldn't really do before, if that makes sense. Like I'm really enjoying the progression over time. There's still a lot to learn though, but I've definitely gotten a lot better in the last year. And ultimately, it's one of those like repetition things, right? Especially stuff like this, like brush control. A lot of it comes down to how much pressure you put on the brush. And like that's the type of like hand and wrist and arm and, you know, finger movement that I think you only get from painting. Like there's only so much you can do from like learning in a video or whatever. But it's fun. It's fun, I like it. But yeah, there's people out there that do commission work, absolutely. The thing about commission work though, is that it has to be done quickly, right? Like, not a lot of people are down to pay for 50 hours of work. Loco, how dare you say it comes down to practice? The reason I'm bad at mini painting is just because I'm not naturally talented. Ay, ay, ay. Talent is so overrated. But I'm also just kind of loving the process, you know? I don't think I would, if I'm just results oriented, I think I would have given up a while ago because it's very easy to get demoralized. The StarCraft ladder has made me a masochist in many ways. Genuinely though, I feel like trying to get good at StarCraft taught me a lot of things about life in general, which is, it sounds really dumb. But there's a lot of failure when you try to get good at something like StarCraft. And it's very quantifiable too, you know? Like with a lot of things, it's like, well, I don't even know if I failed. But StarCraft will tell you, bro. It'll be like, yo, defeat, you fucking moron. Why didn't you just play better, you idiot? It's like, ugh. What? StarCraft was. You can learn it from many different things, I'm sure, though. But StarCraft helped me quite a bit in that department. Well, it's mostly like a long-term thinking, you know? I feel like before I started playing StarCraft, which admittedly is a long time ago, so maybe it's just part of getting older, but I treated things more like a sprint rather than like, you know, a marathon, if that makes sense. Like I wanted to get good at stuff quickly and then not really think too much about it, but you can't really get good at something like, for example, a video game. At least something like StarCraft in a week. It's not gonna happen. You went to your local Warhammer store yesterday, and I'll go there again in the next couple days to paint some minis for the first time in 15 years. Yo, nice. No, I'll get back to Oni after the EWC World. I had a lot of videos ready to go for that game on my second channel already. I think I have videos for Oni until like the end of July. I just kind of played that game a lot for the last couple weeks, so taking a small little break, but I'm not done. I'm actually really looking to salvage my frozen base. And there's still another DLC as well that I would like to check out. Okay. We'll have to shade it, but we got the chain all around. That's gonna be today, Weebuck. I'm playing my games in, I think, about 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. That's when Noro is gonna go absolutely down. He is gonna get destroyed. I'm gonna beat him so hard he's gonna cry. Now, I've only done about 2 hours of gameplay, but you know, still, my confidence is sky high. I have seen some of the units in the video game, so I feel like I have got a leg up on him, you know? He doesn't stand a chance. The only practice was with me? Well, they call you the GOAT, Grimdy, what do you mean? Everybody calls you that. Everybody. Always. He might cry from laughing. Yeah, maybe. Literally no one calls me that? Well, actually, everybody calls you that behind your back. As soon as Grimdy is out of the chat, everybody's like, yo, the GOAT was here. Everybody's just trying to act cool when you're around. Okay. Glad we got that out of the way. That's not true at all. Why are you capping? Oh, got a couple of spiky details over here too. Loco always talks about you when you're not here. It's kind of creepy, to be honest. Yeah, everybody's always like, God, Loco, jeez. Can you talk about the game you're playing? Stop talking about Grimdy. Okay, base coat on one spiky thing. There's another spiky thing on this side. I'm gonna shade these with some good old non-oil. Dude, I'm so excited for the EWC. It's gonna be so much fun. I don't know who's gonna win. Thank you, Osfa. Yeah, if you haven't seen the streams in a little bit, or you haven't watched these parts of the stream in a little bit, it may look like I've made a lot of progress quickly, but... What did you change about the harness on the butt? I think I just applied some very matte varnish on it. Like, it's less shiny now. I think that's probably the main difference. Other than that, I think I painted it all on stream. Didn't do anything too fancy.
You just want a Protoss player to win?
You really don't want to be sliding backwards when you're riding a squig, no. Terrible idea. Adding a couple little highlights here as well to this iron ball thing. These don't have to be too sharp because it's supposed to be, I mean, kind of a, whatever this thing is, right? It's just kind of a chill thing you can swing at your enemies. Nice and relaxed. Okay, and then we also actually have a tiny little spike over here. Yeah, this thing right over here that I'm also gonna have to paint. This is going to get glued into the back of that squig we were just painting, like around that same belt section. So we'll base coat it in the same way too.
What do you guys think of this chain? Does it look...
I feel like it looks kind of good on stream. I don't really love it in real life, if I'm being honest.
It looks metallic enough on stream, doesn't it?
Yeah, not too bad.
That's not metal?
It's plastic. But the fact you're asking, I guess, makes it, yeah, it's not a bad sign.
I'm just gonna rinse my brush in the sink real quick because I don't really want to contaminate my painting water. Because otherwise we get metallic flakes everywhere. It's kind of like glitter, you know? Once glitter enters your household, you're gonna find glitter for years to come. Okay, just ran it under the tap for a second. Okay, back to the horn. You finally got the glitter out of your car last year by selling the car? How did you get glitter in your car, dude?
I guess the better question is, how do you get it out of your car? Apparently by selling it. Might be the only way to do it. Someone's Christmas card? That's evil. I got a little tiny bit onto the leg over there. No! Okay. I'll just try and stipple it in with some of the original blue base coat. It'll probably be mostly gone when we apply the wash, but... Okay. Glitter is the herpes of the art supply world. Yeah. Next Home Story Cup, we're gonna get a mini painting tournament. Everyone brings their best and Loco rates them all. This is actually a very common thing in the miniature painting world, Blue Hair. You should see some of the work that people make, it's insane. I think I'm gonna glaze a little bit in the opposite direction. With a touch of the base coat color. So the gray. Try and smooth it all out a little bit. I don't know how I would ever judge something like that, though. Judging is actually one of those tricky things, right? Especially for art competitions. Because oftentimes you will have people that have done phenomenal work and they just don't get anything. And then sometimes you get people where you're like, I don't know why this ended up winning. Because it doesn't quite look as cool as some of the other projects. Yeah. Art is subjective, so you go with the guy who pays you the most. That's smart. Art shouldn't be a competition. Well, humans like competition, right? And that's kind of a thing, of course, especially with things like, for example, Warhammer painting, which is based on, you know, a tabletop game. People like competition. You guys want to see some actual high-end work? I can show you the most recent winner of Golden Demon. This stuff is mental. We went over the... Look at this shit, dude. We went over the winners and all that when they first held this competition. I mean, these pictures I don't think really do it justice. But this is insane, man. It's so freaking good. That's this Giga Chat right over here with the septum piercing. Yeah, the feathers are nuts. Just all these details are just really, really nice. The transitions are so crisp. I like the little bit of structure here on the leather. Tiny little highlights on the cord. Like, all of this is just so nice. I watched a video of this guy where he talks about this right over here. So the way that this effect is done is with a pour of like a resin. So you pour the resin in, you basically try to like encapsulate it, and then you pour the resin. Apparently it did not go entirely according to plan, and he did this like as the very last thing on the miniature. So you spent, I think he mentioned like 500 hours or so on this particular project, and then you do the pour of resin at the end, and it doesn't quite... The fucking stress, man. I don't know.
You need to be kind of mental for work like that.
Yeah, because you start work like that, but you don't know if you're gonna like, you know, you can't really aspire to win a competition with it. Like you can aspire to it, but you can't really ever say that it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Because you don't really have a ton of control over what the other entries are gonna be. I mean, I guess you could go to one of your main competitors' houses and then like burn their house down or something. But other than that, the amount of control you have is relatively small, right? So,
yeah, it's kind of nuts.
well, it's not uncommon for guys like that to like work on one project for a half year. And many of the top-end painters are, you know, full-time miniature painters. They make a living with like Patreon and maybe some commission work as well.
So maybe 500 hours isn't even entirely accurate.
Maybe that's on the low end of things.
No.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Especially because you do all the work by yourself, right? Like you just kind of work away and don't really show anybody your work for like months, and then you like, you know what I mean? Like it's takes a special type of person to be able to actually do that sort of work too.
You just kind of have to lock yourself in a basement and then
paint for months.
and then show it off, and yeah.
I'm surprised that the majority of them don't do regular live streams. I think if you win a competition like that, if you stream your content, it would actually be a very good business decision, but many of them, I guess, aren't really down for that.
Adding a little bit of non-oil to the chain. Yeah, exactly, Prometheus. It's insane.
Because I have seen a bunch as well that have like done well in prizes or in competitions or whatever, but I look at them, I'm like,
Okay, whatever. I don't care. I think most people do it to relax, and streaming, I feel like, would take away from it.
yeah, fair enough. Maybe it would feel too much like a job. Wouldn't want that. For me, it feels a bit different, I guess, because it always feels like the streaming part of the day is kind of like the relaxation part of the day in a weird way, dude. I really like streaming, but I don't quite understand when other content creators are like, yo, I don't want to do this. It's stressful. I'm like, what do you mean? Somehow YouTube streams feel more stressful to me than Twitch streams. Okay. Adding a little bit of additional shading in some of those little recesses. Yeah, YouTube streams in general are always like a little bit more, I don't know. I don't really have a good way to describe it. Like you guys did this crazy thing where you talk to me as if I'm a human. You know what I mean? But I feel like when I stream on YouTube, people talk to me as if I'm like a monkey in the zoo. And it's a little... it's the only reasonable way I can come up with to describe it. It just feels a bit strange. People are like, come on, do something, man! Like hitting the glass. Like, do something, Mr. Streamer, man! Dance for me! Sometimes I don't want to dance. Maybe throw some peanuts down? That'd be nice. It's a different vibe, that's for sure. Okay. I think I'm gonna leave the horn a little bit darker. I think it'll look nice. Let's let that dry for a minute. Yeah, the Warcraft 3 streams in particular are very backseat heavy. Ay, ay, ay. But it's also like very community based though, because I've been watching some other streams lately, especially of Soda Poppin', who's been doing a lot of RuneScape content, and it's been kind of fun to watch. But his stream is insanely backseaty. Super frustrating, man. Maybe I'm just like very sensitive to backseat gaming or some shit, I don't know. But I really fucking hate it when people tell me what to do or where to go. I will ask if I need to know, you know, but it's just, I don't know. Maybe a lot of streamers don't give a shit. I feel like most people that I know, I really don't like the backseat gaming much, but... Okay. Adding a little bit of non-oil.
Yesterday there were some weird people in the chat during the StarCraft casts?
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. What happened?
Yeah, maybe I've snapped at people in Twitch chat for too long, Crispy.
Maybe it just takes time.
Let me just go and hit it really gently with the blow dryer.
Okay.
There was a guy in the chat that asked if somebody could spot him.
Oh, that's okay. Spot him while he's lifting.
He did so several times.
What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna do some sharp highlights on the horn. Kind of an annoying angle to be painting at. Okay. A little bit of an annoying angle because I can't really properly pull the brush. So we get some slightly wiggly lines. Maybe I can use the side of the brush a little bit more. That might be better.
People were saying that they missed the Villa and it's hard to reach Grandmaster today as there was only like 200 active players.
That sounds like an Avila viewer to me.
I was gonna say, with 200 players, it doesn't sound that hard to become Grandmaster. Because all you do is just beat one of those 200. But I'm guessing Avilo has been struggling reaching Grandmaster, and that's the reasoning. Don't call out the logic. I don't know though. I haven't seen Avilo in a very long time. It's a name though that always pops up. People never forget the...
Oh, they said it isn't hard these days. Ah, okay. That's the exact opposite. I was gonna say. Sounds like copium to me, man, but... I'm gonna add a couple of highlights onto the chain, but only in the sharpest sections and the parts that would naturally catch the light a little bit more. Only like the really refined areas. Good enough. Okay. Not too shabby. The horn's coming along quite nicely. We need a couple more highlights, I think, on the horn. But the horn's looking pretty sweet compared to where it did really only just a few minutes ago. Did you know that rhino horns are actually hair? No. I did not know that. Isn't it just like a keratin? I guess that's what hair is. Am I gonna be late for the Zero Space tournament? Isn't the Zero Space tournament starting? And then I'm like not until much later? What do you mean, Sparta? I'm not starting, am I? I'm not the first match up. I think I'm like the 5th series or the 4th. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna cast some StarCraft 2 in between as well. How about that? Okay, I'm gonna go a step brighter here with the highlights. Gonna dilute it down a bunch. Very little paint on the brush. So I'm gonna keep these lines within the previous highlight. So very thin. I'm actually gonna mix in a little bit of Screaming Skull as well, which is like a beige. There's a crying cat. What do you think his problem is, Chet? I don't think you can hear him on stream, but
I'm guessing it's a closed door.
which, to be fair, is a grave injustice.
For a cat, Bobby?
Or you mean for miniature painting, I guess. Yeah, some people don't have the patience for it. Some people are crazy and like it. Some people are loco.
Idiots.
Absolute idiots. Imagine doing miniature painting. Ay, 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 ay. No, I get that. No, this is not for everybody. It's a lot of fun, though. I think we'll have to go a little bit sharper, especially on the tip. But I mean, like, just the tip, you know? So I'll get a little bit of pure Screaming Skull. Just the tip is such a tease, though. Yeah, maybe I'll do a little bit at the bottom, too.
Just look like
All the more defined sections.
okay. Just gonna hit it with the blow dryer real quick.
And then I'm gonna be switching to a little bit of StarCraft, I think. Well, I wanna do one more glaze. And we can see what it looks like when we continue onwards with it tomorrow. But I think this is good enough on the horn. I would like to just add one more little unifying glaze, I guess, all over. Maybe mix these two colors together and dilute it way down. Hey, Imperio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Glad you still enjoy.
What do you guys think if the horn is a little darker than the teeth? It's fine, right?
I don't think it's a problem. I kind of like it. You think it could be slightly lighter? No. This kind of feels like one of those things where I gotta just let it dry for a little while and then look at it again later. Because I like the way it looks right now, but maybe later on I'll disagree with myself. I could maybe brighten it up towards the tip a little bit more though.
Okay, one more quick little blow dry. Bum, 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 ba, da, ba, ba.
Well, it doesn't have to be the same color as the teeth, right? I'm just using the same colors for it, but I don't think it has to be the same color. Teeth are quite white, but
okay.
okay, I'm just gonna apply one more non-oil coat, and that's it.
I know we're on final coat number 69, but still.
I know I've been saying that it's the final coat, and then I add one more. Ma, just 5 more minutes. What's up, Rumpus? You've walked into me applying the final coat, but it's final coat number 7. Bit of a classic, really. I'm toning it a little bit down. Trying to get a nice little gradient going across. Okay.
Okay. So we've done a little bit of the metallics, and then a lot of bit on the horde,
Or on the horn rather, which I think looks pretty good. We can actually, I might glue them together today. I think I'm gonna do that off stream because it's gonna be kind of stressful and I hope I don't fuck it up, but
I think we might be able to finish the rest of the mini as one big piece.
guys, I did something yesterday after the stream. I was a little bit concerned because gluing all of the parts of the miniature together was rather sketchy. I decided to do it off stream because I'm a bit of a coward. Chat.
I am very happy with how this has come along so far. So what I did is I glued them all together. The little joints are rather small, rather difficult actually, but luckily we got the job done, which is nice. And then on the base, there's like 3 little platforms, I suppose, that are attached to. I gooped it up with some more of that texture paste that I used. And you can see that now with some of that boring brownish color. So I think the first order of business is to try and blend it all together. I've already got some of my tufts out. We'll go ahead and use some of these plastic plants just to add a little bit more variety. But first we'll try to add the dirt on, and I still have a couple of other little details that I would like to finish up too, just to add a little bit more interest across the mini, but it is very nearly done. Today I'm gonna try and see if I can finish the whole thing. And I think it's gonna be possible. I think we'll be okay. Oh, I didn't bring any paint water. All right, one sec. I need to find my paint water cup. I forgot it the other day as well. Now where did I put it? There we go, I found it. I found it. Boom. A little bit of water here. I'll put it right next to my coffee. Very important. Today I can finally paint along. Ooh, you're painting at the same time, Ventilator? What are you working on? That sounds fun. I think we'll start with a little bit of shading here. I'll grab a little bit of my Agrex and I will dab it around the base. Also in the parts we've already painted. I had to change the camera angle a little bit, by the way, because it didn't fit in the frame. Mini is too big. I will do another layer of black, I think, on the actual outside of the plinth. So I'm not really too concerned with getting some of it all over. So I'm just gonna dab this all over the place, just to add a little bit of shading. Just like what we did last time around. Just mostly really to try and blend these newer parts and the older parts together. I also kind of stippled it around a little bit of the other places here. I will give it a nice little dry brush. Add some tufts to it, and honestly, I think that'll be the base pretty much good to go. Don't really need to do a whole lot more to it. It'll be nice and chill. You're finishing up your Molly Fox crew? Ooh, that does not ring a bell at all. Actually, did you mention that one last time? Maybe you did mention that one last time already too. And I may have mentioned the exact same thing, that it did not ring a bell for me, but somebody was painting something at the same time while I was painting on stream too, not too long ago. And it had a similar name. Dominator engine for the next painting project? Nope. I have decided on the next painting project, but I'll show you guys a little later. Let's try and finish this guy first. I'm gonna try and actually paint like a proper display piece. Like this thing is already, you know, in my mind a proper display piece, but I'm gonna try and do a little bit of a smaller one. Paint it to the absolute best I can. That'll be the next project. This one is definitely the nicest thing I've ever painted though. And I'd like to see if I can maybe replicate some of it on a smaller miniature.
It's gonna take a little bit to dry, so we'll apply this nice and early. So I can actually do some of the other little detail. Did you look through all the models they showed off? Yeah, I did see the new releases. This morning? That was last night, dude. Time zones are crazy. Yeah, I did see the stuff they released, or they announced at the very least at like the summer thingamajig. That was that one Raven Guard model that I really like the look of. Other than that, I think I have plenty of miniatures to go ahead and paint. I mean, the tempo is high, man, at Games Workshop. They keep releasing new stuff every 3 days, it seems. I never even know that those streams are going on. Like, they always just kind of appear, and then people are like, why aren't you watching? And I'm like, I didn't even know it was a thing! Maybe they're like on a schedule or something, and like everybody is just kind of aware of it, but... They showed it at 4 a.m. Ooh. Yeah, they showed it last night for me. I think it was like 7 p.m. or so. Okay. So this is obviously mellowed out a lot of these things. We'll get to it again in a moment. But I think we have to work on some of the final finishing touches here. My palette is a little too wet. I took the term wet palette a little too literal. It's more like a moist palette. That's what we need, dude. All right, I have to go ahead and do the nails of this guy. Because little guy over here does need a little bit of updating there. I'll just base coat them first with a little bit of AK black. People were aware of this one because they showed off an entire new army for Age of Sigmar. Right. I don't really want to do too much crazy highlighting, I don't think. I'll just get like a couple of shades of gray. So we'll base coat the claws in black, and then like two little highlights. I think that'll be plenty. So a little bit of administratum gray as well. That'll be more than enough. I have to look at both of the miniatures actually, see if both of their claws maybe need a little bit of updating. Just gotta bring the base coat back. It's a little more annoying to hold now. No more painting handle, which does make life a little bit more convenient, but okay. Same for his big toe underneath here. A little tricky to see, but that'll do the job. I'm gonna make these highlights slightly thinner. Okay, good enough. And I think I'll do like a similar highlighting stage as well on some of the ropes on the little guys. I feel like they look a little bit unfinished. You weren't aware of the red one I painted? I painted the red one first and then the blue one second. It took a little bit of time. A little bit of a project. But today we're finishing it, which is nice, because next week, of course, I'm heading out. And it'll be nice to come back and start a brand new project, I think. It'll be nice and chill. Always kind of good to finish up a little project like this though, because it does take quite a while from start to finish to do this entire mini, right? Good enough. We don't really need to do too many highlights here. I don't really want the attention to go to the goblins too much. I've already highlighted it, right, when we did the individual goblins, but I think it's a little too mellow. It's always nice to see it as it all comes together.
Doesn't feel like I've been watching for this long.
Yo, thank you very much. Irrefutable Fox. 65 months is kind of nutty, dude. Thank you very much. Glad you still enjoy. Or at least you didn't cancel. I don't know if you still enjoy. You didn't say that, but glad you didn't cancel. No, that sounds a little... Just a little sellout. No, there's quite a few people now, man, that have like very long-running subs. You're not the only one that's like, dang, time flies. Your hands shake like an alcoholic when you try to paint? It's a matter of practice, to be fair. A lot of it is learnable. But it does take a bunch of patience, and patience can also be tricky. It's a fun thing to learn though, man. I might be slightly biased, but I really enjoy it. Need to touch up a little detail over there on the bottom of that claw. So I'll get out a little bit of the, what did I use for that? Something like this will do the job. This Zerk is looking weird. A little bit, right? A little bit odd. Technically, it's not even a Zerk. What? But that would mean that this isn't StarCraft. What? Color matching on point, Loco, well done. Just stippling away some of these details. Yeah, I'm gonna get some smudges over here around the base. I was already kind of figuring that was gonna happen. We will, we'll sort that out with another little coat, I guess, of the black. With the airbrush, I mean. We can kind of cover it up for now, but it's gonna be kind of tricky not to have that happen.
I vote this one for best loco emote.
That's a good one. I do like that emote. Don't need anything too crazy, really, on a lot of these little details. Just a little bit of a highlight here on this nail. Kind of difficult to even get in there. These are a bit more manageable though. Right over here. Try to get a little bit of a... make them look nice and sharp. Don't need to be too much. Good enough. Using the side of the brush wherever I can. Also, I need to add a couple of highlights here to this like ball thing.
Reminder that Prime Gaming exists. Ooh, always a good reminder. But I think basically everybody watching at this point is a sub, dude. This early on into the stream, the die-hard viewers are here. But maybe there's somebody with a Prime, you never know.
I would like to add some little scratches. Following the lines over here on this ball. Separate some of it. I mean, it's supposed to be a stone ball or whatever, right? So doesn't have to be too specific. You were at some point, but money issues? No worries, no worries. Subbing is always optional, man. I completely understand if people have to unsub or don't want to be a sub or whatever. No hard feelings, Shavel. Glad you still decided to watch, though. Sometimes life can get in the way. I'm a little afraid of leaning too much onto the mini. I feel like it's gonna snap.
Yo, Weebuck! I was gonna say, wait, what did I just see? Shavel's name pop up. I'm like, what the?
Thank you, Weebuck. That's very kind of you.
There you go, Shavel. Merci pour l'abonnement cadeau.
Oh, mais oui! Très bien. C'est très bien.
You can see a little bit of the super glue right over there. Can you see that? Some on the, I super glued some of these parts together. It's a little glossy.
I think I'm actually gonna have to work on some of those connecting joints. Try to make sure that they don't look so glossy around the board, or across the board.
We'll get a little bit of Rhinox height. Run a little bit of that into the recesses.
The absolute smallest amount of Rhinox height, really don't need lots. I would like it to not be super shiny there. I think we'll varnish it when we're fully done. So I don't think it's gonna be that big of an issue. But it'll probably look nicer if we add a little bit of color to it all. I don't remember what color I used for this particular section of the Mini. So I just glaze a little bit of the the same reddish brown all around. I like this color. Rhinox hide in general is a really nice color. So another little section that was glued in is red over here. I think that looks okay. Same over there. That part was also glued in. Good enough. Same over here. This part was also glued in. You can see a little bit of shine. I don't know if I can really hold it upside down, man. I'm scared that like it's gonna be too heavy and it will break. I mean, it's not really heavy at all, but a little afraid of holding it upside down. Well, it's very dark, but it is kind of reddish. You can kind of see it over here on the palette. I like it. It's a good color. Okay, we need to highlight a little bit of the silver as well. Problem with highlighting the metallics though is that it's gonna contaminate the water a bit, so I'd like to do it in a little bit. Okay, let's look around everywhere, see if anything needs touching up other than the metallics. Obviously the base. Oeh, is wat. Huh? Nintendo Switch? Weet je vanochtend?
Nee, jouw Switch.
Of in de kast of in de la. Maar ik weet niet precies. Misschien daar in de kast. Ik denk daar. Ga jij kijken? Okay. Is she getting the last suitcase? Yeah, she's leaving. Permanently. She's stealing my Switch. GG, boys. It's been good. I think I'm gonna actually add a little bit of brown as well to some of the silver, some of the details. We can make them a little bit less shiny. I feel like they're a little bit too, they look a little too new. Wat heb je voor nodig? Zo? Ik weet niet waar die zou zijn. Nee, daar zit allemaal vol met minis. Hè? Hij zit in een hoesje. Misschien in die andere kast dan? Ja, ik weet het ook niet. Let's go on Lord Joe. Or Lord Joel. Thank you. Heb je hem? Oh. The Switch has been found, chat. Big day. I think adding a little bit of a brown mix to this is gonna be really nice. Yeah, we'll have to highlight all the metallics. I think other than that, dude, I think all of the regular acrylic paint is looking pretty much done. Trying to see if there's any like little spots or any little details that I would like to touch up. On the red mini, no, it's all looking pretty nice. I could maybe go slightly brighter on some of the little highlights here. Oh, there is actually a spot on the guy's nose. How the fuck did I miss that? You see that on the bottom goblin?
Little goblin guy over here has a little bit of a brown dirt, a little bit of brown dirt on his nose. What color did I use again? Ah, yes. The old pathetic one, Waybuck. The old pathetic Switch. The Switch 1. I know. Laurent started playing, oh fuck, what's it called again? You know that like island simulator where you like, where everybody for a little bit was playing that freaking game. You get like this island and then you have to like grow crops and stuff. And you can like Animal Crossing, yes, she started playing that again. And apparently she has a turnip situation right now where the turnips are rotting, so she's gonna try and check out my island, which I haven't played since that thing came out in like 2020, to see if I have better rates. Good enough. The game is still fun. I think that came out right in the middle of COVID, right? I think that's what happened. So like everybody was kind of sitting at home and then that game released at kind of the perfect timing. Lots of extremely small dots of paint on the palette today. Normally I don't have this many colors, but the finishing touches. All looking pretty good. Yeah. Can't really complain about that all too much. Is this still wet? I'll hit it with the blow dryer real quick. I'd like to do a little bit of dry brushing on the base. Oh. Where is it? Ow! Fuck, that was my fucking ankle. Oh, Jesus.
Today's stream is a mess.
Ugh. Okay.
Not too much low hot. Not too many spicy gamers in the chat today.
What's up, Krusty? How are you doing, dude?
This mini has been a little bit of work.
It's very glossy for some reason. I don't know why the aggregates is so freaking glossy.
I will add a little bit of a dry brush underneath. I'm doing pretty good, can't complain. I'll try and use the same colors as I did last time around. Dude, it's very glossy for some reason. The varnish will knock it way down, obviously, but I can barely see what I'm painting. Whether or not I'm even adding any highlights to it. No, I definitely am. So I have a brush with barely any paint on it. Obviously want to be careful here. Don't accidentally want to hit any of the details that I have finished. I think I'll cover a lot of this up as well with just some tufts. Just need to integrate it nicely. Make sure that it doesn't look like everything just got slapped on there. Don't need to really, it doesn't really need to be too bright anyway, right? Underneath the mini in particular. Because it would be shadowed. The nice thing about this is that it's really quite quick. I just want a little bit of separation on the base, more so than anything else. Yeah, the boys cast shadows, right? Okay, I think I'm gonna add some shrubs to it. So I have two different colors. I do want to add quite a bit of like the brighter green too, I think, just to like add a little bit of color variety. But let's start with some, actually, I think I'm actually just gonna let go of the dark brown ones now that I'm looking at it. I would like a little bit of separation. I actually, I could use your input, chat. I have a little bit of variety here. I have some flowers. I don't know about flowers. Flowers could look fun, but I don't know if this is really the vibe. Okay, we have a little bit of shrub variety. I think these will look good, right? Just some basic greens. These look pretty large. Okay. Gonna just stick them straight to the base. Oof, already looking cool.
We'll have to integrate this with some washes too, I think, but... These are miniature plastic grasses that will mostly be in like scale with the rest of the mini, you know? Like, obviously all of this is pretty small. And these should be at the same scale as the rest of the miniature. I can add as many shrubs as I like, obviously, to this, because I spent so many hours on it. Sometimes I kind of limit myself. I'm like, you know what, maybe not use all of them up on this one miniature, but... let's try out some of these instead. I kind of like these. Throwing them a little bit into some of these little crevices. Create a nice mossy base. You can definitely add some green contrast paints as well, actually. You think a few centimeters is plenty? So true, dude. That's kind of large, to be honest, man. A couple centimeters. Yeah, we got a little bit of good shrubbery. Thank you. I love that word, by the way. Shrubbery. It's got to be one of the best English words. Shrubbery. I think we can all agree that that is a fantastic word. Okay, maybe don't get too excited. Jeez Louise. They all decided to jump off. Yay, yay. Excited shrubbery. First time I hear it, and it's on Loco stream. You've never heard of the word shrubbery before? Dude, today is a great day. You've learned a brand new word, and it's an S tier word. Like, if we were to rank words, shrubbery is definitely S tier. It's up there together with like words like conundrum, another S tier word for obvious reasons. Prime? Ooh. That's like an S plus. Rarely have I heard a better word than the word prime. God, getting me all excited. I really like these super small ones. I feel like these small ones are really nice. These feel too big. Like these are like a couple millimeters, you know? That's way too big. I think we can all agree. Half that size is just about perfect.
SS tier? I don't know if we can use that Galvarino.
I don't know, dude. That may have some historical connotations, you know? Okay. Now I would like to also paint these little things that we just added. So I'll once more grab a little bit of the Agrax. Where is it?
Who stole my Agrax Earthshade? Where is it? Chat, where did you put it?
Come on, man. Oh, it's hiding behind. Okay, I see where you put it. Sneaky. I'm just gonna kind of dab on and around these little brushes, or these little bushes. I would like to integrate them a little bit more into the base. You can paint them just fine. Mostly just kind of stabbing them, I guess. Quite like that. There's something about adding these miniature plants, dude. It's really fun. Just immediately feels way better to me. I would like to add a little bit more green again. Just to indicate some lichen and all that, which is what we originally had on the Mini.
Shake it.
Just a little bit more of the Militarum green. Some funky music, eh? Almost like a little puddle around some of these parts. And obviously getting a little bit of additional green will also be nice for all of the little green guys that are on this mini. Make it look a little bit more cohesive. Yeah, I like that.
So here's the base. Pretty good, no?
Looks like an actual little foresty bit. Whatever is going on here, I don't know, but. Okay, I need to still add some silver highlights. But I think we are kind of getting to the very end, man. A little bit of silver, a little bit of brass, and a couple of other details, but across the board, kind of getting there. Don't have to go too extreme with it because I don't want it to be too shiny. Just add a little bit of separation to some of these details. What's this song then? What the hell is this? DJ, can you skip this one? Oh shit, it's me. I don't like this one. There we go. Just highlighting every single one of these raised details here, just really quickly. With a bit of silver. Almost kind of like a more precise dry brush, I suppose. Except the brush isn't dry. So maybe it's not like it at all. You can highlight brass with silver as well, it's fine. It'll look extra shiny. This is some Stormhost silver, by the way, which is not the brightest silver, but it's not too strong. The Vallejo Model Air is super shiny. It's sometimes a little too shiny. I feel like in this instance, it would be overpowering.
Are you submitting this for a competition?
No, I am not. I just painted these for fun. But I've had several people ask that question, dude, which is a massive compliment. The fact that people even think this could be a competition piece is, yeah,
Extremely nice to hear.
big compliment. Must mean that I'm doing at least something right. We definitely need more separation over here in the recesses. Still have a little bit of Agrex on my palette, so I just kind of run that in between these two things.
In other news, yesterday your phone was robbed. Oh no.
Dang. What do they even do with stolen phones in 2025? Like, if somebody steals your phone, what the fuck do they do with it? Sell 20 of them in a box? I guess people buy them for parts or whatever? Because I'm assuming everybody's got them locked up and, you know, unlocking them is pretty much impossible. At least I've got mine set up in such a way that if it does get tested, it like auto, you know, deconstructs. It auto detonate. No, it doesn't auto detonate, but it like, you know, it will delete all data off the phone.
Which is a no-brainer of a setting, by the way. In Brazil, they drain your bank accounts?
Aren't your bank accounts like also locked though? Maybe I'm asking very dumb questions, but you first would have to get into the phone and then you would have to get into the bank account. Which seems like a double whammy. But I'm guessing, I'm assuming people have proper phone security and digital security in general. And I'm also assuming, I guess, that a lot of people don't. Probably pretty safe assumption, huh? Adding a little bit of a brown hue here into the recesses of these chains. Tomorrow. I'm flying out tomorrow for the EWC. Really looking forward to it, man. It's gonna be fun. Trying to be quite random here with the way that I'm applying some of these colors. Mostly just because it's supposed to be worn metallics, right? So I noticed that when I try to not be random, or when I do it slowly, and I try to be random, I will automatically not be random anymore. I will be making patterns again. Stupid human brain. What's going on, Shrek? Yeah, if your phone gets stolen, you definitely want to remote delete everything right away. Hey, thank you very much, Gni. It's coming along. I'm finishing it today. Glad you like it. Do I plan on attempting a painting competition? Dude, I don't know if you were, I think you just joined, right, Shrek? No, somebody else asked that question like 3 minutes ago. It's a big compliment though, the fact that you consider... I might do painting competitions at some point in the future, but this one I'm just painting for fun. It could be a lot of fun too though, to compete I guess, but... I do also want to make sure we keep this a hobby, you know? But maybe it's not such a bad thing to try and compete with some other giga nerds. See how it goes? I think we are pretty much done, guys. Still have to add one more layer of highlights onto the base. And obviously we gotta varnish the whole thing. And I'll have to do another coat of black all around the rim. But I think I'll do that coat of around the rim with the airbrush, which means that everything needs to be like fully dry for it. Yeah, I think we'll do one more little dry brush on the base and that'll be pretty much it. I think we can go like one little step brighter, right? Like the base is looking pretty dark. So I last went over it with some Tyrant Skull. Honestly, not a bad color. Maybe I'll just do a little bit more of it. See how it goes. Where is it? All right. Got a little bit of paint on the brush. Really working it in the bristles. Wiping the majority of it off again. Also going over the shrubs. So we've shaded the shrubs. Now we're kind of highlighting them back up. Especially towards the tips. Maybe make it look like there's some, I don't know, some flowers or something. At the very least, add a little bit of color transition to them as well.
Oh, I really like the painting. I actually never, I don't play. So painting is what I mostly do, Pepperman.
I've never played the game before. I don't even know the rules. Don't want it to break off now. That would suck.
Okay. I think that is pretty much it.
Now I'm gonna varnish it, and I will do that on stream. But after varnishing it, I can't really touch it, so I gotta make sure that we have a little bit of space. And I'm gonna go ahead and put it down. Make sure that it can fully dry. So when we have the varnish on it, I don't really want to turn the Mini too much because I'm a little afraid of it like fucking things up.
But here we go, guys. Final look at a miniature. I may do some very small adjustments off stream if I notice them. But I think that's this miniature done. It's big, eh? It's very large. I am very happy with how this thing has come along. I think my favorite part is the red skin. I think I've done a pretty good job, not to like pat myself on the back, but I think I've done a pretty good job on the red skin. And then especially the face as well of the blue one. I think the face of the blue one looks really good.
Yeah. Okay, let's varnish this bad boy.
And try to make sure that we get a little bit of shine in there. So I don't want to do too much shine.
I'll bring out my best friend cardboard box.
I'm using an airbrush for varnishing, so makes it a little easier.
What I need is my little spray out pot. We'll need the airbrush. There we go. Okay.
I will need to make sure that we get a little bit of gloss varnish in there too. So far I've mostly been varnishing with the matte varnish, ultra matte, which is good. But also, as you may have already guessed, ultra matte. Gotta shake it. Luckily for me, I have lots of experience with this motion. Years of practice, in fact. Even though I've not been painting that long. All right, yeah, you gotta make sure that these things are properly shaken up. You know you really don't need to varnish it if you don't play. I know, but there's a lot of different finishes on the Mini. Some of them are a little shiny, some of them are a little matte. So I'm really just trying to make sure we get a bit of protection on the layer and make sure that all the finishes are the same. A little bit of thinner, just because we can.
And I think what I'll do is like, I don't know, maybe like 3 drops of gloss varnish to like 7 drops of this. I think that'll be good. So this is the gloss varnish right over here. I'd rather mix more than I need, so I'll do like 6 of this. And then like 14 of the matte. Then we'll mix it together. Okay. Yeah, the washes add a lot of shine to the Mini. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. I don't think there's an easy way to like prevent that from happening. The Citadel washes are just kind of shiny. I like them, but... Okay, mix them through. I will put on a little bit of a face mask. So if I sound muffled, do I sound muffled? I don't know if I do. That would be why. I also have these extremely shitty low quality plastic gloves. Don't like them at all, but... It is what it is. Okay. Letting it bubble a little bit. And then we'll just try and apply a bit of a varnish all over. I sound like I'm about to hurt Batman. Most of this has like multiple coats of varnish on it now, which is kind of nice. Should be quite well protected. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. Very thin layers, obviously, right? It should bring a little bit of shine back though. Because I previously used some ultra matte varnish on the blue guy, and he was very matte. He will hopefully look a little bit more lively now with this particular part done. Obviously there's a lot of metallics on this Mini. Yeah, we also got rid of the shine right now on the base. You see how the base is nice and matte? Or at least not nearly as glossy as it was just a couple minutes ago. That's really good. You know what? I'll actually just let it, I'll just put it down for a second. I would like to add a little bit of paint around the rim as well. Gonna add a couple of drops of ultra matte varnish too. Just want to have a nice... Yeah, we're getting to fancier rim jobs now, Zeekhart. Once upon a time we used to do rims with the brush. No more. Just to make it look nice and smooth. Because right now it's a little bit, I don't know, a little bit messy. I'll get a little bit of good old, maybe a Battle Black actually is gonna look a little bit nicer. Nah, let's do AK Black because I've already used that for some other parts too. don't need much. This paint is extremely... Jesus Christ. I just said I don't need much, and then the paint was like... Okay. You see that? That was not good. Ay, ay, ay. My concoction. Ruined. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, don't eat much. Here's a whole load of it. Enjoy. It's like, no, it's not what I wanted. God. All right. There we go. What's going on, Echo? I'm just finishing up the miniature. I'm doing a little bit of a sketchy part of the mini. That'll be enough. I'm doing a little bit of a sketchy part of the mini, because I need to be painting the rim without painting everything else, because that would be kind of shitty, for obvious reasons. But I'm sure I won't fuck this up, right? I did see the preview, yeah. Well, I didn't watch the preview, but I saw the announced minis. Okay. It's a very fancy rim job now. Okay. Here we are. Gonna let the rim dry fully before handling it again. Mostly just painting the bottom section of it because I'm a coward and I didn't want it to look too, I didn't want to accidentally hit any of the other parts that I already painted because that would be a bad moment to go out and do so. Okay, so I stuck it down. I'll make sure to take some beauty pictures of it as well for the Instagrams and the YouTube thumbnail and all the rest of it, but that is by far my nicest mini. I'm super pleased with it. Oh, also, I talked about it a little bit earlier today. Next mini I'm gonna paint is this one. The Lord of Blights, Maggotkin of Nurgle. I'm gonna try and make this, this is a much smaller miniature. I'm gonna try and make this like a proper display piece. That's the goal. Make it like as good as I can. Try to get, you know, maybe not quite the same color scheme as the box art. I want to do a little bit different than the box art, but
try and see if I can paint up to a similar level. That would be really nice. That is not a servant of Slanesh logo, you must be mistaken. I know. You know another mini that I did buy, chat? Don't shame me, okay? I'm just showing off. I got Logan Grimnar. This mini is so fucking cool, dude. Anyways, we'll get to that.